Chapter 1 Reborn as Thanos, new book seeking approval. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was a couple who were clearly white, embracing me. The surrounding area is equipped with hospital facilities, but it looks somewhat different from what I remember about hospitals. For some reason, feeling extremely tired, I fell into a deep sleep. Dio, that is my name in this life. When I was still an infant, I felt the name was familiar, and when I saw my reflection in the mirror, I knew who it was. Thanos, the mad titan who destroyed his own planet. Purple skin, a broad chin with strange vertical lines. But why did my parents name me Dio? Wasn't it Thanos? 300 years later. Titan's resources have already begun to decline. Our scientists have discovered that this is not a coincidence, but an environmental phenomenon. In a few decades or 100 years, Titan will face destruction. The leader of Titan, Dio, Thanos' father Allers, stood on the podium delivering this disturbing news. The audience was abuzz with discussion, all feeling somewhat helpless in the face of the impending destruction. At the scene, there was only one person who showed no fear whatsoever, or perhaps he was simply expressionless, wearing glasses, and scribbling in a small notebook. Dio, what do you think? The scene was as chaotic as a vegetable market. Seeing that few people could offer any useful advice, Allers asked his clever son. The moment Allers uttered Dio's name, the chaotic scene, resembling a bustling marketplace, fell silent instantly, like a homeroom teacher suddenly bursting into a classroom where no teacher was present. Dio, Allers' first son, had mastered all the superhuman philosophies of the Eternals by the age of 30. Furthermore, his physical strength, speed, regenerative abilities, and agility surpassed those of all the Eternals on Titan, and his combat prowess was unparalleled. Moreover, a few years ago, Dio modified himself, which allowed him to emit various energy rays from his hands and eyes. In this respect alone, they have already surpassed the Eternals. When Dio heard his father call his name, he sighed and put down his glasses. Father, why did you come to Titan from Earth in the first place? Dio didn't start by solving a problem, but rather by posing a question. This question startled Allers. He was at odds with the Eternals, another faction on Earth, and the two sides fought fiercely. In the end, he was narrowly defeated and left Earth with his followers to settle on Titan. I believe the older generation here all know why we came to Titan from Earth, so why can't we repeat what we did before? Dio's sharp gaze swept around, and most people lowered their heads in fear. We can colonize it. Impossible. As soon as Dio finished speaking, everyone stood up excitedly to refute him. As we all know, although Earth is the border between the Skrull Empire and the Kree Empire, no one in the solar system bothers us because of the gods. But what about outside of that? The major empires of the universe have basically divided up most of the star systems. Other places are either small alliances of nations like Nova or chaotic zones of plunderers. There is simply no place for us to stand. So what are you trying to say? Dio stared intently at the guy who was spouting nonsense. The other person was startled by Dio's gaze, and his arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by trembling fear. So, I think we can seek the help of the gods, or join one of the empires, the man explained tremblingly. This statement was met with nods of agreement from many members of the Eternal Clan, who all expressed that it was feasible. The Eternals are experimental subjects created on Earth by the Celestials. This is not a secret among the high-ranking officials of several great empires. If we were to submit to an empire, what awaits us is not good treatment, but endless dissection and experimentation, Dio said in a low voice. Many people know this. The Eternals who left Earth split into two groups. One group was the ship that Dio's mother, Susan, was on, and the other group was the ship led by Allers. Dio's mother, Susan, was the first to be attacked by the Kree because she had gone ahead. Since most of the Kree on that ship were ordinary civilians, they were killed and plundered without any resistance. Only Susan was lucky enough to drift to her destination, which is the planet they are on now, Titan. Among Susan's group were many friends and family members of those present. So when Dio revealed this, everyone fell silent. Maybe they've already made some progress in their research, then we'll definitely be treated well if we go. Another person stood up, and his words drew angry stares from everyone. Even so, everyone held on to a sliver of hope. After all, 1,000 years had passed, and who knew what they might have discovered? Those who harbor a gambler's mentality are gamblers. Dio cursed angrily. Friend, eating human blood buns is no fun. Dio shook his head, ignoring the strange expression on the other person's face, and said to his adoptive father on the stage, Father, I still insist on searching for new planets to colonize. If no one agrees, I will go alone. Allers looked surprised and quickly said, Dio, are you serious? Dio nodded, stood up and walked onto the stage. His height of over 2 meters and his muscular physique were extremely imposing. Everyone listen. Dio snatched the microphone from his father and shouted, I will fight for the future of the Eternals alone. You cowards may not dare to come, or you may go find new masters to serve, but I, Dio, will never collude with you. From this day forward, I will face the dangers of the universe alone, because I will succeed. Dio's speech was not very inspiring. Most of the members looked at him with pity, but more often they looked at him with mockery. After saying this, Dio left and returned home. The meeting ended abruptly, and Allers rushed home, wanting to comfort Dio. He didn't want anything to happen to his best son. Upon opening the door, he saw his panicked wife. Susan, where is Dio? Allers asked. Susan said in a panic, he said he was leaving Titan alone and went to the basement to pack his things. Allers hurried to the basement in the backyard, and as soon as he entered, he found Dio, who had already packed his things. My child, Allers stepped forward, his brow furrowed. Are you sure you want to do this, leave Titan and face the vast universe alone? You know, father, I am very strong. Dio said with a relaxed expression. I know. Allers sighed and looked directly at his son, who was taller than him. You are very strong, son, even comparable to the gods, but you must know that the universe is not just about the gods. After giving the order, Allers took out something. This is the scientific knowledge of the Eternal Clan accumulated over many years. It even contains the genetic code of our Eternal Clan. I made a backup. You can take it with you. Allers handed the small item to Dio. Dio was startled. The genetic code of the Eternals? This is something that only the Celestials might possess, as the Eternal Clan occasionally produces a member called the Eternal God. The difference in power between the Eternals and ordinary Eternals is enormous. The most famous Eternals in the Marvel Universe are Thanos and Hyperion, one of the 4 Supermen. Of course, the Eternal Gods are not limited to just these 2, it's just that they are the most famous. But consider their power: Thanos, the Marvel version of Darkseid, the Cosmic Overlord, and Hyperion, who is almost a Superman clone. Now that Dio has obtained the genetic code of the Eternals, he can create even more members of the Eternals. The Thanos of this world is the most powerful, but he has no ambition, no cruelty. He only wants to give Titan a way out, but unfortunately, Titan is likely to be destroyed like other worlds. Just as Dio took Allers' things, a deep voice faintly came to his ears. Dio frowned and looked back but did not see anyone. Chapter 2: The Territory in its initial formation. Dio hadn't thought about his name before he transmigrated, he only knew that his surname was Xing. On the first day of his transmigration, he was probably still awake as an infant. On the first day, I received a newbie gift pack from the system. Because he was reincarnated as Thanos, he gained all the knowledge of Thanos' strongest state without any equipment. What is Thanos' strongest form without the Infinity Stones, the heart of the universe, or other strange equipment? Of course, it's when he slaughtered Galactus until he was reduced to a miserable state and had to run to Earth for help, when no one in the universe survived, and when Thanos could only call on the Cosmic Ghost Rider to go back in time and find his younger self. Emperor Thanos. The system provides a vast library of knowledge, containing all of Thanos' knowledge and ingenious ideas. The system cleverly presents this knowledge in a format that requires Dio to spend time learning to acquire it. However, the system is quite good. After all, learning within the library for hundreds of years makes only a second pass. Thanos' vast knowledge allowed Dio to learn from scratch over 500,000 years. This led to the creation of the machine that gave Emperor Thanos the ability to project energy, and allowed Dio to complete his self-modification. After leaving Titan, it took Dio several hundred years to acquire the title of Thanos from the original storyline. Mad Titan. Just like in the original story, Dio single-handedly defeated the fighting forces of an entire planet and captured them. That's right, it's the army from the Battle of New York in Avengers 1, the Chitauri. Like locusts, Thanos' army, constantly growing and expanding, and through brutal slaughter, successfully conquered half of the Milky Way in about 600 years. Outsiders call it the Dark Quadrant. But Dio himself named it the Garden or the New Titan. The New Titan is half the size of the galaxy, and because of Dio's violent killings, almost no one comes to the place where he is. Of course, profit-driven businessmen are an exception. However, the newly established Titan was desperately short of money and supplies, which forced Dio to venture into the cosmic black market. The Collector basically controls the black market trade throughout the universe. Although that's an exaggeration, he does have access to buy and sell most of the resources in the universe, an Eternal analyzed. After the New Titan was established, Dio immediately moved the people from his home planet Titan to the new Titan. However, because the original Titan was deteriorating faster than he could have imagined, he did not find his parents or brothers, only some abandoned young people. Dio's appearance gave them a glimmer of hope, and they followed him without hesitation. Having mastered the genetic code of the Eternals, Dio began to replace his subordinates. This group of young Eternals were transformed into eternal gods by Dio, and were appointed as leaders to manage various affairs within the garden. However, this also caused the garden to frequently run at a loss. Because the Avengers in the Marvel Universe often defeat alien invaders, many people are not optimistic about the combat capabilities of alien fleets. Dio wasn't optimistic at first either, but he almost stumbled on this. Because they have star-destroying cannons and antimatter missiles. For them, it's faster to launch a planet-destroying cannon than to spend a lot of manpower and resources to build superhuman combat power. After all, most superhuman combat power cannot withstand a planet-destroying cannon, so the physical fitness of people on many Imperial planets is only slightly better than that of ordinary people. Moreover, the strength of a strong force is limited. The appearance of Dio, a human meat grinder, truly astonished his enemies, which allowed Dio to successfully carry out the decapitation operation. This is why Dio was able to take control of the Chitauri in such a short time. He killed the Chitauri king and quickly gained control of the entire planet Chitauri. After upgrading his subordinates to eternal gods, the garden ran out of money. We can also open a restaurant and cook delicious food. Dio suddenly remembered his excellent skills as a citizen of the Celestial Empire before he transmigrated. Everyone present stared at Dio in utter bewilderment. Food? What the hell? Were they, the Eternal Clan, going to become cooks just to survive? But there was nothing they could do. Dio's strength and methods were extremely advanced. In less than a day, the order was issued, and a planet was prepared as an experimental site. Dio himself was the head chef, and then he built some robots to assist him. As for the raw materials for the restaurant, he could easily plunder the entire Milky Way galaxy in one go, and the volume of these raw materials would be comparable to that of an Earth. Everyone was stunned by Dio's seemingly serious attitude, and the merchants who came and went were even more surprised. Although Dio is known to the outside world as the Dark Quadrant, some merchants still try their luck for profit, and then they see the guy known as the Mad Titan cooking there with a spatula. After a few bites, they found themselves seemingly unable to live without Dio's cooking. It must be said that the food culture of the Celestial Empire is so profound that not only the merchants, but even its own people have become addicted to it. After all, Dio usually presents himself with a cold and serious style, so this sudden change in style is a cute contrast that has shocked even himself. However, there were still benefits. Thanks to the promotion of Dio's skills by these merchants, the pilot food planet was a great success. Every day, a steady stream of customers came to taste the delicious food, which even boosted other secondary industries. It suddenly became a topic of casual conversation among all sorts of people in the universe. After acquiring wealth, Dio began his scientific research. Due to genetic mutation, his body became taller than that of ordinary Eternal Clan members, his skin turned purple, and he even had a huge, vertically shaped chin. Dio planned to first solve his appearance problem. Even if he had undergone genetic modification to release energy, modifying his appearance would no longer be an issue after obtaining the genetic code of the Eternals. Height doesn't need to be changed. Being 2 meters tall was something I greatly admired in my past life. But my appearance needs to be altered. The vertical wrinkles on my chin need to be removed, and the purple skin also needs to be taken away. Dio scratched his head, as if he had overlooked an important issue. Oh right, I need to grow hair. While the hairstyle of a strong person is quite good, being bald always makes them look too mature. So, after 3 or 4 months, Dio successfully regained his normal yellowish skin color after leaving the incubation chamber. The only regret is that my hair hasn't grown back yet. Dio touched his bald head. His scalp was quite tough, and it would take some time for the hair to grow back. Although it's a bit of a shame, at least it looks much better now. And because his physique is closer to the movie version of Thanos, unlike the comic book version with his thick legs, when I used to read the comics, I always wondered if Thanos would walk with his testicles stuck between his legs. Lord Dio, the collector has sent word. Dio stepped out of the room, and an Eternal Clan member stepped forward and handed over something the size of a USB flash drive. Pressing the button above will bring up a semi-transparent virtual screen. The afterglow of creation. Dio's breathing quickened as he looked at the bright yellow, irregularly shaped object displayed on the screen. The afterglow of creation, no one knows where it came from, but many myths about it circulate throughout the universe. Legend has it that a single speck of dust from this thing could revive a collapsed, dead star. Dio's reason for seeking it was simple: he wanted some for research and the rest as an energy source. After all, if it could revive a dead star, it contained immense energy, which would be excellent for power generation. He was an extremely selfish man. Even if he didn't intend to kill half and keep half for the universe, he was incapable of doing anything to benefit the cosmos. What price did the collector offer? Dio asked. The Eternal One beside him had a complicated expression, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Dio looked at him strangely and asked again. Only then did the Eternal clan member speak haltingly. The collector wants you, or the genetic code of the Eternals that you hold in your hand. He was the most powerful Thanos, even believing he controlled everything, but he didn't know that betrayal had appeared around him. Chapter 3: Solving the Problem. Dio felt fortunate to be bald. Being so angry that his hair stands on end is not even a sufficient description of his current mood. His entire body erupted with energy, a scorching and deathly aura that wantonly destroyed the surroundings. Dio tried his best to prevent the energy from harming his people, but he still couldn't shake off his bad mood. The genetic code of the Eternal race is in his own hands, but this secret is only known to his adoptive father, Allers, and himself. Even when he evolves his subordinates into eternal gods, he only explains it as a means to modify them as a way to change himself. In other words, someone under his command knew about this news and even leaked it. As for his father, Allers, he was a man who kept his mouth shut, and since this genetic code was basically related to the future of the entire tribe, Allers could not possibly tell anyone. It seems we need to thoroughly investigate whether there are any traitors. Dio's face was ferocious, his veins bulging, and he looked like a terrifying demon from hell. With that, he left the ruins. The tribesmen beside him were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, their mouths agape, as if they were stunned. Dio summoned everyone together, but no one showed any weakness in the face of Dio's immense pressure. Except for the one who was stunned, Dio locked him up. After searching for a long time, Dio still couldn't find out who had leaked the information, which made him miss the 5 loyal henchmen of Thanos in the original storyline. With no other option, Dio selected 2 of his clansmen to go with him to the Void, which was the Collector's headquarters. The essence of the Void is the severed head of a gigantic humanoid creature. Many people say that it is the head of a god, and the brain, bone marrow, blood, and other contents are extremely precious items. Dio looked at the enormous head and couldn't help but exclaim, I'd only ever heard of it before, but seeing it now, I never imagined it would be so awe-inspiring. How was such a huge creature killed? After entering through the open mouth area and finding a place to park the spaceship, Dio swaggered in. Dio's name is known to everyone, but the promotional photos show a large purple sweet potato with purple skin, while Dio, who has just changed his skin color and appearance, is hard to recognize. The collector's maidservant compared him several times but couldn't recognize him until she recognized the attendant beside Dio and realized who he was. Honorable guest, the great collector Divan is waiting for you. The maid bowed, and Dio nodded, signaling her to lead the way. The maid led Dio and his entourage on a long journey before arriving at a very inconspicuous house. The maid then instructed that the entourage not be allowed to enter. Dio told them to wait at the door and went inside alone. Lord Divan, Lord Dio has arrived, the maid called out to a tall man with white hair who was facing away from them. Hearing the voice, the man turned around and said happily, Oh, my dear Talia, you have finally brought our distinguished guest. My dear Mr. Dio, I have long admired you. After dismissing the maid, the collector happily stepped forward and curiously touched Dio's body. Oh, Mr. Dio, I thought you were purple, and your chin, the collector said in a strange tone, gesturing to Dio's chin. I just want to change my image. Dio looked down at the collector. He didn't know much about this elder of the universe, only that the other party was very long-lived. I think we should get to the point sooner rather than later, Dio said earnestly, looking at him. The collector smiled, stepped back, and clapped his hands. In a corner, 2 fully armed soldiers carried out a man with his head drooping and wearing bizarre clothes. Dio was puzzled. The man looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. The collector then stepped forward, turned his face up, and said to Dio, Mr. Dio, do you remember? This is your dear brother. Seeing the man's bruised and swollen face, Dio finally remembered that this was his younger brother, Eros. He wandered around under the alias Star Fox, leaving his mark on every woman and gambling heavily, thus accumulating a mountain of debt, the collector said with a laugh. Unfortunately, Mr. Dio owes me a large sum of money, and when my men went to collect, he not only claimed to be your brother but also revealed a huge secret. Upon hearing this, Dio realized that Eros was behind it all. However, Eros probably doesn't know that his father passed on the genetic code to him. No, the collector just said that Eros is wandering? That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he also bribed one of your men, one of your ambitious men. The collector said a name, then gave him a look that let Dio figure it out himself. Suppressing his anger, he narrowed his eyes. Over the past few centuries, he had treated them well, providing them with all sorts of benefits. They were all indispensable in building this vast family fortune. Then why are you telling me all this? Dio asked, taking a deep breath. I don't want my customers to be completely unaware when they do business with me, the collector said decisively, shrugging. I want the afterglow of creation. My subordinate and genetic code are yours as payment. As for my good-for-nothing brother, I'll trouble the collector to help me settle his debts. Dio's expression was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. The collector's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands as he stepped forward. I didn't expect Mr. Dio to be so generous. It's settled then. He then extended his hand, the meaning of which was self-evident. Dio took a small instrument from his pocket and placed it in the collector's hand. The collector eagerly turned around and checked it on the computer. Dio, however, turned and walked back outside. Surprisingly, the trader happened to have come to the void with Dio today, so he could now deliver the goods smoothly. He grabbed his terrified subordinate, delivered a casual blow that rendered the man helpless, and then tossed him like trash in front of the collector. He's yours now. With that, she dragged Eros along like a rag doll and took a full bottle of Creation's Afterglow in one hand. He returned to the spaceship while another subordinate looked on in bewilderment. Inside the spaceship. Congratulations, host, for successfully dealing with the traitor and receiving a treasure chest. On the way back, the system's voice sounded in my mind again. System, you're really good at hiding, haven't you come out for decades? Dio replied calmly in his mind. Oh dear host, aren't you making things difficult for me? You've always been content with the status quo, and I don't know how to reply to you. The system sprite said playfully. Dio shook his head, ignoring the system and turning his gaze to the newly issued treasure chest. Host, I can give you a sneak peek at this treasure chest. The stuff inside is definitely top-notch. The system sprite whispered quietly in Dio's ear. Dio's eyes lit up when he heard what the system sprite said. The system wizard rarely lies, so the items you get should be pretty good. Then Dio waved his hand, and the treasure chest opened. Chapter 4: The Journey to Asgard. Asgard is the home of the Aesir gods and is located at the top of the world tree. Odin, the king of the gods, is also the strongest among all the Aesir gods, and his wife Hela, the goddess of death, is renowned throughout the universe as Odin's executor. Meanwhile, aboard a spaceship, Dio himself is leading a team heading to Asgard. Now, 300 years after the traitor was dealt with, Dio's business has expanded to the entire universe, and the main reason Dio intends to go to Asgard today is that a shipment of his goods has been seized by the Asgardians. His younger brother Eros was also with him. Brother, I think we can abandon that shipment. After all, you know those people in Asgard are a bunch of arrogant bastards, Eros said, leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed. Shut up. Dio roared. If you hadn't flirted with Hela, would we have needed to come here in person? You should know that this shipment is an important strategic resource for the Skrulls. If we successfully deliver it to them, we will obtain the newly captured Kree devices. And that completes the last piece of our garden puzzle. Eros was stunned for a moment. Dio had never told him the importance of this shipment. He thought it was just ordinary contraband like before, and he had only made a habitual sarcastic remark after seeing Hela. However, he knew about the last piece of the puzzle that Dio was talking about. Just thinking about how such a powerful weapon would allow them to practically roam the universe once it was completed. Eros, true to his name, is incredibly handsome, perhaps even rare in the entire universe. In addition to the basic physical functions of the Eternals, he can also hypnotize others by manipulating their brains, making them fall in love with him or someone else. He was Dio's younger brother and Dio's only living relative. After bringing Eros back from the Collector, Dio learned from him that Titan was being destroyed at an accelerated rate due to natural forces, forcing his father, Allers, to flee in batches with the few remaining members of his people, drifting through the vast universe. During an encounter with the Kree, despite the presence of a guard, most of their ships were destroyed, many of their people were captured, and Susan, his mother, was killed in the explosion. His father told him about the genetic code he had given to Dio and the Eternals, giving him a chance to reunite with Dio. Then, after stuffing Eros into the escape pod, the ship was driven into the jump point. Because the ship was severely damaged, it was destroyed immediately upon entering the jump point, but the escape pod was surprisingly sturdy, allowing Eros to successfully land on a planet. On this planet, Eros encountered raiders, and having nowhere else to go, he joined them. After Dio became famous, Eros left the raiders and traveled to Dio, having fun along the way. As a result, he had bad luck and lost every time he gambled at various casinos, accumulating a huge debt. Finally, he managed to contact Dio, but the ambitious guy received the news, which led to the scene that followed. "You'd better keep your temper in check at work, or I don't recommend killing you." Dio's eyes gleamed as he glared at him menacingly. Eros felt a chill run down his spine, broke out in a cold sweat, and his body stiffened instantly. The treasure chest that Dio received contained several rewards, including research data on the beast and god bodies of the Super God Academy, the golden light spell and the dual hands from under one person. Dio was truly astonished when he saw the technology and dual-wielding abilities of the Super God Academy. Why do you say that? The anime shows that the technological prowess of Super God Academy is quite impressive, and what surprised Dio the most was its dual-wielding hands. What is the original explanation of the dual hands? The blue hand modifies and controls the soul's memories, while the red hand modifies and manipulates the physical body. The red hand isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is the blue hand's ability, which touches the soul level. The abilities that can access the soul are extremely rare in the entire universe. It can be said that apart from Asgard and the Sorcerer Supreme, only the most famous soulstone has spells and abilities that can touch the soul. There are no other places with such abilities. This delighted Dio. Dio took a breath and snapped out of his thoughts, looking ahead. The computer screen showed that they were about to arrive at the port of entry into Asgard. Dio patted the stiff Eros to signal him to get ready. The spaceship landed smoothly at the docking station. Dio, carrying a small box, led Eros out, and a muscular man wielding a greatsword walked towards them. "You're Thanos?" The muscular man looked at Dio with an extremely arrogant attitude and a hostile expression. Dio nodded without changing his expression. Thanos was the name outsiders used to refer to him with fear. After learning this, Dio marveled at the very strange fate lines in the universe. After sizing him up, the other person simply nodded, signaling Dio to follow. Asgard appears to be a flat continent, but in reality, it is as large as Earth. The upper part of the plane is where the Aesir gods live, while the lower part consists of crystal-like objects that maintain Asgard's gravity and the various ecological environments necessary for survival. After leaving the port, the muscular man led the two of them onto a flying shuttle, which was steered by an Asgardian soldier. "I am the leader of the Asgardian Berserker Force. You can call me Nemen." Nemen introduced himself after boarding the shuttle. "Princess Hela is busy right now. Please wait for her when we arrive." After saying that, Nemen ignored Dio and the other man and sat down with his back to them. Eros was stunned by this move. He nudged Dio with his elbow and asked, "Brother, what are they doing?" "Let's give them a show of force," Dio thought for a moment. That was roughly the meaning. When they arrived at their destination, Nemen dropped them off and then left, leaving Dio and Nemen to wait. Finally, 3 hours later, they were granted an audience with Odin, the king of the gods. In the Golden Palace, Odin, with his eyes still intact and in his prime, sat on his throne, holding Gungnir, with the gods below him. "Thanos, I remember Heimdall telling me about you when he first saw Titan. You are very special." Once Dio had stopped, Odin spoke first, and an invisible pressure swept over him. "It is my honor to be noticed by the great Odin." Dio bowed without flinching, while Eros, overwhelmed by Odin's invisible pressure, also bent down. Odin smiled slightly, a smile that held a lot of unfathomable meaning. "Your Majesty, I have come to apologize for my younger brother's rudeness in offending Princess Hela." With that, Dio handed over the box he was holding. Everyone was quite surprised. Was a small box all they could offer as an apology for offending Hela? Wasn't that incredibly insincere? Odin squinted at the box in Dio's hand, then opened his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. "Space folding technology, huh? I never imagined your garden had such advanced technology." Odin waved to a guard beside him to fetch it. Odin's words startled the gods present. Asgard was a world where magic and technology coexisted. In terms of technology, they had long since developed space-folding technology, but it was not as convenient as their own magic, so they often ignored it. The existence of space-folding technology also signifies that this civilization has the opportunity to rise to prominence. After all, the saying "time is king and space is supreme" is not just an empty phrase. Time and space are always the highest-level scientific research topics explored by a civilization. Chapter 5 Combat. "Come on, your things are being held here." Following the guards, they soon arrived at a warehouse. Dio thanked them and then went straight to pack his things. Odin readily agreed to return the seized goods after receiving the gift, which relieved Dio. Dio repeatedly checked and, upon confirming that the goods were undamaged, laughed happily, like a large, chubby boy who was hundreds of years old. "Hey, who gave you permission to take these things? Put them down." Just as Dio and Eros were about to leave, they were reprimanded by a woman's voice. The two turned around and saw a woman dressed in a black bodysuit and wearing a ferocious crown walking towards them. It was Hela. Princess Hela. The guard bowed respectfully upon seeing the newcomer. A hint of amazement flashed in Dio's eyes. The Hela before him was nothing like the middle-aged woman in the movies. She was very young and beautiful, with an excellent figure. These were just agreed to be returned by Odin. Does Asgard like to go back on its word? Dio narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Hela's expression froze for a moment, then she said fiercely, "You said it was my father who agreed, not me. And it's not like I'm stopping you from taking it back. I said I would cut out the tongue of this brat who spoke rudely to me." As she spoke, Hela unleashed an extremely powerful aura, the chilling presence of which, like that of a demon, terrified Eros, leaving him stunned in place. Dio's expression turned serious, and he stood in front of Eros, bringing Eros back to his senses. "Princess Hela, I know this boy has a sharp tongue, but we have already apologized to Odin, and Odin has accepted our apology. If Princess Hela has any complaints, please feel free to speak up, and I will do my best to help. But if Princess Hela were to harm my brother, that would be absolutely unacceptable to me." Dio was in a difficult position. Although he didn't know exactly what Eros had said to Hela, Dio knew from his own experience Eros that it certainly wasn't anything good. Dio also knew that offending someone like this was difficult to resolve, especially when the offender was present and might make any outrageous request. However, there was no other way. Dio was not yet capable of clashing with Asgard, so he had to avoid it if possible. Hela listened to Dio's words and curiously looked at Dio, her eyes lighting up. "You're quite burly," Hela said, a remark that left Dio puzzled. "Since you don't want your brother's tongue to be cut off by me, then fight me. Asgard reveres the strong. If you defeat me, I can forgive you. I will not only let you leave, but I can also go to the dwarves to help you forge a divine artifact." "On the contrary," Hela said, arms crossed, outlining her terms. "If you lose, I'll take your brother's tongue, and you'll have to work for me for free for 3,000 years. Dio paused for a moment upon hearing this, as Hela's proposed conditions were very tempting to him. Dio, who was very clear about his own strength, understood his own strength very well. He glanced at Eros, and he was also very excited. He felt that Dio would not lose, so he pulled him hard and made him agree. The Asgardian soldiers around Hela's eyes lit up when they heard her words. They were also very confident in Hela and felt that she would not be defeated. Not only will Asgard receive a member of the Eternals to work for them, but they will also be able to witness Princess Hela's heroic battle prowess, which is sure to excite the Asgardians. Dio thought about it for a moment and then agreed. The battle took place in a large arena-like area, which reminded Dio of the Grandmaster's Sokka Star. When the Asgardians learned that Princess Hela was going to duel an outsider and had offered generous terms, their excitement was palpable, and they flocked to watch. "I'll give you 3 chances, you can surrender any time." Hela waved her hand, and a jet-black longsword instantly appeared in her grasp. Dio saw it clearly. This was a macroscopic manifestation achieved through the manipulation of microscopic particles. In other words, it was using the energy within her body to condense a sword in her hand or elsewhere. However, it seems that this ability is somewhat related to the hideous helmet on the other party's head, because Dio sensed that energy was flowing into that helmet. Dio was not to be outdone, his whole body erupted with energy, and his eyes turned blood red as if lava was flowing. Hela looked at Dio with great surprise. "This is quite unexpected." Dio didn't reply. He clenched his fist, unleashed a burst of energy, and punched Hela. Hela waved her hand, and a wall of swords rose from the ground to block, but Dio easily shattered it and swung it at Hela's face, sending her flying. The thought that the Asgardians were all battle maniacs made Dio not intend to hold back. This was an insult to these fighting fanatics, and leaving Asgard might be very difficult for them. Hela, who had been knocked away, flipped over and landed steadily on the ground, a strange smile on her face, which made Dio look at her with a puzzled expression. Does this woman have some strange fetish? Dio wondered. Hela stretched out her hand in a fist, and to Dio's utter bewilderment, a thunderous hammer flew into Hela's hand. Dio slapped his forehead. They forgot that she was the second owner of Thor's hammer, and that hammer is incredibly powerful. Dio could never forget Thanos in Avengers Endgame, who was completely overwhelmed by Captain America's combo and had no chance to fight back. I grant you permission to use weapons as well. Go forth, noble warrior. Hela held Thor's hammer with great pride, while the Asgardians watching cheered. Odin used Thor's hammer before, and it was incredibly powerful. Now it has been passed on to Hela, and part of Hela's fame on the battlefield is due to the hammer. Helpless, Dio reached to his waist and a very large long sword appeared in his hand. This knife is called the Floating Blade. It was obtained from opening a treasure chest. It came from the Comet Corp's brother that Dio read in his previous life. The protagonist used this knife in the final battle. However, due to the demanding nature of its use, Dio modified it after acquiring it, making it sharp enough to cut subatomic particles in conjunction with his energy emission. Moreover, Dio also reinforced the material due to its material properties. Although it was originally a divine weapon, Dio couldn't help but make comparisons when he thought about his own tyrant's blade that could cleave vibranium shields in the future. Although it was unclear whether he could withstand Thor's hammer head-on, Dio still had great confidence in himself. After all, in the original comics, the weapons used by his subordinates Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight were all manufactured by Thanos himself, and he, possessing all the knowledge of Emperor Thanos, was capable of doing the same. Hela raised an eyebrow when she saw the longsword that appeared in Dio's hand. I didn't expect your Dark Quadrant's technology to be so advanced. Has your space technology already reached civilian use? Dio looked at the floating blade in his hand and nodded. Except for not being able to carry two large items, it's basically fine for civilian use, but it can't be too common. Hela didn't answer again, and charged forward with Thor's hammer raised. Using the shark sword technique he had come up with, Dio dodged Thor's hammer just as it was about to strike him, and then slashed at Hela with his sword. However, seeing that Hela showed no panic at the impending sword or the whistling wind behind her, Dio decisively withdrew his sword and dodged the attack with a roll. Hela, after retrieving Thor's hammer, looked at Dio with surprise and asked, "How did you know my Mjolnir could be retrieved?" Hela used this trick to kill countless opponents, thinking she could rely on it forever, but unexpectedly someone saw through it. I didn't know, I just reacted quickly. Dio stood up, raised his knife, and lunged forward. To be honest, he didn't know that Hela could retrieve Thor's hammer. In the ancient Avengers comics, even Odin couldn't retrieve Thor's hammer, he would throw it out and then have to pick it up himself. This world is clearly a cinematic universe. Dio knew that Hela could summon Thor's hammer, but it wasn't shown much in the movies, so he subconsciously forgot about it after taking out the weapon. Chapter 6 Victory. The battle had reached a fever pitch, or rather, a fierce, intense struggle. Dio slashed at Hela with his sword, and Hela could only passively defend herself with Thor's hammer or occasionally throw a sword at her. But none of this could shake Dio, nor could it break his skin. The fight between the two men numbed those around them, as they could hear nothing but the constant clanging of metal against metal, and their movements perfectly matched the nature of blacksmithing. The onlookers would likely never forget the sound that seemed to resonate in their brains for days. Because they were in Asgard, Hela's energy wouldn't be diminished even after fighting for 30 to 50 days. Dio was the same, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired, but the continuous slashing still made him a little impatient. Looking at Hela, who was still full of fighting spirit, Dio wanted to finish the battle quickly. I have just learned about Hela's basic physical attributes. She is not as strong or fast as him, even with the blessing of Asgard. However, the duration is unclear, because Hela's blessing from the land of Asgard is very long-lasting, so it is unknown. With a renewed sense of confidence, Dio suddenly unleashed a powerful blow with one hand, catching Hela off guard. He ducked low, and as Hela staggered, his eyes focused with intense energy, splattering it across her face. Caught off guard, Hela reacted swiftly, twisting her body as she was sent flying into the air and hurling Thor's hammer. A deafening roar erupted, and lightning bolts, like silver serpents, danced around the hammer as it hurtled towards Dio. Dio dared not hold back, unleashing his full power. Enveloped in scorching energy, Dio not only dodged Thor's hammer attack but also instantly appeared in front of Hela, who had just regained her footing. He punched her in the head, slamming her to the ground, and then pressed the tip of his floating blade against Hela's neck. The outcome is decided, Princess Hela, you must keep your promise, Dio said calmly, looking at the stunned Hela. The Asgardians watching stopped cheering, their faces filled with disbelief. Princess Hela had actually been defeated? Hela was completely bewildered. She didn't understand why they were evenly matched at the beginning, but now she was suddenly defeated. Feeling the faint pain in her nose and head, Hela realized that this was not a dream, she had lost. When was the last time I was knocked to the ground? It seems like it was when I was a child and my father pinned me to the ground and scolded me. Hela snapped out of her daze, wiped the blood from her nose, and said calmly, Don't worry, the Asgardians won't break their promise. I'll take you to Nidavellir later. You can let your brother go first. Dio nodded, sheathed the floating blade and put it back at his waist, then walked toward Eros' golden palace. Odin sat on his throne with his eyes closed, feigning sleep, listening to his men recount the battle between Dio and Hela. Hela actually lost? And so quickly? Odin was somewhat surprised. Hela, like him, possessed the power of Asgard, and by standing on Asgardian land, she would receive Asgard's protection. This can be understood as Odin and Hela constantly absorbing Asgard's energy to replenish themselves as they stand on the earth, which amplifies their speed, strength, reaction ability, and even their divine power. Its recovery ability is frightening, and its damage is also high. But even so, Hela still lost. Odin pondered for a moment. In the past few years, due to the frenzied expansion, he and Asgard had gone on a killing spree. Hela was the most severely affected and kept instigating her subordinates to volunteer to attack the entire universe. Being defeated by an outsider can be used to dampen Hela's spirits, which is a good thing for both Hela and Asgard. But wouldn't it be too much of a price to have the Nidavellir dwarves help forge an artifact? Odin thought of Hela's bet. The current Odin is at the height of his power, possessing both cunning and courage, unlike the Odin of later years. However, Hela didn't give Odin time to think before a guard reported that Hela and Dio had crossed the Rainbow Bridge to Nidavellir. Odin thought for a moment. Dio was able to defeat Hela in Asgard, so he must be quite powerful. Although it wasn't time to seek allies outside to resolve Ragnarok, every extra one would be beneficial. And Hela should probably settle down and find a partner. Hela was unaware that her father's divergent thinking had already begun to find her a companion. She and Dio had now arrived in Nidawi. Dio looked around. Nidavellir, just like in the movie, was a ring surrounding a star core. The ring had 2 layers, but Dio did not see any facilities needed for living. This should just be a place for work, the dwarves should live somewhere else. This is the newly crowned dwarf king, Eder. You can tell him what you want to be made, Hela said, pointing to a young dwarf holding a hammer. Dio slightly raised his eyes, these dwarfs weren't much shorter than him. Dio thought for a moment and then took out the floating blade. Etri glanced at Hela and Dio, then continued hammering the red-hot iron block in his hand. Once the red color on the iron block faded and the block had slightly set, it was placed back into the furnace. At this moment, Etrium turned to face Dios and the other man. Greetings, Your Highness Princess Hela. May I ask what brings you here? Eat bowed and greeted her. Hela didn't mind that Eat didn't bow to her immediately, but instead explained her purpose again. Only then did Eat look at Dio. Dio handed over the floating blade at his waist. I want to replace this knife with a more robust material without affecting its other functions, Dio stated his request. Eitri examined the floating blade closely, then picked it up and exclaimed in surprise, this blade is an exquisite work of art. If it weren't for the material, it would definitely be comparable to Thor's hammer. But Eitri first excitedly praised the knife's power, then his tone shifted abruptly. This one, however, made Dio's heart inexplicably jump. Who modified this knife? Although the modification wasn't ideal, it was only SOSO. Etri stroked the blade and continued, but it doesn't matter. Since you want to change to a sturdier material, my highest authority is only to change it to a gold alloy. What do you think? Dio thought for a moment. He knew this metal, it was an ultra-high hardness alloy of osmium and other metals in a certain ratio. Moreover, its energy conduction is also quite strong. But Dio also wanted URU metal. Eitri was troubled after hearing this. URU metal is a magical metal produced in Asgard, and its hardness and energy conductivity are among the best in the universe. However, if URU metal is to be used to forge armor and weapons, the God King must personally give the order before these dwarves dare to use it. Otherwise, anyone who dares to melt and forge it casually will be killed. Now Hela was in a dilemma. Her face felt a little hot, but don't misunderstand, it was from embarrassment. She had boasted that Dio could choose freely, but now the options were restricted, and Hela felt she couldn't fulfill her promise. And what about me? What is my highest level of authority? Hela asked, patting Etri's wrist. Eitri looked at Hela respectfully and said, Princess Hela, your authority allows you to use URU metal, but you cannot forge weapons. King Odin has restricted your use of URU metal, which means you can only forge armor at most, forget about weapons. Hela was overjoyed to hear that she could use URU metal, but she didn't pay attention to what Etri said next. In that case, let's melt the URU metal into it and engrave these runes on it. As she spoke, Hela pointed to several runes on her Mjolnir. Eitri was now in a dilemma. Hela had put him in a position to commit a capital offense. Stop dawdling and putting all the blame on me. Asgardians have to keep their promises. Hela waved her hand, telling Etri to get on with it. Ai Chui looked troubled, but considering the other party's infamous reputation, he gritted his teeth and did it anyway. Chapter 7 Development in recent years. The universe has no shortage of time, especially for long-lived species like Dio, who can easily live for tens of thousands of years. Over the years, Dio has become quite famous in the universe. He first subdued the assassin couple Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, and then used an unknown biological weapon to conquer his entire galaxy. However, contrary to his well-known bloodthirsty nature, Dio was actually quite kind-hearted. At least no one had ever heard of Dio issuing a massacre order on any planet he attacked. In addition, given its formidable strength, the Cosmic Alliance and various empires have implicitly recognized Dio's territory. Lord Thanos, we have found the exact location of the planet Molag you are looking for, General Corvus Glaive said respectfully, kneeling on one knee before Dio. Dio, who was using the Mind Stone to enhance his mental abilities, nodded without turning his head. Be careful. Although the power gem is encased in a shell, there may be unexpected events. Remember not to touch it directly with your hands, as the power gem will destroy any organic matter that comes into contact with it. General Corvus Glaive nodded and turned to leave. The Mind Stone was obtained during a cargo escort mission. The other party tricked Dio by not paying the agreed-upon reward, so Dio single-handedly wiped them out. While collecting the spoils afterward, they accidentally discovered the Mind Stone. Dio has always been weak in terms of mental abilities, so he spent a lot of time creating a helmet with extremely strong mental defense. Now that he has obtained the Mind Gem, Dio is constantly using the Mind Gem to enhance his mental abilities. After obtaining the Mind Gem, the system offered several prizes. These included the ninefold Thunder Blade from the world of Swallowed Star and a complete set of movement techniques, the sky-piercing shuttle and a mental cultivation method, a meditation method to enhance mental power, a sacred golden bead from the world of Corpse Brother, and finally, Superman's biofield from the DC Universe and the forging techniques of Hephaestus, a god from the Olympian race. Although the Olympian gods in the DC Universe rely on their own divine power and authority, Hephaestus's forging skills were accumulated little by himself. These were quite an incredible gain for Dio. Now possessing the Mind Stone, although he lacked Thanos' lofty ambition of wiping out half of all life in the universe, Dio remained passionate about the pursuit of power. Knowing his own weakness, Dio, after acquiring the Mind Stone, began searching for the only unclaimed gem currently available in the universe, the Power Stone. The other Infinity Stones are either in someone else's possession or are sealed away. Even the Soul Gem is the same. However, Dio dared not use the Power Gem much, fearing that others might use it against him. Since it was still unclaimed, he decided to get his hands on the Power Gem first. Dio looked at the ever-changing shape of the sky shuttle in front of him without any ripples in his heart. He slowly closed his eyes and sat on the throne as if he was dozing. This Thanos is doing something completely different from other worlds. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, because his strength is the strongest I've ever seen. I should probably stop him, but I'm still very curious about how he did it. The strange voice sounded again, and Dio opened his eyes, which shimmered with a strange energy. Dio seemed to see a figure with a strange, large head and wearing a blue robe. I see you. Yes, Dio saw the figure of the other party. It was none other than Marvel's most famous observer, the Observer Frog 2, who claimed to never interfere in any events, but who had influenced countless major events in the comics. Fortunately, Dio had watched a few episodes of Marvel's What If series before his time travel. Although he hadn't watched many, he knew about this big-headed observer who liked to spy from behind. What? The voice suddenly became flustered and disappeared in an instant, along with the feeling of being spied on. Dio smiled slightly. To be honest, it was actually quite difficult for him to see the spying observer with his own strength. He mainly relied on the Mind Gem on the spy. However, Dio was able to detect the observer simply by relying on the Mind Stone's amplification, and because of the lack of comparison, he was unaware of the true extent of his own strength. To have him challenge Odin as in the original storyline? Sorry, neither the comics nor the movies fully showcased Odin's power, but even from these glimpses, we can infer that Odin's power almost surpasses that of the Skyfather, reaching the level of a single universe. He was terrified of death and didn't want to do anything he wasn't sure he could succeed at. However, what just happened also showed that Dio's own strength was not weak at all. Dio stroked his chin, looking quite interested. I never expected that Frog 2, this old otaku, would have social anxiety. After playing with the Mind Gem for a while, Dio took off his helmet. Instantly, the huge mental amplification disappeared, leaving Dio with a sense of loss. However, after sensing it, although removing the Mind Stone made his mental power feel slightly weak, he still felt something in his mind crack open like a broken eggshell. Dio clearly felt his mental power rapidly increasing. This wasn't an amplification from the Mind Stone, but rather the original power that the Mind Stone had activated within him. Dio opened his eyes, which shone with the same orange-yellow light as the Mind Stone. His mental energy surged instantly, and an invisible wave instantly enveloped the planet Dio was on. Feeling this powerful mental energy, Dio couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Telepathy, telekinesis, mind control, mind reading, and mental control. In an instant, Dio gained 5 superpowers related to the mind. Dio let out a long sigh and smiled. Like a child who has just received a toy, Dio recklessly used his psychic abilities to perceive the situation on the entire planet. Dio's first sight was the military camp. In addition to the bioweapons, the Chitauri, Dio was also recruiting soldiers throughout his galaxy, and these soldiers each had their own strengths. The race of Black Dwarf, one of the Black Order, is located within this galaxy, and Dio recruits soldiers from among them. However, Thanos did not recruit Black Dwarf as his direct subordinate because, in both the comics and the movies, Black Dwarf's efficiency was really low. If it weren't for his superior physical density and strength, Thanos in the original comics would probably have kicked him out of the Black Order long ago. Furthermore, with the beast body technology of the Super God Academy, what does Dio need Black Dwarf for? He also created 2 beast warriors. Watching the 2 beast warriors, one indulging in a hearty meal and the other meticulously training soldiers, Dio felt somewhat helpless. The beast warrior, Sotan, was a name Dio gave him, modified from a crocodile as a tribute to the Super God Academy. But for some reason, this Sotan, like the one in Super God Academy, was undeniably exceptionally strong, but his personality was utterly goofy. General Mountain, a beast body warrior, was created by modifying a gorilla. He wields a pair of long maces, has a very serious personality, and is meticulous in his work, which is what makes Dio most gratified. If Thornton was the vanguard charging into battle, then General Mountain was the commander and powerful warrior anchoring the Central Army. Similarly, General Sean is now the only commander among his 4 generals. As for the original Ebony Maw, Dio also encountered him, but Ebony Maw completely disregarded Dio's invitation and even tried to control his spaceship to attack Dio and kill him. Then Dio counterattacked and blasted him into cosmic dust. Chapter 8, Revenge is in the Air. As mentioned in the previous chapter, time has no meaning for Dio in the universe. Dio continued to study the various knowledge and techniques provided by the system. Over the years, Dio's fame spread far and wide, and he continued to expand his territory in all directions in order to avenge the people who had attacked and killed the Eternals who had fled Titan. This time, Dio intends to use a new biological weapon, a Parademon. Parademons are the loyal minions of Darkseid, the prototype for Thanos in the DC Comics universe, and are extremely ferocious bioweapons. The emergence of these bioweapons is also attributed to the acquisition of the Power Stone. After Dio obtained the power gem retrieved by Corvus Glaive, the system provided Dio with the method to create parademons under Darkseid's command. Of course, the rewards are not limited to this. Superhuman stellar energy absorption, genetic upgrades, energy conversion, and atomic-level matter manipulation. It's like giving Dio an extreme boost. Over time, Dio has figured it out. The system gives a certain reward for each Infinity Stone he collects, and these rewards are all abilities corresponding to the name of each Infinity Stone. Dio enjoys the enhancement of himself by the stellar energy, but this enhancement still has its limits. After all, he is not Superman and cannot enhance himself in an almost unlimited way. And the limit of his enhancement is also the limit that his genes can withstand. However, Dio sensed the abundant energy within his body and realized he was far from reaching his limit. After all, he had already undergone genetic modification, and his enhancement limit far exceeded that of ordinary Eternals. Furthermore, with the bonus from a genetic upgrade, his energy absorption ceiling would be even higher. Now, we can go and collect our debt from the Kree. Let the parademons advance. Dio gave the order to General Mountain, who nodded and, along with another Eternal, issued the attack command. Although they couldn't open a portal like Darkseid to land in the Kree capital without the Space Stone, the existence of jump points, something that could almost instantly traverse half the galaxy, allowed the Parademon army to ignore the side effects of physiological disruption and arrive directly at the border of the Kree Empire. The Parademon army has no self-awareness. They are not only extremely loyal to Dio, but also inherit the various superpowers of the original organism after becoming a Parademon because each Parademon is modified from the original organism. It's incredibly useful. The Parademon army swept across the entire planet like locusts, and its numbers did not decrease after it left the planet. In fact, they increased. There was little resistance on this planet, perhaps because of the sudden attack, or perhaps because the Kree Empire was so renowned that no one would believe that anyone in the universe would resist an attack on the Kree Empire. Seeing this, Dio pondered for a moment and said to Thornton, "Thornton, this Parademon's army is now under your command. Unleash your wildness." With a wave of his hand, he sent Thornton out. "Hee, just you wait and see, big brother." Thornton nodded, picked up his crescent-shaped hand axe, and used the spaceship's tractor beam to carry it to the front lines. This traction beam is a miniature version of the Rainbow Bridge, created by Dio in imitation of the Rainbow Bridge. It is different from the traction beam on the spaceship. This one can teleport within half of the Milky Way. Although its time and speed cannot compare with the Rainbow Bridge, it has the advantage of being small in size. Moreover, because it is powered by the Power Stone, its energy consumption is almost negligible. Although Thornton looks silly and cute, don't underestimate him. Once he gets hungry, you'll smell delicious. With Thornton's addition, no weapon or man could stop him in ground combat. He was practically unstoppable. The Kree Empire also received the news and began to resist. Dozens of warships appeared in space, launching missiles to bombard the already fallen planet. The Parademons are not to be trifled with. Using missiles to bombard the ground is basically like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Even energy beams cannot eliminate them on a large scale. They swarm towards the Kree warships, just like the insectoid army seen in some game cinematics from Dio's previous life. The Kree have begun their counterattack. General Corvus Glaive, you and your wife should go together and launch a decapitation strike to destroy their command ship. Upon seeing the enemy warship appear, Dio immediately dispatched General Corvus Glaive and his wife to the scene. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight are a notorious assassin couple in the universe, not only ruthless but also incredibly efficient. In the comics, when Thanos descended upon Earth, Proxima Midnight single-handedly took on the entire Atlantis, forcing Namor, Marvel's notorious troublemaker, to kneel down and sing conquer. Namor is known for his arrogance and defiance of everyone, even the Hulk in his normal state, yet he was defeated by Proxima Midnight. One can imagine the opponent's strength. Although their power has been weakened in the cinematic universe, they are still not to be underestimated. Because the Kree were in stealth mode, they did not notice Dio, who was watching them intently from the side, and Corvus Glaive successfully boarded their command ship. 7. You lead the team to attack the next target location. Dio looked at the burly man sitting below him. The man's name is Seven, the same name as that Ultraman. He is one of the Eternals that Dio rescued from the ravaged planet Titan. He is also one of Dio's capable assistants who have traveled all over the world with him and built up his vast empire over the years. Dio was very impressed with Seven because after taking them in, Dio performed genetic adjustments on him to be of the Eternal God race, which gave Seven physical strength comparable to Dio's at the time and physical attributes enhanced to an incomprehensible degree. Although he can't fly, his immense strength is comparable to a rational version of the Hulk, and he is also the strongest tank in the team. After Dio acquired Hephaestus's forging skills, he specially crafted a water and fire staff for Dio at the latter's request. However, because the weapon arrived too late, Seven's abilities were limited to serving as a sheriff in the garden system. Seven nodded excitedly and left with a squad of Parademons and Chitauri soldiers. Seeing the Kree support force in complete disarray, Dio continued to give orders. Cole, Ike, Ole, Dio called out. The three of you will carry out the combat orders to attack the other two locations. Remember to be careful. We're here for revenge, not to collect your corpses. The three men nodded solemnly and led the team off. These three are siblings, and although Alay is the younger sister, she possesses extremely strong teleportation abilities. Because of its extremely high strategic significance, Dio never allowed the enemy to fight alone. Each time, one of her brothers accompanied him. Cole's arm could fire a highly cutting energy beam, and his brain development was also extremely high, making him a rare commanding talent within Dio's Eternal Race Squad. Ike possesses superhuman speed, easily exceeding 50 times the speed of sound, along with matching neural reaction speed and physical strength. Furthermore, he can effortlessly create a psychic barrier capable of withstanding a nuclear weapon of Tsar Bomba's caliber. Dio was only at ease knowing that they were acting in pairs. Chapter 9 War begins. The advantage of splitting up forces is that it can distract and divert the enemy's attention and forces. But this has a fatal flaw. If the enemy were a colossal interstellar empire, such a division of forces would be tantamount to suicide. After all, although the Kree are dedicated to biotechnology, they are also very advanced in other technologies, as can be seen from the artificial intelligence they created to govern the Kree Empire, the Supreme Intelligence. However, Dio's sudden attack greatly shocked the entire Kree Empire. Because the Parademon replaced the Vanguard, Dio was not afraid of using sheer numbers, as the mass production of Parademon was simply too annoying. Almost every planet belonging to the Kree Empire was transformed into a Parademon. In addition to the warships provided by Dio's men also used captured Kree warships to refit the Kree reinforcements. To prevent the Supreme Intelligence from seizing control of these warships and catching him off guard, Dio instructed them to have the Parademons use Kree warships to carry out suicide missions after capturing the warships. According to intelligence, the attackers are Thanos of the Dark Quadrant, presumably seeking revenge for our attack on the remnants of Titan hundreds of years ago, a blue Kree reported to the Supreme Intelligence. Moreover, his subordinates are all those strange biological weapons, which can not only forcibly transform individuals used as materials, but also have considerable combat power. However, we don't have much information about this aspect. The Supreme Wisdom pondered for a moment and said, Thanos personally led the attack, sending almost all of his troops. Most of the Empire's forces have already been deployed, and there are not many soldiers left in the country. If we forcibly conscript soldiers, their fighting strength will be insufficient, and they might as well go and die. Thanos came with great force, ultimately for revenge. The attack on that group of Titan's eternal remnants was also to study what secrets the Creator's most perfect creation might hold, but after all these years, he still hasn't figured it out. The words of the Supreme Wisdom caused the Kree leaders before them to lower their heads unwillingly. The Skrulls, Kree, Eternals, Deviants, and humans all trace their origins back to biological experiments conducted by Marvel's Celestials. Among them, the Eternals are arguably the strongest in individuals and also possess advanced technology. Apart from the abnormal beings, no other race can match the Eternals in individual strength and technological level. If the Eternals hadn't had a falling out in ancient times, and hadn't been born in Earth, the core of the universe, they could have developed into a massive galactic empire spanning galaxies, comparable to the Kree, Skrull, and Sheer empires. As Kree, they were also eager to understand the genes of the Eternals. So when the Eternals first left Earth and came to Titan, they launched a surprise attack, hoping to capture some people for research. However, because they used deadly force during the attack, too many Eternals died in space from their injuries before they could be captured. Their second move was to wait for Titan to be destroyed and for the Eternals to relocate before launching their attack. This time we had a lot of fruit, but even with a lot of live specimens, we still couldn't figure it out. The Kree leaders understood the words of the Supreme Wisdom. There are now two paths to take. The first is to kill Dio in one fell swoop with a devastating blow, but facing the Parademon's army that is like a locust swarm and the hidden Diocletians, it is impossible to find their exact location. If you don't have a good position, you can't hit anything. The second option is to return the surviving Eternals while they are still relatively unscathed, and send them the research data. If possible, we could even send the incomplete Eternal corpses as well. After all, although the Kree Empire is a cosmic-level empire, the Skrull Empire is also watching closely. If the Kree Empire is even slightly weakened by fighting against Dio, how much of a role can their remaining troops play against the Skrull's fierce army? However, the Kree leaders exchanged glances. Their own Kree pride prevented them from bowing down, yet they had to acknowledge the fact that they truly couldn't win. At this opportune moment, the Supreme Intelligence spoke up, if things go well, we can even borrow troops from Thanos. Their bioweapons are the best strategic resource. Now, there's no need to cling to our vain arrogance. Everything in the universe can be priced according to its value, and Thanos' bioweapons are quite advanced, aren't they? We can even try to learn from them. The words of the Supreme Wisdom made everyone's eyes light up. Yes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The entire universe operates in this way, connected by one chain of interests after another, which is both very strong and very fragile. But so what? Isn't that how the entire universe operates? After all, when it comes to making money, there's no shame in doing it anyway. Orders were issued one after another, and soon the Dio frontline received the sincerity of the Kree Empire. They returned all the Eternals who had been abducted, whether living or dead, and even submitted their research findings from the past years. Not a single Eternal DNA fragment remained. Not only that, but a great deal of resources were also offered, leaving Dio speechless as he looked at the compiled list. Dio's army was also clearly taken aback by the Kree Empire's actions. Ignore them. I'm here today to destroy the Kree Empire. You can continue. I've already found the Kree capital, Dio declared, refusing to accept surrender. Just after the news of the Kree Empire was released, Dio finally tracked down the Kree capital. If he could conquer it and destroy the Supreme Intelligence, it would be tantamount to destroying the Kree's technology and civilization. Basically, it's equivalent to destroying the Kree Empire with a single shot. However, we still need to be careful about the strength of the Kree. After all, their technological level is really not weak. In the comics, Ronan the Accuser, the most famous Kree, became a top-tier fighter in a single universe, just like the Silver Surfer, simply by wielding a high-tech warhammer forged by the Kree. Having located the Kree planet, and just to be cautious, they first attacked one of its nearby satellites to see what measures the Kree had to defend itself. Activate the insect portal terminal and connect to stellar energy, Dio said with a wave of his hand. Stellar energy connection established, wormhole opening in progress. A strange ripple appeared in the void ahead, indicating that the insect gate had opened. In the center, there is a pale blue sheen, with a bright yellow spot within. Chapter 10, The war ended a bit too quickly. Stellar energy cannon. This is a weapon of mass destruction that Dio has been researching. Unlike conventional star-destroying weapons, this weapon creates a Dyson sphere-like enclosure around a star, then uses the Dyson sphere to extract stellar energy and deliver a precise strike to the target through a massive wormhole opened around it. Furthermore, when not using the stellar cannon, the Dyson sphere can extract stellar energy as a backup power source. The extreme heat and impact can melt a planet the size of Jupiter, or even twice the size of Jupiter, in an instant. The light spot inside the wormhole gradually grew larger, and in less than a second it became a pillar of light and heat as large as the wormhole itself. On the planet Kree, alarms blared incessantly. "What's going on?" a high-ranking Kree official asked in alarm. "Stellar energy detected, 5,500 million kilometers from the Kree planet," the Supreme Intelligence issued an alert. "How is this possible? There's no way we wouldn't have noticed at such close range," a high-ranking Kree official exclaimed in panic. "A spatial portal has been detected. Someone has opened a portal right next to us," the Supreme Intelligence said through gritted teeth. This made the higher-ups even more panicked. It must be Thanos. He broke his promise. A Kree leader slammed his fist on the table and roared. As soon as he finished speaking, Carrie's top brass were thrown into a state of panic. After all, this was the first time they had ever seen a war like Dio's reach their doorstep. The distance to the Kree planet seemed to be only the distance between Earth and Mars, but for a civilization like theirs, the distance was not far. Even for Dio, this distance was just a matter of stepping on the accelerator and the spaceship would accelerate to reach it. "Quiet!" the Supreme Intelligence roared, startling the panicked Kree leaders, who fell silent for a moment. When has the Kree civilization ever suffered such humiliation? Since Thanos wants war, then let's fight. With a roar, the Supreme Intelligence, before the High Command could react, ordered the remaining forces of Kree to be mobilized and hurriedly notified the front lines to send troops to retreat and support Kree. These high-ranking officials quickly realized what was happening and issued orders urging the residents of Kree to actively respond to the conscription call. Boom! The beam of light from the stellar cannon traveled at almost the speed of light, grazing the edge of the Kree planet at an extremely high speed. The intense heat evaporated the land adjacent to the Kree planet, causing it to dry out and crack. Buildings and houses first twisted like butter, and then these places experienced massive explosions. The subsequent massive explosion even affected most of the Kree planet. Those Krees who couldn't escape in these places were instantly evaporated and dried up, eventually turning into ash. From Dio's perspective, this side of the Kree planet instantly turned into a sea of fire, and then most of the Kree planet also began to burn in scattered spots. Dio rubbed his chin. "It looks pretty ugly from this angle." However, this attack reassured Dio, as the Kree planet was basically undefended. "Adjust the orbit and destroy the Kree with the next strike," Dio ordered listlessly. The portal in the void then disappeared, and reopened half an hour later, allowing the stellar cannon to begin charging. This is also a drawback of the stellar energy cannon. Besides the relatively slow energy accumulation, the main problem is that its attack trajectory is basically a straight line, and adjusting the trajectory takes a certain amount of time. Moreover, the opening of the space portal is also a major drawback. To open the space portal, someone must place a marker signal near the target before the portal can be opened to allow the stellar energy cannon to cross the galaxy and attack the target. The signal for this marker is quite large because it needs to penetrate deep behind enemy lines. This is why Dio risked going deep into the Kree Empire to mark the stellar energy cannons on the Kree planet. Because the first attack essentially crippled Kree's defenses and nearly paralyzed the Supreme Intelligence, Kree is now practically useless. Don't underestimate the first stellar energy cannon that just grazed past. It was an attack that gathered the energy of an entire star. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, it was equivalent to a star suddenly approaching for a few seconds, enough to destroy all the landmark buildings and people. It can only be said that the fact that there are still people living on the Kree planet is a testament to their advanced technology and the incredible resilience of the Kree people. Half an hour later, the stellar energy cannon aimed at the Kree planet was fully charged, and Dio fired it without hesitation. Boom! Even from a distance, Dio could still feel the extremely intense heat penetrating the ship's thick armor and affecting him. After wiping away a few drops of sweat, Dio ordered the spaceship to leave. Behind them lies the exploding planet Kree. After the destruction of the Kree, the belated rescue team, seeing the Kree reduced to cosmic dust, broke down in tears. As expected, due to the explosion on the Kree planet, a few Kree people struggled briefly before fleeing. Dio didn't know where they went, but he did know that he could now control a small part of the Kree Empire. As for why it's not the entire territory, it's actually quite simple. Although Dio possessed formidable military strength, he lacked sufficient personnel to deploy troops and manage every planet within the Kree Empire's territory. Furthermore, some planets still retain some of the Kree Empire's military forces. Although they are not afraid of energy consumption because they have the Infinity Stones as their energy core, the energy utilization rate is actually not high. Moreover, at the start of the war, other empires also sent people to fish in troubled waters. Among them, the green-skinned Skrulls, who had a long-standing feud with the Kree Empire, sent a considerable number of troops to help Dio attack. Although Dio did not actively lend troops, he took into account his own population size and generously gifted a portion of the territory to the Skrull Empire. Anyway, once Dio has fully developed, he can be defeated again. You should know that swarms of parademons are incredibly useful. I never imagined that the Kree Empire, which we fought against for so long, would just disappear like this. King Skrull sighed and put the battle report away. Your Majesty, Thanos has a peculiar biological weapon under his command. Thanos himself and his men call it a parademon. It is said that it can transform a creature into that peculiar monster while retaining its original characteristics through rapid modification. A high-ranking Skrull leader solemnly explained. Moreover, parademons are inherently very strong, can adapt to vacuum environments, and fly at extremely high speeds. If they come in large numbers, we will be unable to defeat them no matter what. King Skrull frowned. Of course he knew all this, it was Dio who had deliberately leaked this information to them. After all, he had the ability to destroy the Kree Empire, so defeating the Skrull Empire, which was on par with the Kree Empire, would be a piece of cake. Send people to the Dark Quadrant Alliance. We cannot oppose Thanos, or rather, it is not advisable to oppose him now. King Skrull nodded. Just because they can't win now doesn't mean they can't win in the future, right? Chapter 11 Dio and hashtag 039's headache. Dio is now famous throughout the universe. After all, he single-handedly destroyed a vast empire that had been at the top of the entire universe for countless years. Cole, compile a list so that our compatriots can settle down in the garden with peace of mind, Dio instructed Cole. Cole was meticulous in his work, and as a fellow member of the Eternals, Dio trusted him completely, even after there had been traitors. As for the list Dio mentioned, it was the list of the Eternals that the Kree Empire wanted to return after the ceasefire. Dio had seen these lists, and to be honest, he didn't recognize any of them, but the genetic testing confirmed that they were indeed members of the Eternals, and they were probably just ordinary civilians. The number of people is also small. Of the nearly 200 million Titan Eternals, there are now less than 100 left, and half of them are men and half are women. It seems the Kree Empire still intends to raise these Eternals like pigs. Also, have Lyra provide them with psychological counseling. If necessary, they can come to me to apply for the use of the Mind Stone, Dio said to Cole. Cole nodded. Lyra had a significant advantage in this area because of her teleportation ability. Although she couldn't do things like mind reading, she could keenly sense the emotions of the people in front of her and whether they were lying. Moreover, because Layla is a woman, she is mostly emotional and volunteered to work as a counselor from the beginning. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Dionysus finally had some free time. Lord Dio, Odin, the king of the gods of Asgard and Mount Olympus, and Zeus, the king of the gods, have sent messengers. A flash of light appeared, it was Echo, who possessed supersonic speed. Dio was trying to develop a new dish when Ike interrupted him, causing him to accidentally sprinkle salt into the dish. Well, this pot is ruined, Dio said with some regret. Cooking is one of the few things that helps Dio recall his life before he traveled through time, preventing him from being assimilated and losing himself in the present. Dio glanced at Ike, this guy had been showing up unexpectedly like this lately. It seems to be saying that its abilities are evolving and that it's going to become even faster. Good heavens, at hundreds of times the speed of sound, people are already invisible. If they go any faster, wouldn't they reach the speed of light? Dio turned and straightened his apron. All right, summon the messenger to the main hall. Ike nodded, and then disappeared in a flash of light. Dio tidied his clothes and went into the main hall. This grand hall was modeled after Thanos' palace by Dio, except that the throne was replaced with the skull of a ferocious beast instead of Galactus's head. Asgard. Odin. Odin, who was feeding crows on the balcony, turned around when he was called. Odin saw his beloved wife Frigga approaching step by step, and he knew what was going on just by looking at her expression. My love. Odin sighed, his face turning awkward. You don't need to be angry. Frigga was furious when he heard Odin's words. You wouldn't use your own daughter as a condition for an alliance, would you? Frigga pointed out the window. Have you two, father and daughter, become so suspicious of each other? Odin looked helpless, he was indeed in the wrong. I had this idea when I first met Dio. After all, Hela was getting stronger and stronger, and not only that, Hela's ambition was like a bottomless abyss that could not be filled at all. She wanted to continue the war, while he wanted to rest and recuperate. She was as radiant as the sun, while he was already beginning to set. Hela is your daughter. Is there any conflict between you that you can't talk about? Frigga's voice began to get agitated. Odin sensed Frigga's change in mood, but the patriarchal nature of the Odin family led him to roar, Frigga, don't think you know my daughter well. I know her better than you do. Odin's voice was full of majesty, and this roar even incorporated his divine power, making it even more intimidating. Startled by the divine power of the Heavenly Father, even though Odin had held back, Frigga was still so frightened that she took a step back and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Odin looked tired and went to help Frigga up. You'll understand later. Hela has grown up and is no longer under her parents' control. Inside the garden hall. Dio looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was wearing a black, tight-fitting leather armor, with a headache. Hela, the goddess of death in Asgard, is Odin's eldest daughter in the cinematic universe, the first in line to the throne of Asgard, and a queen-like figure who advocates continuous conquest. From the other side of Mount Olympus came Hermes, the son of Zeus and messenger of the gods. They are now facing off. Dio ignored them and looked down at the two letters in his hand. Although it was unclear why a highly advanced civilization in the universe would prefer to use paper documents to transmit information, Dio opened the letter without any surprise. He first opened the letter from Mount Olympus, and as soon as he opened it, he saw the letter paper turn into a semi-transparent light screen, and the contents of the letter were transmitted to his ears through some channel. The message was simple: congratulations to Dio for destroying the Kree Empire, as they had long disliked the Kree, and an invitation for Dio to visit Mount Olympus sometime. The whole thing was just nonsense, leaving Dio completely bewildered. Then Dio opened another letter, written by Odin to Dio. Unlike the previous one, this was an ordinary paper letter. The first half is written in very formal diplomatic language, just like the previous letter, congratulating Dio on destroying the Kree Empire, and then saying that he wants to trade with Dio. Finally, he said he wanted to marry Dio and give Hela to him. Yes, that's right. It's about marrying Hela to Dio, and then the conditions mentioned above can be given to him as part of his dowry, plus some additional conditions. For example, Dio could share the rights to use the dwarven craftsman's tools, as well as learn Asgardian magic and technology, and even receive a considerable amount of money and resources as a dowry. Dio glanced at it briefly and admitted that he was instantly smitten. But it was only for a moment. Although the garden is not short of supplies now, who would complain about not having enough money, right? Even a small amount is still something, let alone something good from Asgard. However, Dio simply couldn't figure out what Odin meant. Why would you marry your daughter to him? They've only met once. Do you really trust him that much? What if he's abusive? It's important to understand that without the support of Asgard itself, Hela's fighting power is no match for Dio's current strength. If Dio is not careful, she could easily kill her. Have no idea. Chapter 12 Married. Dio is now very troubled because Odin has sold his daughter to him, and the terms offered are very generous. Even Dio, who now possesses territories the size of several superclusters, felt it was extremely generous. I never imagined Mount Olympus actually existed. I thought it was just a bedtime story my old man told me. Hela looked at Hermes with a slightly languid air, elegant yet domineering. Hermes's lips twitched. Although Mount Olympus was hidden away and became a more secretive place than the Dwarf Kingdom, its overall strength was actually comparable to Asgard. Although they were reluctant to admit it, their god King Zeus was even somewhat inferior to Odin in terms of strength. Hermes sighed, lowered his tone, and said calmly, "Your Highness Princess Hela, in the end, Mount Olympus and Asgard were once the two great divine realms standing in the 9 realms, and the reason we have disappeared is simply because we do not want to continue to waste resources and manpower." "That only shows that you lack ambition," Hela retorted sarcastically without hesitation. "A bunch of cowards." Hela's words were hurtful and made Hermes very angry. But so what? Hela's fighting prowess is known throughout the entire universe. He's just a small messenger with some cleverness but not actually strong fighting ability. If he were to confront them head-on, he would be unable to do anything but run away. Suppressing his anger, Hermes remained silent. Hela muttered a few more words, but Hermes, being too close, couldn't hear them. But anyone with a brain would know that Hela would definitely start cursing again. The two fell silent for a moment, looking at Dio in unison, while Dio also raised his eyes to look at them. Upon seeing this, Dio waved the letter in his hand. "Thank you for delivering the message. Please go back and tell King Zeus that I will visit Olympus when I have time." Hermes nodded, bowed respectfully, and then turned and fled as if his life depended on it. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, came to the garden starfield alone, but Hela was different. Not only did she come alone, but she also brought a team with her, all of them elite Asgardian soldiers, which should be Hela's direct army. Dio looked at Hela. "Princess Hela, have you read the contents of the letter?" Krithos stepped down from his seat and handed the envelope to Hela. Hela was very surprised to receive the letter. Odin had put a spell on the envelope, so she couldn't open it and didn't know what was inside. Upon taking a look, Dio clearly saw Hela's expression change repeatedly before finally throwing the letter on the ground and frantically conjuring long spikes to attack it. Terrified, Dio hurriedly ran to a corner and trembled with fear. I should have known better than to show it to her. After a while, Hela, having vented her anger, looked at Dio in the corner, panting heavily. "What are you thinking?" Hela brushed her hair aside. The crown did not appear, which gave Dio a general idea of what was going on. Dio shrugged, "I have no reason to refuse, after all, such a generous dowry. Although I might not be able to afford the bride price." Dio thought to himself, "This is what I'm thinking." Upon hearing this, Hela tossed her hair and said disdainfully, "Can you afford the bride price?" "None of your business." TSK. Dio and Hela's wedding shocked the great empires. Its scale is unimaginable. On one side is Asgard, which intimidates the entire universe. Its military strength and technology are unique. It once intimidated all the major empires in the universe in a single battle, making the name of Asgard known to all races in the universe. There was a time when Hela and Odin's reputation for cruelty was so great that it could stop children from crying at night. Dio, a remnant of the Eternals, initially played the fool, but later used the Kree Empire as a stepping stone to achieve godhood in a single battle, becoming a new empire in the universe. Some of the Eternals who were wandering in the universe heard of Dio's name and came to join him. Even those who had made a name for themselves in their own places quit their jobs and came to Dio's side. No matter how good things are outside, staying with family is still the best. Then, when shall we go to war? On the second day of their wedding, before Hela had even gotten out of bed, she pressed down on Dio, who had just woken up. Seeing the other person's impatient expression, Dio was speechless. War cannot be started casually. I have just finished digesting the legacy of the Kree Empire, so what we need is... Before Dio could finish speaking, Hela impatiently exclaimed, "War. We need war to make outsiders afraid to mess with us, to make them submit to our rule, and to ensure they can never stand up straight again. Let them either become our slaves forever, or let their race be wiped out." Hela became more and more excited as she spoke, and reached out to grab Dio, but Dio stopped her. "It's fine if you're that excited, but you also need to think about your happiness for the rest of your life." Dio was so frightened that he quickly ran out of bed and hid away, still shaken. Hela shook her hand speechlessly, got out of bed and got dressed. "So, what do you think of my suggestion? It's pretty good, isn't it? Let's quickly assemble the army and get ready to set off." Hela waved her hand, extremely excited, already imagining herself wielding a sharp blade, leading an army to fight the enemy. Dio, utterly speechless, lifted Hela up. "Why are you panicking? We've just swallowed half of the Kree Empire, and we need a lot of time to digest it. Moreover, if we want to prepare for the next war, we need a technological breakthrough." Ignoring Hela's murderous glare, Dio continued, "Besides, war isn't just about overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers. If that really worked, why didn't you get crushed when you were fighting alongside your father on the battlefield? Remember, war is an art. Hela looked at Dio with a strange expression, her eyes conveying a clear meaning. Aren't you like that? Knowing he was in the wrong, Dio coughed awkwardly. Hela, you fought your way through the battlefield. You should know the importance of tactics and weaponry. They are a decisive factor, second only to the quality and morale of the soldiers. Hela gestured to Dio to put her down, then asked, what's wrong? What do you want to say? What I mean is that although we have money and military equipment now, what our territory needs after a major war is development, whether it's technology, people's livelihood, or other things. And isn't the development of technology also beneficial to the use of war? Dio spread his arms and said, when we develop more powerful weapons and equip our soldiers with them, we can launch an overwhelming offensive against the enemy, leaving them unable to retaliate. Isn't this great? Dio smiled at Hela, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yes, Dio is feeling very guilty right now. He doesn't actually want to start a war, and he doesn't plan to start a war unless absolutely necessary. Why not just focus on sustainable development? Why are you always thinking about war? So, half of what he just said was actually to fool Hela. Hela pondered for a moment. She had once been the first in line to the throne of Asgard, although now that she had married out of the country, she was basically out of the running for the throne of Asgard. But she was at least raised to be Odin's successor. Although she is indeed straightforward, it doesn't mean she lacks intelligence. But perhaps due to the inherent youthful vigor of Odin's family, Hela thought about it for a moment and felt that Dio's words made sense, so she nodded in agreement. But just as Dio breathed a sigh of relief, Hela spoke again, however, if I find out you lied to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 13 The Development of the Garden. After Dio founded the nation, he vigorously developed science and technology, and a variety of convenient technologies were quickly introduced. Of course, many deadly technological weapons were not used for the convenience of the people. After all, if he doesn't develop all that technology, it would be like a precious gem being buried in dust. Dio used this knowledge to launch a massive military buildup. Of course, the Chitauri were still cannon fodder. Dio made him the visible guards on the outer perimeter of the garden, and Dio didn't care much about their various technologies. After all, they were cannon fodder, meant to be sacrificed, so no matter how much they were improved, it wouldn't make much difference. The second is the Vanguard Guard. They were his elite troops in the original storyline, and the Vanguard Guards had different abilities due to their different troop types, and their appearance was more like monsters than humanoids. As for the Vanguard, a major unit in the second tier, Dio improved upon it, turning the Vanguard into a species similar to the Predator. Body size also varies due to different divisions of labor within a race. Armored with heavy armor and a machete, and equipped with the Predator's standard stealth device, thermal detection mask, shoulder cannon, folding spear, and micronuclear bomb operation wristband, these characters are over 2 meters tall. Those under 2 meters tall are equipped with light armor wrist blades, and in addition to the aforementioned signature equipment, they also have reconnaissance birds and ejection devices on their legs and backs. Because the Vanguard Guards almost all have 4 arms, they are more powerful in battle than other races. In addition, after being modified by Dio, their basic strength is almost at the level of a spider. Then the third is the Parademon. The Parademon is a very useful unit, a fighting race on par with Doomsday in the DC universe. Moreover, Parademons are not biological races in the broad sense, but rather technological races that have been modified through biotechnology and have inherited the characteristics of the modified species, thus changing their forms. The Parademons don't need to be modified, since no matter how they're made, they'll always be the most loyal to Dio. Then there's technology. Even if they're an eternal race in this life, deep down they still consider themselves Chinese. Research 1 generation, develop 1 generation, develop 1 generation, reserve 1 generation, conduct preliminary research on 1 generation, design 1 generation, and explore 1 generation. He's basically a man who has the word steel etched on his forehead. Then there is the fourth category, which includes the Eternals under the conscription model and various races living within the Dio Garden. Dio was very concerned about this type of soldier because they were basically cannon fodder, with the main roles being army-wide charges and assassinations from behind. The fourth type of soldier now mainly consists of elite squads. Similar to positions like squad leader, company commander, battalion commander, commander, and so on in the military. After all, now that he has more subordinates, it's impossible for Dio to worry about everything alone. He also needs to delegate authority to others to help with the work. Otherwise, regardless of how many subordinates are killed or injured in a battle, he himself will be exhausted. Now, Dio's forces, through the research and development of various advanced spaceships, weapons, and equipment, can be said to be no less technologically advanced than the original Kree Empire. Furthermore, after increasing the defensive capabilities of the planets within the star field, Dio now uses various types of flying blades as defensive and offensive means to protect the planets, in addition to energy shields, mimicking the grand formations of Chinese legends. This kind of defensive barrier was Dio's own childhood wish. After all, no boy can resist the temptation of a flying sword. Dio used his own forging techniques to create these flying swords. A planet was protected by dozens of sword formations, and each of these formations had a formation eye. These formation eyes were energy transmission and flying sword control devices. When the energy output of these flying swords reached its maximum, they could even release sword energy that could cut through atoms. Of course, this was developed by Dio through his research on his own weapon, the floating blade. Of course, that's not all. Dio also researched many other great things, and these are just the tip of the iceberg. And this took Dio more than 1,000 years. Master, Hyperion is clamoring to challenge Lord Seven again. Corvus Glaive suddenly appeared at the door of Dio's laboratory and said respectfully. As Dio's close attendant, Dio greatly enhanced Corvus Glaive's abilities. One method was to seal Corvus Glaive's soul into a painting, making his body almost immortal and impossible to destroy by conventional means. Secondly, Corvus Glaive's weapons and equipment were also enhanced, with stealth armor almost identical to that of the Predator, but made into the shape of an energy shield, and the defensive capabilities of Corvus Glaive's black robe were strengthened. Then Corvus Glaive's body was greatly strengthened, making it able to withstand nuclear-level impacts, with a force of nearly 100 tons and a sprint speed that is almost supersonic. Next was Corvus Glaive's wife, Proxima Midnight. Dio also enhanced her, modifying her body in the same way as Corvus Glaive, except for her weapons. Combined with their fighting skills, virtually no one on their kill list can escape. The Hyperion mentioned by Corvus Glaive is one of the 4 superheroes in Marvel, and like Dio, he is a special being within the Eternals, a member of the Eternals. Each of the Eternals has different abilities. Dio can do anything except fly, while Hyperion is more like Superman. Then there are the Eternals on Earth, led by Icarus, as depicted in the comics. The fact that each of them possesses different abilities and physical strengths shows that the abilities of the eternal gods actually rely heavily on luck. Hyperion, on the other hand, is an Eternal who joined the garden in the last few hundred years. Upon arriving in the garden, the confident Hyperion immediately set his sights on Dio's position and challenged him. The result was simple. Dio slapped him unconscious, tied him up, and hung him at the entrance of the main hall for a full week. After calming down, Hyperion realized that he was no match for Dio, so he decided to settle for a position among the Eternals under Dio. After careful consideration, Hyperion set his sights on Seven's position. Seven is the eternal god who, in terms of ability, is most like Dio, except for not being able to emit energy and not having a system. His position was similar to that of the head of the city management team and the police chief. Overconfident Hyperion then engaged in several major battles with Seven. But they were all knocked unconscious by Seven and left there. The defiant Hyperion repeatedly caused trouble for Seven while he was on duty, making a mess of the garden. Upon learning this, Dio designated a lifeless planet as an arena for them, where anyone who wanted to fight could come and fight. Over time, this place became a fighting arena in the garden. It's similar to the Grandmaster's planet. The only difference is that this planet has no buildings or decorations at all, because the battle between Hyperion and Seven is so loud that ordinary arenas cannot restrict their movements at all, and would instead consume a lot of time and energy in terms of maintenance. So the entire planet can be considered an arena, the kind that has no boundaries. Meanwhile, the audience was watching from outside the planet using various cameras. Each battle between Hyperion and Seven was one of the few times Dio could relax. Chapter 14, The 2-on-1 Battle. Hyperion, one of Marvel's 4 supermen, is considered to be among the top-tier fighters among them. The name Hyperion appears in Greek mythology. It is one of the 12 Titans, and its English name translates to the one who flies high, and it is the father of the sun god Helios. In the comics, Hyperion is extremely powerful, basically a copy of Superman, and is said to have the power to destroy the universe. Hyperion has not actually appeared in the cinematic universe. Dio thinks that Hyperion is unlikely to appear, since his abilities are ridiculously strong, and his appearance would probably cause an imbalance in the fighting power. However, Hyperion's strength in this universe is actually just so, almost no different from its original self, except that it has the ability to fly and use atomic rays. Dio thought that Hyperion might not have absorbed enough cosmic energy. If it had, Hyperion would have had a hard time finding an opponent. Do you think you can beat me with the help of an adult? Seven leaned on his water-fire cudgel and looked at Hyperion expressionlessly. Seven's physique and appearance are somewhat similar to those of a Samoan. He is not only physically robust but also has the hairstyle of a strongman. His expressionless face, combined with the armor developed by Dio, makes him appear extremely imposing. It has to be said that the technology of Super God Academy is really useful. Even the armor of Dio was borrowed. The all-black appearance really looks a bit murderous. In the beginning, Seven scared Hyperion with his strong sense of pressure. Hyperion smiled confidently, fiddling with the 10 bracelets on his wrist. This was forged by Dio in imitation of the 10 rings from the movie Shang-Chi. The function of the 10 rings is actually very simple. They can use cosmic energy to achieve 3 functions: energy impact, enhance wrist strength, and provide a protective shield. Of course, since it is in the experimental stage, the upper limit of the bracelet is not very high. However, it's enough for Hyperion's current needs. No, I can beat you into submission. Hyperion grinned maliciously, then lunged at Seven with a powerful leap, the bracelet on his arm emitting a bright yellow light, beautiful yet dangerous. Seven was not slow either. He stomped his feet and hurled the fiery Wateran fire staff at Hyperion's head. The two of them were acting like mortal enemies. But the onlookers were used to it. No matter how strong their fighting was, as long as Dio had a breath left, he could bring them back to life. Boom! A loud roar rang out, but Seven's fire and water staff did not hit Hyperion's head. At the critical moment, Hyperion twisted his body and dodged it. Seven's blow, undiminished in momentum, slammed into the ground. The immense force slammed the ground, creating a massive crater. The crater glowed with the crimson light of magma, and Hyperion, who had dodged the blow, was forced back by its power. Hyperion, flying in the sky, looked at Seven through the smoke with a solemn expression. He knew that the group of people under Dio's command had all entered a period of ability enhancement. Take Ike, who had the fastest ability enhancement, for example. His speed was already infinitely close to the speed of light, and the shield he created had. After testing, it was found that apart from hitting him with a blue giant star, there were basically no other known methods of attack that could shake his shield. Moreover, Echo's shield can even function as a bioforce field, and can even allow Echo to escape the planet's gravity and fly. Seven, on the other hand, has become even stronger physically. Cosmic energy, physical strength, physical defense, and all other physical abilities have been greatly enhanced. In terms of strength, it made Hyperion feel palpitations time and time again, and in terms of physical strength, it was even more difficult to shake. But so what? Who told him to spout off about challenging Seven, and even said he'd eat shit if he didn't beat him? There's no way around it. The pretense I put on before, I have to keep up the act even if I'm being beaten and crying. Looking back now, I really want to slap my past self away. Why did I always have to fight with a dog for food? As the smoke cleared, Hyperion clenched his fist, trying hard not to let the other man see his trembling arm. Don't think you're the only one who's gotten stronger. Hyperion roared, shooting atomic rays from his eyes, and then he gathered all his strength and swooped down towards Seven. Seven blocked the atomic ray with one hand, while holding the waterfire stick in his other hand. He stared expressionlessly at Hyperion, whose face was a mixture of 3 parts complexity, 5 parts ferocity, and 2 parts fear. As Hyperion hurtled towards him like a meteorite, Seven felt the pressure. He took a deep breath, flexed his muscles, and pushed off with his feet, channeling the force through his legs, waist, back, arms, and wrists. The ground beneath their feet shattered and cracked once more due to the immense force. Seven lashed out his water and fire staff like a whip, striking the charging Hyperion. Hyperion also noticed Seven's attack, but found that he couldn't dodge as he did at the beginning in his current state, so he could only grit his teeth and take it. The 10 rings on his arms shone brightly, like a golden sunrise, and successfully blocked Seven's water and fire staff just as it was about to strike him. Boom! Like a great sound that is silent, the venue made a huge commotion, but not much sound came out. Even through the virtual screen, one could feel the vibration, and one's internal organs seemed to tremble along with the scene. As a result, Seven and Hyperion were thrown out. Seven rolled once and came to a stop, leaving a trail hundreds of meters long on the ground. The tiger's mouth of the hand holding the water and fire staff was cracked, and even his arm was trembling. The weapon almost slipped from his hand. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Seven's breathing became easier. Hyperion fainted immediately, and the light of the 10 rings dimmed. However, due to the material, several of them had already broken. Not only that, but the bones in his arm were also broken into more than a dozen pieces. It was absolutely horrific. Bored, Dio waved his hand, signaling his men to carry Hyperion away for treatment. All right, the opening show is over. It's your turn, Master. Dio said to the man beside him, who was dressed in gorgeous colorful clothes, with pale skin, paint on his chin, and a head of silver hair standing on end. The man is one of the elders of the universe, an extremely long-lived figure who is proficient in almost all entertainment games, a grandmaster. That's no problem. Although my gladiators aren't as powerful as Mr. Thanos's, they each have their own charm. The grandmaster's tone was very strange, with a hint of cynicism. Then please, Master, broaden my horizons. Dio smiled slightly. The name Thanos is what the outside world calls him. It's a transliteration of the English name Thanos. Although it's unclear who first used this name, it spread throughout the universe as soon as it was uttered, and no amount of correction could change that. Just like in the movie Let the Bullets Fly, everyone would rather believe that Zhang Mozi's real name is Zhang Mozi, rather than Zhang Muji. Chapter 15 Invitation Letter. As an elder of the universe, the Grand Master is extremely powerful, almost at the level of a godfather. His exceptionally long lifespan, almost infinite, is one of his defining characteristics. He enjoys all kinds of games, and his exceptionally long lifespan has allowed him to learn and understand the rules of over 10,000 different games in the universe. When he became fascinated with competitive fighting games, he, like his brother the Collector, began collecting various races skilled in combat to engage in cage battles. Like the Roman Colosseum, bloodshed and violence are always the sole themes of the arena established by the Grandmaster. This time, it's a stone man. This is. Dio was a little puzzled. This stone man was of the same race as the one that appeared in Thor, Ragnarok. Dio had even looked up information about it before. This race's bodies are not simply made of stone, but of some kind of silica, and in an anaerobic environment, their average strength is comparable to Marvel's Hercules. You have to understand that guy is someone who can be compared to Thor. This is a race from the 9 realms. What's it called again? Never mind, it's a bit hard to remember, but they have good talent and are very suitable to keep order. The High Celestial Venerable smiled and pointed with his finger, looking at the arena with excitement. Dio also looked over and saw the stone man being transported by the tractor beam to the place where Hyperion and the others had just fought. His opponent was a guy with 2 heads. Dio remained expressionless. Having fought in the universe for so many years, he was no longer surprised by anything. However, he knew this race well, they were a decent fighting race. But Dio glanced at the disdainful stone man and knew that this race was not at an advantage against the stone man. It seems Mr. Thanos already has a winner in mind, the Grandmaster said, still smiling at Dio, his tone and eyes showing no unusual emotion. Dio nodded. He indeed didn't think highly of the 2-headed man. As expected, the 2-headed man was quickly crippled by the stone man and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Although the process wasn't as thrilling as the one with Seven and Hyperion, it was still filled with extreme violence and gore, drawing cheers from the audience. Dio was quite pleased. After all, this kind of primitive, flesh-and-blood bloodshed and violence was something that extraordinary people like them rarely experienced, because if they were serious, one slap would really be enough to destroy everything. Forget about the exhilarating feeling of every punch landing. I didn't even feel the slightest bit excited. I can only lament that I'm getting stronger and stronger, while the things around me are becoming more and more fragile. You should know that his genes have been upgrading all these years, with no end in sight. The more energy his body can hold, the stronger he feels, just like Superman once said. I feel like everything around me is fragile. I carefully controlled my strength so as not to harm any of the plants or trees around me, or even the floor beneath my feet. It feels like the ground would burst if I stepped on it with just a little force. I'm sorry, Grandmaster, I have other matters to attend to and cannot keep you company any longer. I hope you enjoy yourself. Dio glanced at the time and smiled. The Grandmaster still spoke in a strange tone. Oh, all right then, Mr. Thanos, go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll have a lot of fun. Have you forgotten that I'm a regular customer? At the end, the Grandmaster grinned. Dio nodded, got up, and left the platform. This is a viewing platform built on a global orbit, just like the viewing seats in an arena. Since the entire planet is a battle platform, the viewing platform is built in space. Dio left the star ring via a teleportation device. Where have you been? Come and take a look at this. Isn't this the water droplet you were talking about? As soon as I got home, I ran into Hela, who was wandering around. Before I knew it, she had dragged me into the laboratory. The projection shows a teardrop-shaped object, which is the new weapon developed by Dio, a super weapon made based on the principle of teardrops in the three-body problem. Dio was pulled in front of the screen by Hela. He looked at the data on the screen for a while and then nodded. Yes. Hela was overjoyed to receive an affirmative answer from Dio. Then what are we waiting for? Let's build it quickly. I can't wait to use this weapon to shatter the battlefield. Hela said excitedly, waving the sword of the night sky. Dio was helpless. He had no intention of conquering the universe at all. This thing was only created to provide him with more means of self-defense. There's no need. We still need to develop for a while. The countries in the universe are very stable right now. We need to wait for the chaos to come. After Dio finished speaking, he saw Hela's dissatisfied expression and put away the night sky sword in disappointment. However, there are some little bugs in the universe who are never satisfied with the status quo. They cause a lot of trouble, even if it doesn't hurt or itch. We can lead troops to wipe them out. Seeing Hela's low spirits, Dio changed the subject and showed a headache. What we lack now is a good general to lead the troops. Who should we choose? Dio's eyes flickered as he glanced at Hela. Hela was overjoyed to hear this and immediately declared that she would be there wherever there was a battle. Dio was also happy to hand over several teams to Hela to lead. After finishing all this, Dio breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that Hela really had boundless energy, even without Asgard's support. Her stamina was remarkable. Time flies, and more than 500 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Dio did not stop cultivating within 500 years, not only strengthening his own strength but also researching technological advancements. Dio used advanced technology to create a gravity chamber that could adjust the gravity from 0 to a level comparable to that of a neutron star. He could better strengthen his body and unleash his potential by relying on the gravity chamber. After all, Dio's genetic enhancement has continued for the past 500 years, all in order to build a gravity chamber and strengthen himself even faster. My lord, news has arrived from Asgard that Odin, the king of the gods, has given birth to his eldest son, and he has invited you and Lady Hela to a banquet in the city of the all-powerful. That day, Cole, one of the three siblings, came to Dio's room and said. In addition, Zeus, the king of the gods, has also set up a banquet in the city of all power and invited you, my lord, to attend. After a while, the gravity chamber opened, and Dio stepped out from inside. Both Odin and Zeus are inviting me? Odin's intention is simple. He probably wants to announce in the city of all power that his eldest son will inherit his throne, thus dispelling Hela's ambitions. As for Zeus, that big stallion's thoughts are really hard to guess. Dio deduced, wiping the sweat from his body. Cole thought for a moment and said, could it be a trap? Is he planning to attack the master at the banquet? Believe it or not, this is actually quite possible, because Zeus holds an extremely high position in the hearts of all the gods in the omnipotent universe. Although Odin is more powerful, he is not as popular as Zeus. If Zeus had such an idea, he could have set up a trap and then rallied the gods, and Dio would definitely have been attacked by all of them. But that's impossible, after all, he's Odin's son-in-law, and a son-in-law is like half a son, so he's also considered to be part of the Asgardian camp. If Odin were to host a banquet for his son in the city of all power, and Zeus were to focus fire on him there, it would be a slap in the face to Odin. Although Asgard and Mount Olympus are comparable in status and strength, Odin is a level above Zeus in terms of raw power. If they were to really fight, Zeus would be hammered by Odin. Chapter 16 The City of Omnipotence. The city of all power is the gathering place of all the gods in the entire universe. Its appearance resembles a floating aerial fortress, with several massive buildings connected around it, protecting the center. The city of all power. This is where all the gods in the universe gather. I've been here a few times with Odin before. I remember the other gods were all too weak, and I didn't have a good impression of Zeus, Hela exclaimed, looking at the city of all power ahead. At this moment, the omnipotent city held a welcoming ceremony for Dio's arrival. Dio followed Hela, listening to her words and thinking about Zeus's image as a scoundrel in mythology, and nodded knowingly. Soon the two arrived inside the city of all power, where Zeus and Odin sent people to greet them. Welcome, renowned Thanos, to the city of all power. I, Athena, have come to greet you on behalf of my father, Zeus. Heimdall, I have come on the orders of Odin, the king of gods, to welcome Mr. Thanos. Welcome to the city of the Almighty. As soon as I entered the city of all power, I saw a man and a woman there to greet me. Heimdall Dio was familiar with her, but she was much younger than he remembered. Moreover, if the blonde, blue-eyed beauty next to her hadn't spoken up, Dio wouldn't have known she was Athena. After all, Athena has never appeared in the Marvel movies. I am deeply honored that you two have come out to greet me. Please. After exchanging a few casual words, Dio extended his hand politely and said. The two nodded and led the way. As they walked, Dio noticed that Hela's expression was off and quickly looked down to ask, "What's wrong? Did someone make you angry?" Hela rolled her eyes at Dio and gestured towards Athena with her chin. Be careful of this woman. Although she's not strong in a one-on-one fight, she's very cunning and ruthless, and she loves to scheme, Hela said seriously. Dio thought about the polarized opinions netizens had of Athena in mythology before he traveled through time, pondered for a moment, and nodded to indicate that he understood. Soon, Dio saw the entire interior of the omnipotent city. The buildings and various roads inside the omnipotent city are suspended and interwoven, creating an indescribably luxurious and magnificent spectacle. Moreover, its architectural style blends all architectural styles from the east and west. Although it looks incongruous, it is quite surprising at first glance. I'd really like to know who was in charge of the architecture here. It doesn't match at all. This mixed style looks like a pot of swill, Dio muttered to Hela beside him, frowning. Hela nodded. She didn't really like it either. The mix of architectural styles from all over the universe looked novel at first glance, but after looking at it for a while, she really didn't like it. Soon, the group entered a large hall. The space here is very spacious, and each deity has their own seat. Because Zeus, the king of the Olympian gods, and Odin, the king of the Asgardian gods, were simultaneously holding a banquet, this gathering of the gods was extremely lively. However, the lively atmosphere quieted down the moment a few people walked in. Haha, my guest, you finally arrived. Zeus laughed first. Gentlemen, a warm welcome to my guest, Thanos, an eternal from Titan. Zeus shouted, and the surrounding gods applauded in welcome. Dio raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He thought Zeus and Odin would only invite some gods from their own pantheon, but to his surprise, the entire hall was almost full. Dio flashed a masterful fake smile and nodded to the gods. Haha, don't be so formal with my guest. After all, everyone witnessed the power you displayed in the battle that destroyed the Kree Empire some time ago. Such strength was enough to make you stand out among most of the gods present. Zeus secretly passed the last sentence to Dio's ears. This made Dio look at Zeus, who was dressed in typical Spartan muscle armor but had a bit of a belly, with a higher regard. After all, this guy's performance in the movie was really terrible. However, judging from the current situation, this subtle operation of transmitting sound into secret is not something that just any god can do. After all, people are used to spending money lavishly, so who would bother to think about these micromanagements? Zeus saw that Dio remained silent and had no objection, so he invited Dio to take a seat. Well then, let the party begin today. But to avoid frightening our new guests, it will be a simple gathering. So my friends, eat and drink to your heart's content. Zeus cheered, raising his hands high. Not far away, Odin grimaced and fanned himself in disgust, as if there was something repulsive about him. Dio asked Hela curiously, what does Zeus mean? Is there some kind of gathering going on? Hela also showed the same disgusted expression as Odin, and said in a cold tone, Zeus likes to throw lewd parties. Understood. Dio understood immediately. Just from those two words, Dio knew what the gatherings used to be like. To be honest, he truly deserves to be called a god, and he's the main character of a mythological storyline. A gathering, no, it should be called a banquet now. The gods or their servants related to music and art from various pantheons began to play music, and the dancers began to dance gracefully. The gods who knew each other began to gather together, either chatting or drinking. Of course, as the protagonist of the banquet, Dio naturally attracted many gods to come and toast and chat. Fortunately, the fine wine and food were not intoxicating, so Dio was able to handle the situation. After a long while, Dio finally managed to finish dealing with the situation. Dio looked at the fruit and delicacies in front of him, but he had no appetite. His eyes darted around as if he were searching for something. As the star of this banquet, you are exceptionally popular. Just as Dio was searching for something, a female voice sounded beside him. Dio turned his head and saw Athena. However, just as Dio was about to greet them, Hela spoke first. It's been a long time, Athena. May I ask what brings you here? Hela's tone was unfriendly, and her face was full of vigilance. Athena smiled slightly, which, from Dio's perspective, resembled a smiling fox. Recalling Hela's previous assessment of Athena, Dio slowly became wary. It's nothing, I just came to see the main character of today's banquet. What's wrong? So many people have already come, one more won't make a difference. Athena held her wine glass, her smile unwavering. Hela looked even worse. Of course you're welcome. Dio chuckled and finished his drink. We've finished drinking. If there's nothing else, we have some things to do, so we'll be leaving now. Before Athena could react, he pulled Hela toward Odin. Athena's smile froze, and she was caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure whether to drink from the wine glass or put it down. An interesting person. Chapter 17 Prophecy. This was the second time Dio had met Odin. At this moment, Odin and Frigga were sitting together eating and drinking mead, but it was obvious to anyone with eyes that they were not in high spirits. Dio brought Hela over, and Frigga's eyes lit up. Long time no see, mother. Hela looked at Frigga with gentle eyes, but barely glanced at Odin. Dio knew the situation. Even though Hela was doing well now, he couldn't get over Odin's choice of her. My Hela. Frigga stepped forward and took Hela's hand. She understood her husband's choice but was heartbroken. Let's go over there and talk. Watching the two leave, Dio silently walked to Odin and sat down. Odin looked at Dio in surprise. Not many people dared to sit in front of him. Even Zeus did not have the absolute confidence to sit in front of him and remain so calm. Especially since the other party is his son-in-law. The two stared at each other for a moment and then Dio spoke first. Your Majesty, don't you have anything to say? Odin looked at Dio with a puzzled expression. To send my daughter to me without a word, and to a man I've only met once, no matter who the father is, even a god king wouldn't make such a decision so easily, Dio said expressionlessly. Odin understood. He then sighed and said, You've been fighting in the universe for so many years, you should know that Asgard has a prophecy of Ragnarok. Dio nodded, of course he knew. This matter was spread by someone unknown after Odin ascended the throne. All the gods in the universe knew that the mighty Asgard would one day fall, so everyone watched and laughed. Even if Asgard is destroyed in the next moment, Odin's power is well known. If anyone dares to underestimate or be arrogant towards Asgard, don't blame Odin for disregarding his status and taking care of you in one fell swoop. So everyone should still view the people of Asgard the same way they always have. But in private, they still looked at them with strange eyes. Odin took a sip of his wine and continued, however, the prophecy has recently taken a new turn. Although there have been similar prophecies before, the outcomes have always been roughly the same. But this time it's different. Asgard will still be destroyed, but it will be saved by another empire. And from the final scene of the prophecy, I saw you and Hela appearing together in Asgard to fight against Surtur. Dio was taken aback by what Odin said. Asgard is Hela's homeland, so he will definitely go to help her during Ragnarok. But Dio noticed the two words Odin used, empire. Although his territory is now vast, its internal operating model hasn't changed much, continuing the old pattern. While the model has begun to shift, it's still far from being an empire. Judging from the baby in the cradle next to Odin and Frigga when they arrived. The timeline for the Avengers storyline on Earth is fast approaching, which also means that Ragnarok, the beginning of the storyline, is almost here. After all, a little over 1,000 years is a short time for people like them. More than 1,000 years, Dio thought, should be enough to conquer most of the universe. However, a group of soldiers with extremely high military skills is still needed. The Eternals and Beast Warriors are, needless to say, their trump cards. The Chitauri are another story. Even if they've been modified by Dio, they're just cannon fodder, at best assassins. As for the parademons, forget about it, these are locusts, not a regular army. Dio's mind raced, and he inadvertently glanced at the soldiers standing behind Odin. Asgardian soldiers and Valkyries. At that moment, Dio's divergent thinking instantly brought to mind a very famous and powerful type of soldier from his previous life. Astartes. I haven't played much of the Warhammer series, Dio. I've mainly read the lore. I only learned about the Warhammer lore by chance when I was playing other games in my previous life and looking for walkthroughs online. In an instant, Dio thought of Astartes' 21 modification surgeries and gene seeds, as well as the final armor and equipment. The next moment, Dio had thought it all through, and now that he was back in the garden, he could immediately get started on Astartes' training plan. What's wrong? Although this is the city of all power, the wine here isn't too intoxicating. Seeing Dio lost in thought, Odin joked to relieve the pressure. Dio snapped out of his reverie and smiled. No, I was just thinking about something. It's good to be young, to have things to do, to be busy. Odin said, taking another sip of wine and putting some on his finger before dripping it onto the infant Thor. This move left Dio utterly speechless. As expected of a Viking god, he gave wine to a newborn baby. In his previous life, when he was an infant, his father also dipped chopsticks in wine and dripped it on his lips for him to lick. Good heavens, Odin just shoved his finger right into Thor's mouth. The difference is significant. Even the mightiest guardians are vulnerable in infancy. Is Odin truly not afraid that something might happen to young Thor? Look, he likes this mead too, Odin boasted, looking at Thor with a happy smile. He was completely oblivious to the expressions of the Valkyries behind him and Dio in front of him. Odin tried to lift Thor up, making a pendulum motion like rowing, but Thor's head slammed loudly against the edge of the table. Amidst gasps of surprise, the Valkyrie hurriedly carried little Thor away, thus preventing further harm. Seeing this, Dio was even more speechless, thinking that Thor's silly appearance in the original story was probably caused by Odin when Thor was a child. That saying is so true, a father is safest when things are dangerous, and a father is most dangerous when things are safe. Hela's current paranoia might be due to a head injury she suffered as a child. Should we go back and get it checked? Dio muttered. Huh? Odin's attention had just returned from Thor, and he didn't hear Dio's words. Nothing much, I was just wondering if there were any more details to the prophecy. Dio quickly changed the subject. Odin nodded, there are many details in the prophecy. In fact, besides the image just now, there are 2 other sentences. The remains of the gods' former enemies will be sacrificed to the world tree by the god of thunder, and will become the abode of the gods in the future. Thunder will replace the god of madness, and cunning will eventually become the king of the gods. After Odin finished speaking, a look of worry appeared on his face. Odin has many names, including one among the Midgards who worship the Aesir. Mad God is one of those names, and his son Thor will be the god of thunder. He wanted to delve deeper into the prophecy, to find out who the cunning person in the prophecy was, but he made no new discoveries. Looking at Odin's bitter expression, Dio could glean some clues from it. Chapter 18 Transformation begins. First, the second prophecy. The first part, thunder will replace the mad god's divine status, should mean that Thor will become the king of Asgard, replacing Odin. But the second half of the sentence, cunning, should refer to Loki, but how could he become the king of the gods? Would the Aesir, a race known for its military might, agree to this? Based on his magic? Dio thought about it and, considering what Odin had seen earlier, concluded that either he or Hela had been involved. It's likely that one of them trained with Loki, which is why his popularity is no less than Thor's. After all, Odin is known as the god of deception. Does he really intend to take office a second time? Who is this third Hokage? Odin would never do such a thing, it's very likely that it really was Loki. Considering Thor's personality in the original storyline and even the comics, he is very likely to become a hands-off manager, just like in Avengers, Endgame and Thor, Far From Home, where he left New Asgard to Valkyrie and went off to roam around. Unlike Valkyrie, Loki is very likely to truly replace Thor as the king of Asgard. After all, he has the qualifications, he just lacks training. As for the first prophecy. Who are the gods' greatest enemies? Why could their remains become the dwelling place of the gods? Is this Thor trying to recreate the myth of Odin killing the first giant and using his corpse to create the 9 realms? But what kind of person has such a huge body? Or was he a formidable foe of the gods? Could it be the Celestials? Stop messing around, those things are hard to kill. If you kill the young ones, the old ones will come. If you kill one of them, you might summon the entire Celestials and give you a righteous beating. Let alone Thor, even he himself isn't entirely confident in facing a group attack from the Celestials. Thor. If he were the Rune King Thor from the comics, that might be possible, but in reality, he's unlikely to reach that level. He might as well just wait to die. However, Dio looked at Odin and comforted him, saying, "Is it possible that your second son will become the king of the gods?" Odin was taken aback. Believe it or not, it really could be true. After all, they don't have the idea that the more powerful and higher the level of life, the more difficult it is for them to have children. It's important to know that Zeus's identity as a great stallion is no joke. He truly possesses a powerful physique that allows him to reproduce with any race without any reproductive barriers. That's very likely. However, Odin did not show any relief, but calmly said, "This is only one possibility. We still need to prepare for the worst." Seeing this, Dio had nothing to say. The father-in-law and son-in-law drank and teased little Saul, waiting for the banquet to end. The banquet lasted a long time, more than a month in Earth time, without sleep or rest. After all, the gods of the entire universe have been gathered, so it's impossible for the gathering to end in just a day or two. Also, since everyone present is an extraordinary life form, indulging in sensual pleasures for a month won't have any negative impact. Moreover, Dio also encountered a representative figure of the Eastern pantheon, a goddess dressed in a 5-colored robe. To Dio's great surprise, the other party claimed to be Venus, which was completely different from the white-bearded old man in Dio's memory. This is quite normal, as the deities worshipped in Eastern mythology changed with the rise and fall of dynasties. Just as the Yongle emperor of the Ming dynasty would worship Jinwu the Great in the court, and would worship Wang Lingguan, who was the Tai Thunderclap heavenly venerable, when going to war. Similarly, depending on the dynasty, before the Song dynasty, the deity Venus was mostly depicted as a goddess draped in colorful robes, but starting from the Song dynasty, she gradually evolved into the white-bearded old man image seen in later generations. Of course, Dio only learned of this story by chance, and whether the specific circumstances are true depends on how historical records describe it. Perhaps the divine role represented by Venus is not only that of a god of war, but also that of a diplomatic god in war. Dio and the other party got along quite well. After all, diplomats are all eloquent. However, as he was leaving, Dio was completely dumbfounded when he saw the other person transform into a white-bearded old man with an air of otherworldly wisdom with a wave of his hand. A month later, after the banquet, Dio saw Hela, who had been taken away by his mother-in-law and had not been seen for a month. "Daughter, remember to come home and visit me when you have time. Don't worry about your father, with me here, he wouldn't dare do anything to you." Cough cough. Just as Frigga was about to go further and further down the road with Hela, Odin hurriedly coughed. "You're making it sound like I'm plotting something," Odin whispered to Frigga. Frigga rolled her eyes at him, then looked at Dio. "Don't bully my daughter, and bring her home more often." "No problem, Miss Frigga, but I'm already being kind by not bullying me." Dio readily agreed to his mother-in-law's request, but bringing Hela back to Asgard would be a bit of a challenge. They had already planned to expand their army before coming to the City of All Power. Hela couldn't stay still. Whenever she had time, she would train the army, thoroughly defeating the current vanguard and still not satisfied. She also frequently clashed with beast warriors and members of the Eternal God clan. They fight every day, and even Hyperion, a training fanatic, avoids Hela. Even though he could beat Hela, he was still annoyed by her constant comings, which completely took up his training time. This shows how strong Hela's fighting spirit was. Frigga knew her daughter's personality and knew how Hela would react. She just wanted to see Dio's attitude. Afterwards, everyone went home. Hela returned to the garden and immediately started clamoring to organize an army for war, but Dio stopped her by throwing a plan in her face. After all, the Astartes Reformation project was really appealing, and Dio removed some of its religious elements, since those things might not necessarily be useful in the Marvel Universe. Genetic modification then began. As for the military, wasn't the fourth type of military mentioned in previous chapters a perfect test subject? After all, the Astartes were originally transformed from ordinary people, and the fourth-class army was basically recruited from ordinary people within the Empire, which perfectly met their requirements. Subsequently, the Astartes project officially began. As for the genetic seeds and the artificial organs needed for various surgeries, these were not problems for Dio at all. However, Dio also enhanced the localization of Astartes. Instead of simply copying others, it's essential to incorporate more of your own design style. I won't go into the details, but it took about 300 years for the entire fourth-class army to be transformed into Astartes. It's important to know that the fourth type of army recruits and modifies soldiers from all inhabited planets under the Empire's rule. Each planet can provide at least 1 million soldiers who meet the requirements for Astartes modification. After all, Astartes can be retired at any time after successful modification, so the requirements are clearly stated when recruiting. It is mandatory to have siblings. Only children are absolutely not allowed to participate in the Astartes program. After all, we must understand the importance of sustainability and avoiding overexploitation. If everyone were to become like Astartes and live for hundreds or thousands of years without reproducing, it would be no different from being childless. Of course, to appease the feelings of these unselected soldiers, Dio launched another genetic modification program. Although they were not as powerful as the current Astartes, they were still a group of mini-superhumans. Its name is the Spartan Project. Chapter 19 Transition. Now, thanks to everyone's efforts, the Empire has begun to get back on track. But even more difficult things will follow. We must put in more than 10,000% of our previous spirit and attitude to develop our garden together. At this banquet, Dio invited all the eternal gods. He fed them pep talks, then simultaneously showered them with both sweet words and harsh criticism. The group, feeling dizzy, promised to dedicate themselves to the cause until their dying breath, putting Dio at ease. However, we'll have to wait and see what achievements they make in the future. After so many years of major reforms, our country and military have made great progress. Rest and recuperation are no longer our top priority. It's time to expand our territory and make those who benefited in the past pay the price. Dio put down his wine glass and looked at everyone present. He was observing these people. As expected, upon hearing Dio's words, some members of the Eternals froze, their expressions becoming extremely complex. Dio watched them silently. His ability to manage both the domestic and international affairs of the Empire so efficiently in such a short time is all thanks to his incredible speed. Just like Superman and the Flash's super speed, he could manage everything in an empire the size of half a galaxy and countless inhabited planets in just half a day. Moreover, it allows the Astartes and Spartan plans to proceed smoothly. The price he paid was that a traitor appeared among the Eternals he took in. Those people enjoyed the high-paying jobs, excellent benefits, and social security that Dio provided for them. They didn't work the 996 work schedule but rather 9 to 5 with weekends off, and their work was very easy. Of course, this excludes those who voluntarily work overtime and high-intensity jobs. However, some of them secretly sheltered the Kree intellectuals he wanted, provided them with excellent living conditions, and even sympathized with the Krees who were being hunted by Dio and slandered Dio, allowing those Krees to hide in their own territory and live a life of luxury. You must know that the Eternals and the Kree have a blood feud. Dio had a deep hatred for traitors. Unless you were a spy deep behind enemy lines, he would eliminate any traitor, no matter the reason. I've received information that a group of Kree are openly living within the Empire. You have 3 days to find them and hand them over to the Inquisition, or I will send the Inquisitor and the Royal Guard to take action. Dio waved his hand, and 2 warriors in full armor immediately stepped out from the side, knelt on one knee with their weapons in hand, and clenched their fists to strike their hearts. Upon seeing this, everyone was filled with fear and trepidation. They were aware of the so-called Astartes project, which was divided into several legions. One of them was the Royal Guard, who served as the guardians of the Temple Star, the headquarters planet of Dio. They wore golden armor made of a mixture of materials, which Dio had accidentally refined and whose hardness was no less than that of adamantium. Their individual equipment included guard lances that could fire energy bullets or physical explosives, explosive guns, thermoelectric guns, a high-frequency knife, or a weapon that could fire pulse energy. And the Ultramarines chapter and the Imperial Fist chapter, who follow Hela in her battles, are respectively dressed in blue and yellow armor and equipped with various advanced spaceships, airships, all-terrain vehicles, motorcycles and dreadnoughts. Each soldier would be equipped with a firearm, shield, long sword, chainsaw sword, dagger, or long-handled warhammer. Different styles and functions are equipped with different thick armor and weapons. Then there are the Grey Knights, a special forces unit within Astartes. The Grey Knights are selected from the most elite soldiers of each chapter, and their armor is the latest and most advanced Grey Knight armor developed by Dio. The material of the armor is highly classified, but its hardness is no less than that of the Imperial Guard's armor, and it also has a field generator inside that can generate a field shield. These soldiers were equipped with weapons that had disintegration fields or pulse generators, while the firearms were mounted on their forearms. It is said that each Grey Knight can even manipulate energy to fly and engage in various magical battles. Finally, there is the presiding judge. In fact, each battle group has one or more presiding judges, who exist in the form of small groups, and their status is equivalent to that of the battle group's civilian staff and political commissar. But if you underestimate the presiding judge, you're really playing with your own life. Their selection process involves choosing those who failed the Grey Knight selection. If they enter the Inquisition, they will receive special training and ideological education no less rigorous than that of the Grey Knights, and then be given custom-made armor. Moreover, every warrior of Astartes is over 2.5 meters tall, especially the Royal Guard, whose height without armor can even reach 3 meters. The chief judge that Dio mentioned was actually the chief judge of the Praetorian Guard. Although his position was civilian, he was directly under Dio and almost exclusively obeyed his orders. Not only was he extremely loyal to Dio, but even though he held a civilian position, he was still very powerful. The group shuddered, grumbling inwardly about who had leaked the information, but fortunately Dio had given them a time limit, so they went back and handed over the Kree people. Don't assume that Dio wouldn't harm his own kind. On the contrary, if an Eternal commits a crime, the punishment he receives is usually several times more severe than before. Moreover, the genetic modifications Dio made to these Astartes are unknown to outsiders. In addition to possessing physical strength comparable to that of the Asgardians and some of the Eternals, they have also gained the ability to manipulate energy. As it stands, these soldiers are not particularly strong individually, mainly because they are in the early stages and do not yet have many large-scale battles to demonstrate their power. However, it is certain that their direct combat strength is the strongest among all of Dio's legions. Besides, although they have their own private army, even the vanguard of a frontal charge might not be able to handle these private soldiers, let alone Astartes. Moreover, all of the above can be achieved without the assistance of other equipment, especially large armored forces in the air and on the ground. Not to mention that Dio used many planets to fully industrialize as a backup for his empire, resulting in a constant stream of cutting-edge technologies. After the banquet, Dio spent the next period of time purging traitors within the empire, for there were always those who harbored illusions. On a colonized, inhabited planet located near the edge of the empire. Have the Astartes and Spartan soldiers prepare to land. Will parachute directly onto the ground. A commander, his expression serious, gave orders as he looked at the battle situation before him. How did these guys manage to get the Kree to deploy firepower and defenses on the planet to this extent? A Spartan soldier exclaimed. The devil knows. Stop yelling, do a final check of the equipment, then quickly get into the landing craft and prepare for the landing operation. Where are those priests? Apart from our priests, the others are all internal fleet members casting spells across different areas and won't be going down with us. Priest is a unique title used within the Astartes to refer to Astartes members who possess magical abilities. It is not an official designation. Moreover, this planet is currently shrouded in magic, and no magician can open a door to the planet's interior in the short term. The Astartes threw a dawdling Spartan soldier into the airship, turned around, entered the cone-shaped landing bay, secured himself, and then fell like dumplings into a pot. Airships were used by Spartan soldiers for amphibious landings, and Astartes also had them, but compared to Spartan soldiers, Astartes' bodies were better able to withstand the immense pressure of falling directly from space onto the planet's surface. As soon as they left, the troop transport ship carrying the soldiers was simultaneously locked on and targeted by ground fire. The protective shield was instantly breached, and the troop transport ship was destroyed in less than a second. Chapter 20 Transformers Force. How powerful would the Astartes be when combined with Spartan soldiers? On several planets near the Imperial border that were designated as rebellious, the first defensive tower on each planet was breached by a fully armed standard squad, 12 men, of Astartes leading 2 squads of Spartan soldiers. Of course, the 6 second-generation mechanical soldiers and 3 mechanical dinosaurs newly created by Dio also joined the group. Because the attacks occurred at the same time, the time it took to recapture the city was roughly the same. This allowed people in China to truly understand how formidable the Astartes and Spartan soldiers were. It's important to know that planets near the border are almost uniformly equipped with several Temple-class warships, hundreds of aircraft carriers, tens of thousands of standard fighter jets, and each aircraft carrier is also equipped with thousands of drones. And this is only the standard for guarding forces in space. The defenses on the ground and inside the planet are even more formidable, with a super-large signal tower set up every 5 to 8,000 kilometers, allowing the planetary headquarters to monitor the entire planet and everything outside the planet in real time. Above the signal tower is a large force field generator that protects the tower. When all the force field generators around the planet are activated together, they can create a super-large force field shield that covers the entire surface of the planet's atmosphere. Combined with the planet's magnetic field and the magic of the internal mages, the defense can be made even stronger, allowing the planet to form another magnetic field shield and spatial magic to seal off and prevent magicians from opening a door to teleport to the interior. Moreover, each of these signal towers is equipped with 15 quadruple automatic cannons with a caliber of over 500 mm for ground-to-space attack, 10 electromagnetic cannons, 12 rocket launchers with a maximum range of over 1,000 kilometers, 15 supersonic missiles capable of attacking space, and hundreds of armored tanks and armored vehicles capable of firing both lasers and live ammunition. In addition, there are 3,000 auxiliary drone combat units. And these are just the external defensive forces. They don't even include the number of internal armed personnel and shapeshifting autonomous combat machine life forms. This data is enough to make one feel hopeless, not to mention that these soldiers actually managed to capture a signal tower and open a protective field in a short period of time without any logistics, allowing the punitive army to advance unimpeded. After all, Hela led the army to most of the Astartes campaigns, and no one really knew the Astartes' actual combat strength. Since Hela herself was already famous, many people would subconsciously overlook the combat strength of the other soldiers. The autonomous combat robots that appeared during this operation greatly shocked onlookers. After all, this is a combat robot created by Dio based on Transformers. Its combat power is even stronger than what is shown in the movie. Not to mention, it can also transform into various car or flying vehicle modes. Although it looks versatile, it is undeniably cool and powerful. Collectors who obtained first-hand video footage even contacted Dio to purchase several units for maintaining order in the nowhere. This left Dio speechless. All his mobilization was simply to let the country truly understand the combat capabilities of his army, and distributing the filmed materials little by little would only make the outside world more wary of their technology and military strength. I never expected the collector to be such an unconventional person. There was no way around it. The price offered by the collector was so attractive that even Dio's current net worth was tempting, and in the end, he couldn't resist. Inside an unnamed planet within the Empire. Your Majesty, those rebellious planets have been conquered and recovered. The people involved have been implicated and turned into servo skulls or mechs and sent to various warbands. Moreover, Astartes' combat power in this war deterred many villains, and many planets surrendered directly during our war of territorial expansion, allowing us to win large swathes of star system territory without lifting a finger. Several servo skulls flew over, and voices from within them reported the battle situation. Dio carried a huge iron barrel, even larger than himself, to several equally huge iron barrels and placed them in front of him, without looking back. Since the situation is so good, let's quickly send people to take over these planets, stabilize people's livelihoods and the economy, and restore them to their previous state as soon as possible. Do I need to teach you? Dio struck the gong in his hand, producing a loud sound. The earth began to tremble, and a dull thud came from the valley in front of us, as if something enormous was rampaging through the land. Soon, a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex nearly 20 meters tall rushed out and lay on the iron barrel, feasting on its meal. Following closely behind it were smaller Tyrannosaurus Rex, Spinosaurus, Triceratops, and other mechanical dinosaurs, all eagerly joining the fray. Yes, Your Majesty, the servo skull replied, then steadily followed behind Dio. As for the command, it had already been transmitted. Dio was very happy to see the mechanical dinosaur in front of him. Autonomous mechanical lifeforms, that's the name Dio gave them, but he preferred to call them transformers. The birth of these transformers was somewhat accidental. At the time, Dio was studying the afterglow of creation and accidentally discovered a peculiar quantum energy body. This energy body could transform or influence some machines, turning them into some kind of mechanical life form. Furthermore, Dio discovered that this energy body could assimilate the bodies of mechanical life forms into a peculiar metal with a very interesting property. This metal can be artificially programmed in a manner similar to DNA editing. Once the DNA editing is successful, different kinds of mechanical life forms can be born through the activation of an energy body. Moreover, this metal can theoretically reproduce indefinitely, provided that the energy body is given sufficient energy based on the internal information of the programmed DNA. Moreover, this energy body can also store this DNA information almost without limit. This characteristic allowed Dio to scan and implant DNA information into various organisms, and only after witnessing these mechanical lifeforms transform like underwear did he realize what they were. Isn't this peculiar quantum energy body just like the spark of Transformers? And aren't these assimilated mechanical life forms just like the Transformers after being given the spark? Soon, through a series of operations, Dio created the original Transformers. Their appearance is closer to the images in the first 3 movies, with a stronger sense of mechanical fragmentation, but they are more malleable. Some can even transform into a vehicle mode in addition to becoming biological or humanoid, making them triple-changed Transformers. While their combat strength is not weak, and their combat power is even stronger in biological form and vehicle mode, their humanoid form is more vulnerable without the protection derived from the corresponding vehicle mode. Within the Empire, their combat strength is second only to Astartes. Transformers that have scanned or possessed their own style of vehicle mode are positioned as mobile artillery emplacements in the rear within the Empire. The second generation is closer to the fourth and fifth parts, with more anthropomorphism, a more rigorous transformation structure, and stronger physical strength and defense. Regardless of the form, it has considerable combat power, but the humanoid form is still more powerful, with extremely strong long-range firepower and close combat. The Transformers inside the rebellious planet on the border are the second generation, but judging from the current situation, their combat power is far superior to the first generation, and they can even fight a fully armed Astartes to a draw in hand-to-hand combat. Of course, as mentioned earlier, the Transformers who went to the planet with Astartes to quell the rebellion were a mixed group of first and second generation Transformers who provided firepower and melee support. The third generation is interesting. It is the result of their autonomous evolution without Dio's intervention. Their appearance is closer to the style of the G1 era, their structure is more compact than the second generation, and their physical strength and defense are further enhanced. They even gave birth to transformers that can transform into human and beast forms, similar to those in Beast Warriors. What's interesting about these transformers is that they can replenish their energy by ingesting organic matter, proteins, or even inorganic substances that are similar to their body material. However, due to their recent evolution in manufacturing, their numbers are scarce, and these third-generation transformers have not even produced their first-generation offspring. The mechanical dinosaurs in front of Dio were the mechanical dinosaur army that he created by drawing inspiration from the third generation, which once belonged to the Autobots. Tyrannosaurus rex steel cable, Spinosaurus disdain, Triceratops iron slag, Pteranodon two-headed bladeless darts, Stegosaurus roar, Brontosaurus mud. What's interesting about these transformers is that even the other beast-type transformers mostly have a semi-mechanical, semi-biological appearance, but also have the organic appearance that only living organisms have. To put it simply, it has a semi-mechanical, semi-biological appearance. These transformers have extremely strong survivability. Although they have a semi-biological body, they can still enter the extreme space of the universe without protection. Their survivability is extremely strong. Even if only half of their body or even a part of their body is left, as long as they have the spark, they can repair themselves by consuming the spark energy in their bodies. Chapter 21 Hela is seriously injured. The Empire's territory expanded several times over, and the number of inhabited planets under its control increased significantly. Dio spent hundreds of years conquering and expanding the Empire's territory beyond that of the former Kree Empire. It can be said that Dio's current empire has surpassed the nebula level, and its actual control range even exceeds hundreds of thousands of light-years, making it a behemoth in the entire universe. It's important to know that the actual area of control of other larger empires doesn't even exceed half a galaxy. Therefore, this aroused the suspicion of the Nova Empire and the Skrull Empire, who plan to unite to suppress Dio. Thanos is becoming increasingly arrogant and excessive. He is not satisfied with annexing the Kree Empire and continues to expand. That's right. Thanos' ambition is expanding rapidly. He is expanding his army and waging wars without restraint or concealment. He even puts his wife, Hela, the once famous goddess of death in the universe, in command of the army. He really intends to rule the universe. I suggest that we all unite to form the Covenant and pool all our strength to resist Thanos' ambitions, otherwise it will be too late when his army is at our gates. Seconded. 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 The Skrull Empire, the Nova Empire, and some smaller cosmic nations participated in a virtual meeting. The Skrull Empire took the lead in proposing the formation of a star alliance, which was agreed to by most of the participating cosmic nations. Only some smaller cosmic nations, whose strength and territory were no more than a single star system, wavered. After all, they had only just left their own star system, and had only recently achieved internal unification or alliance. With their strength and territory being pitifully small, they really didn't want to participate in this kind of war across the entire universe. After all, life goes on. If we win, it's fine, but if we lose, the country will be destroyed and people will die. Saying that our race will be wiped out is an understatement. It's hard to say whether the entire star system will even exist. If our history and culture are not passed down, it will be a real disaster. Some small countries even plan to quietly surrender and voluntarily incorporate themselves into Dio's empire, minimizing their losses and maximizing their income while preserving their culture and history. After all, no matter how you look at it, Dio's side had almost the entire advantage. Dio, the son-in-law of Asgard, has the backing of a powerful being of the highest order. His current territory was built up through his own hard work, and his personal military strength is unparalleled. Furthermore, the empire boasts extremely advanced technology. Let alone these small countries, even the Skrull Empire, which is also a colossal cosmic empire, sometimes doesn't understand the principles behind some of the technologies that flowed from Dio. Dio was still very pleased with the surrender of these small countries, and ordered his subordinates to make arrangements as soon as possible, and then sent troops and political personnel such as judges to the country. As for the movements of the Skrull Empire and other empires, Dio already knew. After all, he wasn't stupid, he had already started using petty tricks like planting spies and bribing traitors long before he sought revenge against the Kree Empire. The Covenant Dio scoffed at them, believing that alliances were actually quite fragile, especially in the world of American comics. Even if they all had a common enemy to conquer, alliances could crumble from within. After all, in the world of American comics, which is filled with American worldviews, this kind of situation is quite common. Your Majesty, the foreign minister says that their diplomats traveling to other empires have been met with fierce resistance from local militants, and almost simultaneously, a servo skull flew over to report. Dio's eyes lit up. Although the newly acquired territory still needed proper management, it did not mean that the Empire would be afraid of war. It's important to understand that, apart from Spartan soldiers and Astartes, most of the soldiers in other units are clones created through genetic programming, and given the current size of the Empire, these soldiers are extremely low cost. Dio then dispatched many first and second generation transformers for fire support and real-time tactical deployment, while a third of the Astartes and Spartan soldiers, along with other types of troops, went to these empires to demand an explanation. To demonstrate his resolve, Dio even dispatched the Eternals, newly created beast warriors, and a large number of giant transformers from the first and second generations who remained in the territory. Firstly, their intimidating power is off the charts. The giant transformers can even reach a terrifying height of 1,000 meters, and the visual effect alone is enough to awe people. Secondly, the deployment of a large force has been set up. These giant transformers carry a large number of antimatter missiles containing more than 20 tons of antimatter. One missile could even destroy a planet the size of Earth. If the demands for redress are not met, they can use force to deter others at any time. Let them know that even in this weakened period of the Empire, they are not someone to be trifled with. Everything in the Empire was going according to plan, and Dio should have been very happy, but his happiness soon turned sour. However, in the course of the Empire's expansion, a civilization, or rather several civilizations, soon emerged and put up a fierce resistance against Dio's army. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the front lines. A servo skull flew in, projecting a human figure. Your Majesty, we have encountered a mastermind behind the scenes called Supreme Evolution, whose dozens of civilizations have posed a significant obstacle to us. Is the enemy very strong, Commander? Dio sat on his throne, looking at some reports from within the Empire, but did not look at the projection. The enemy is not strong. Although the civilizations under the Supreme Evolution resisted strongly, they were not united. At the beginning, we subdued and gathered a group of them, but the subsequent enemy resistance was even more intense and we were unable to turn them to the side. The resistance was so fierce that the people behind these civilizations personally came out. As he spoke, the warband commander swayed, and Dio realized that the other party was kneeling on the ground. Then he stood up and turned to the side, revealing the person behind him in the image. Dio glanced at it and his eyes widened instantly, his anger rising. Dio unleashed a massive energy surge, shooting almost infinitely from the Earth's surface into outer space. The surrounding buildings were violently impacted, and the Imperial Guards, acting as protectors, immediately took refuge in underground safe houses constructed of vibranium and cosmic solid metal alloys. When they came out, most of the ground had been cut away, and even their safe house thousands of meters underground had been completely exposed. The entire planet no longer appears as a regular ellipse, but rather like an apple with a large portion of it cut away. What made Dio so angry? It was Hela, lying in her hospital bed with one arm and one leg severed. Fortunately, the severed leg and hand are still intact, and surgery to reattach the severed limbs is underway. This servo skull somehow managed to evade Dio's energy tide and flew out again. Where is it? Dio looked at the warband commander and asked. The warband leader bowed his head, reported his location, and uploaded the information they currently possessed. Chapter 22 Supreme Evolution. Supreme Evolution? Dio didn't know who this was, but he frowned when he saw the information in the battle report. What is currently known is that this person called Supreme Evolution has hundreds of small civilizations under his command, including the sovereigns. When faced with his massive army, the opponent displayed a power far exceeding that of Hela, Thornton, and the rest of the Astartes. Wearing purple armor, it can unleash plasma rays. Except for a few transformers that can achieve physical and radiation protection, most transformers are melted and rendered powerless by this attack. Of course, the tinderbox was ordered by Dio to be encased in a high-strength alloy, the same alloy as the Imperial Guard's armor. It might not even melt if thrown into the sun, so the tinder would definitely be fine. During the battle, the Supreme Evolution even demonstrated force field manipulation. According to the data, this Supreme Evolution, under the cover of its civilization's suicide attack, transformed into a giant nearly 100 meters tall and fought for several days against Hela, Soton, and other beast warriors, as well as the chapter leaders of the Astartes. After that, it used force field manipulation to severely injure and tear Hela's body apart in one fell swoop. Just as he was about to kill Hela, he was rescued by the Astartes during a suicidal attack by Soton. Before Dio traveled through time, he was a Marvel fan, but only through the MCU and some video explanations. To be honest, he really didn't know much about the character. However, it doesn't matter how little he understands it. Dio's current strength is even enough to make him confident of escaping unscathed from attacks by Odin and other veteran gods. This shows just how much his strength has grown. Imperial Guards, assemble your troops, march forth. Dio doesn't care who he is. Now he has extremely high strength. In this universe, he cannot be said to be above all taboos, but he can certainly act with impunity. No matter who it is, anyone who stands in his way must die. Dio, clad in his own high-tech armor and wielding a battle sword that had undergone numerous optimizations and improvements, set sail aboard a spaceship transformed from a Titan-class transformer, with hundreds of Temple-class warships serving as escorts. Seated on the throne on the bridge, Dio ordered a space jump directly from within the Empire, traversing the nebula where the Empire was located, and even crossing the distance of several galaxies before finally arriving at the destination. Your Majesty, the Supreme Evolution is located 0.9 billion kilometers directly in front of us. They have also spotted us and are rapidly approaching with their fighter jets. Should I join the battle? As soon as the warship stopped, a somewhat rough electronic voice came from inside, the voice of the warship's transformer. Upon hearing this, Dio opened his eyes. Now, thousands of transformers, serving as Imperial Guard vehicles, stand ready aboard the warship, awaiting only Dio's command as Emperor. No need. You provide fire support from the rear. Imperial Guards, prepare to attack on my orders. The last sentence was spoken over the loudspeaker. Upon hearing the order, the Imperial Guards quickly took their seats inside the transformers. As soon as the hangar doors opened, the vanguard rushed out. On the side of Supreme Evolution. My lord, a large spatial portal has been discovered, suspected to be the arrival of reinforcements from the Dark Quadrant. The guards have already gone to investigate. A person whose body looked as if it had been painted with a layer of gold lacquer ran into a laboratory and respectfully reported to the Supreme Evolutionary. The person referred to as the Supreme Evolution nodded, took off his gloves, and left the experimental table. On the experimental table was an Astartes who had been captured. At this moment, he had been dismembered, with only the upper half of his torso remaining. Moreover, apart from his heart, lungs, and skull, there were no other organs or limbs in the upper half of his torso. Even the skin and flesh of his face had been peeled off, exposing the skull underneath. But this Astartes was still full of vitality. Not only did the severed granulation tissue and nerves dance around, trying to reassemble, but it even opened its mouth and roared as if trying to fall off the experimental table. However, it was clear that its vocal cords had been cut off because it could not make a sound when it opened its mouth, and its body was tightly bound to the table. Thanos has a truly ingenious idea. Such a great genetic engineering project has actually been mass-produced into soldiers and armies. The Supreme Evolution exclaimed, turning to look at the sovereign soldiers. Attack directly. Destroy all of their ships and personnel first, forcing Thanos into one-on-one combat with us. I want to take him down and extract the knowledge from his mind. The Supreme Evolution proudly proclaimed. He is an all-around genius who created 100 civilizations of varying levels in a very short period of time. In addition, he has a large, legitimate cosmic corporation that launders money and amasses wealth for him. Moreover, his strength is the result of his own genetic modification, granting him super strength, super intelligence, super self-healing, telepathy, plasma beams, force field mass manipulation, and immortality. With the high-tech and indestructible armor he had created himself, which could enlarge his body to a colossal size of over 90 meters, he was confident that he was invincible in this war. The reason he dared to launch such an arrogant attack this time was because he knew that Dio would come in person. So he mobilized all his forces, leaving almost no soldiers in his rear base, and emptied his coffers to purchase and produce large quantities of military equipment and supplies. Before he intervened in the battlefield, he also learned about some of Dio's past. For example, the battle data between Dio and Hela in Asgard, and the further analysis of Dio's approximate strength during the battle with Hela. They also learned about the strengths and weaknesses of these mechanical lifeforms from the Transformers' wreckage they obtained from the battlefield. This time, the entire army was equipped with high-temperature laser cannons, which could melt the external armor of these Transformers, making it easier to destroy their internal structure and achieve the goal of quickly eliminating these Transformers' combat power. In summary, he has already figured out Dio's trump cards and strength, so for him, this round is in his favor. The subordinates also worked very hard, perhaps due to the immense power of the Supreme Evolution, or perhaps due to ignorance. The most powerful civilization under the Supreme Evolution is the Little Golden Man of Sovereign Star. Its technology is so advanced that its fighter jets can be remotely controlled in real time across star systems without delay. Although this technology is not particularly outstanding in the universe, since real-time, zero-delay intergalactic communication is not difficult for major spacefaring powers, remotely controlling spacecraft for combat is truly unique. But even with its unique design, the spaceship's quality was not very good. The Transformers Air Force itself is a flying vehicle, and its agility is greater than that of any pilot, easily annihilating Sovereign's fighter jets. Supreme Evolution's face darkened. He was displeased at being at a disadvantage in this engagement and immediately ordered the escorting fighters to attack Dio's forces together with the laser cannons. Seeing this, Dios nodded and then ordered the Triple Changers and the Royal Guard to attack. Chapter 23 Dio makes his move. With the advance troops paving the way, the Imperial Guards quickly arrived at the center of the battlefield aboard Triple Changers. However, with Dio ordering the warships to open fire from behind, the Imperial Guards successfully reached the Supreme Evolution fleet under the cover of powerful firepower. Of course, there's still a distance to travel to reach the main ship. Even so, the mission of these Triple Changers has come to an end. From now on, it's up to you. Our tasks are all different. The Imperial Guards nodded, flew out of the cockpit, their bodies enveloped in dazzling energy, and, under the cover of the transformed Triple Changes, flew towards the Supreme Evolution's flagship. Seeing this, Supreme Evolution sneered and ordered his subordinates to deploy magnetic restraint devices to prevent Dio's Transformers' forces from getting close. The methods used by the Supreme Evolution are indeed good, but limited. After the Transformers were deployed for military purposes, Dior improved the Transformers' spark, making it wrap a relatively thin but absolutely sufficient high-energy particle shield around the Transformers' bodies. It can now withstand temperatures exceeding 5 degrees Celsius, temperatures exceeding -260 degrees Celsius, and the demagnetization of the bodies. The Transformers' bodies obtained through the Supreme Evolution are all machines that have been separated from the protection of the Allspark energy on the battlefield. Although their strength is not weak, it is still limited. Therefore, the magnetic restraint of the Transformers by the Supreme Evolution is not very useful. As for the Royal Guard's powered armor, it was enveloped in the Royal Guard's energy, which temporarily demagnetized it, almost completely isolating it from external physical constraints. Soon, the fleet was speeding towards the flagship of the Supreme Evolution. "Sir, we've discovered that these machines are encased in a layer of energy, which we estimate is isolating them from magnetic forces," a Sovereign soldier reported immediately. Supreme Evolution also frowned. After cleaning up the battlefield, he found that the Transformers' bodies were still bound by the magnetic field, but now it seemed that something had been overlooked. However, the Supreme Evolution did not lose its composure. "Order the main ship and surrounding escort ships to fire their cannons, activate the shields, and deploy the drone swarm." With a wave of his hand, the Supreme Evolution commanded his subordinates to obey. The drone swarm tactic was learned from Dio, since Dio liked to arrange a drone swarm in formation for his warships, and sometimes the drone swarms were so large that a separate warship was needed to carry them. There are tactics that use drones in the universe, but relatively speaking, no civilization uses drones as the main force on the battlefield. Disperse. The Imperial Guards quickly gave the order upon seeing the massive swarm of drones approaching. On Dio's side, he continued to send out Transformers, seemingly an infinite number of them. Of course, it wasn't just flying Transformers that participated in the battle. Transformers flying fighter jets also joined in, and some Transformers even broke through the highest evolution of the fighter jet group and reached the range of the fleet group. While the Dio flagship was under heavy fire from the Supreme Evolution forces, its energy shield had not been damaged since the start of the war, and no Supreme Evolution ships had even gotten close. "Your Majesty, according to our intelligence, the enemy has already mobilized their entire force," an Astartes reported to Dio. "Only this many people?" Dio asked in surprise. Even though the battlefield filled the 0.9 billion kilometers of space from Dio to the highest evolution, the density of the battlefield was so high that all you could see was fire and machine wreckage, with not a single gap. But Dio still couldn't believe that the Supreme Evolution had such a small force. What is this small force? The Chitauri army that he single-handedly defeated once covered their entire planet, with so many wrecks that not a ray of sunlight could reach the ground in broad daylight. Even so, the Chitauri still had fighter jets that could take off. This demonstrates the density of firepower a civilization can achieve. He didn't believe that the current Supreme Evolution had no troops to join the battle. After all, although his civilization was not highly advanced, it was large in number and could definitely muster more manpower. Increase the intensity, and if all else fails, bring in Hellas troops as well. Do everything you can to tie down his main force. The Praetorian Guard did not object to Dio's order. "Your Majesty, the reconnaissance is complete." None of the enemy warships possess magical shields. Although they have energy shields, this does not affect the opening of the portal. At this moment, an Astartes walked onto the bridge and respectfully reported to Dio. Confirmed? Yes, Your Majesty, we confirmed it several times before we dared to come and report to you. All right. Then open the portal. Dio stood up and waved his hand. The Aster nodded and went to the control panel to enter the coordinates of the Supreme Evolutionary flagship with the other royal guards. Then, countless portals opened inside the ship, and squads of Transformers and Astartes entered. This was a small tactic that Dio had been thinking about, to tie down the enemy's forces outside, leaving them with few defenders inside, and then to open a portal behind the enemy lines to send people in to carry out a decapitation strike. Taking advantage of the opportunity to seize command of the enemy's rear, we can not only capture a large amount of enemy supplies, but also use the enemy's own equipment to attack them. Soon, many of the Supreme Evolution fleets turned their cannons on their own people, and some even burst into flames and began to disintegrate and explode. Dio's flagship also received the message from the team operating within it. However, there has been no movement at the location of the Supreme Evolutionary main ship. Dio asked curiously, hasn't the enemy's flagship sent back any information? 10 minutes have passed since the operation began, and while the signal hasn't been lost, there's still no news coming back, Astartes' subordinate replied. Is the scan okay? Dio asked, turning to a servo-skull. The enemy's main ship did not block signals, but it detected that most of the life signals of our dispatched troops have disappeared, and the remaining life status has been reduced. The servo-skull flew over and opened a semi-transparent screen. However, several high-intensity energy signals were detected inside the enemy's flagship. It is preliminarily speculated that these high-intensity energy entities rapidly overwhelmed the team that was going to carry out the decapitation operation. Dio's eyes lit up. He hadn't realized that the Supreme Evolution had any trump cards, but that didn't matter. These Transformers and Astartes were mass-produced, so he wouldn't be heartbroken if they died. However, this made Dio realize a small flaw. Looks like I'll have to install a program next time that allows fallen Astartes or Transformers to send back their last signals and combat videos, so I can get the intelligence as soon as possible. With that, Dio picked up his greatsword and strode toward the deck. However, a servo-skull flew over and said, Your Majesty, the program you mentioned has actually existed for a long time. The reason we haven't received a feedback signal is that someone on the enemy's main ship has intercepted it. Dio was taken aback, then nodded knowingly after thinking for a moment. The Supreme Evolution could drive the creation of so many civilizations and elevate its own strength to the point where it could severely injure Hela. It possesses extremely high intelligence, so intercepting signals must be something it's very adept at. Looks like it's been a long time since I've been on the battlefield. I've neglected many things. With a self-deprecating remark, Dio stepped out of the warship. Although Dio wore armor, its purpose was merely for aesthetics. The hardness of Dio's skin even surpassed that of so-called vibranium and adamantium. The armor's only auxiliary function is to communicate with the main ship and Garden Star. Chapter 24: The Death of the Supreme Evolution. After admiring the sky full of fire and debris for a while, Dio used his supervision to pinpoint the location of the Supreme Evolution. Dio's gaze pierced through the wreckage and the obstruction of the fleet, and he saw the somewhat disheveled Supreme Evolution and several figures beside him whose bodies radiated brilliant energy. However, the more Dio looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. This Supreme Evolution is quite capable, managing to decipher the genetic code within Astartes' body so quickly, though it doesn't seem to be entirely complete. Dio was now somewhat admiring of the Supreme Evolution's abilities. Yes, the Supreme Evolution had actually managed to obtain a portion of the coding within the genetic seed of Astartes. It should be noted that, in order to maintain secrecy, the genetic seed implanted in Astartes used the genetic coding of the Eternals. Even the Skrulls and Kree, races created by the Celestials, cannot unravel the mystery with their technology, and the Supreme Evolution and Hela's forces have only been in contact for a short time. They actually cracked part of the code. Meanwhile, the Supreme Evolution, far away on its own flagship, sat disheveled on a chair on the bridge, a chill running through its heart. It instinctively looked in the direction of the attack, but even with its advanced technology, the Supreme Evolution had not enhanced its supervision to a superhuman level. But his technology revealed that on the hull of Dio's flagship stood the person he had longed for day and night. Dio. Dio grinned, revealing a ferocious smile. The Supreme Evolution felt a sense of foreboding, but before he could speak. With a leap, Dio's figure flashed like a shooting star, instantly traversing the battlefield and overcoming numerous obstacles. Boom! With a deafening roar, Dio instantly appeared before the Supreme Evolution. If it weren't for the broken shell and the powerful airflow caused by the loss of pressure, the Supreme Evolution might even have thought that Dio had teleported to its presence. His body was uncontrollably swept up by the airflow, and like the people around him, he surged toward the gap that Dio had created. The sudden loss of pressure and turbulent airflow caused Supreme Evolution to feel a momentary darkness before his eyes, causing him to instinctively grab onto something. However, before he could be swept away by the airflow, he crashed into a thick wall. His will to survive made him hold on tightly to his opponent, and in an instant, the Supreme Evolution knew who he had grabbed. Dio, the freak who broke through all his defenses and a large part of the battlefield in an instant. The next moment, the spaceship's self-protection system activated, and the shields instantly reactivated, stabilizing the internal air pressure. Even so, many people on the bridge were still swept away. Hello. Unaffected, Dio stared at the person clinging tightly to his arm. The Supreme Evolution was completely bewildered, its body stiff. Upon hearing Dio's words, he trembled and slowly raised his head. Seeing the person still clinging to him tightly, Dio used his free hand to grab the man's neck and lift him up. Meanwhile, the loyal paparazzi around Supreme Evolution realized that their boss had been captured by Dio, and they all picked up their weapons and pointed them at Dio. They dared not fire their guns carelessly, it would be disastrous if they accidentally hit their leader. Those who could project their energy forward immediately attacked Dio, their fists enveloped in dazzling energy as they delivered a punch to Dio's head. Dio remained as steady as a mountain, taking the punch without moving, but his opponent was not so lucky. With a cracking sound, the other person's wrist broke, and their arm bent unnaturally. The Supreme Evolution sensed something was wrong. Dio lifted him up, his fingers gripping his neck tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. Dio's eyes widened as if they were about to bulge out, and his body struggled uncontrollably to break free. But Dio's hand gripped him like an iron clamp, not even the punch from his own men could budge him an inch. The Supreme Evolution's face turned red, and its eyes were fixed on Dio. Dio chuckled, ignoring the focused fire from the Supreme Evolution's subordinates, and with a wave of his greatsword, countless blade-like gusts of wind swept by. What happened? The weapon is broken? Some soldiers curiously patted their guns, which had suddenly stopped firing, but this patting had no effect, the guns in their hands shattered into scrap metal on the ground. What? No. Suddenly, the soldier's hand fell to the ground, the cut as smooth as a mirror, followed by his arm, foot, leg, chest, abdomen, and neck. The surrounding soldiers were terrified and scattered, but they hadn't run more than a few steps before their bodies were smashed to pieces on the ground. The weapons in their hands and the armor on their bodies did not give them any sense of security at all. Those who were emitting energy suddenly split apart and became part of the minced flesh on the ground. To be honest, I only came here to see who this person who can defeat Hela really is. Dio ignored the pieces of flesh scattered on the ground and looked at the Supreme Evolution in his hand. I thought you were some reclusive old monster, or a person in charge of some god, but now I see. As Dio spoke, he glanced at it disdainfully, clicked his tongue twice, and shook his head. Although the Supreme Evolution couldn't turn its head and couldn't see its surroundings clearly, it understood what had happened after hearing the screams. Coupled with Dio's mockery, in his impatience, he surged his internal energy and unleashed a plasma ray, restrained in his palm, toward Dio's face. With a roar of Supreme Evolution, plasma rays with a temperature reaching the surface temperature of the sun instantly enveloped Dio. Yes, although the Supreme Evolution used a force field to confine the plasma ray to its palm, it still spread out the moment it was fired, completely covering Dio. Even so, the Supreme Evolution dared not relax in the slightest, because Dio's hand was still tightly gripping itself. The temperature of this energy was so high that even the highest evolutionary level, with its force field barrier, could not withstand it. The Supreme Evolution stopped releasing energy in less than 3 seconds. His main ship could not withstand such high temperatures, and the entire bridge had been destroyed by this energy. The only good thing was that the main ship's shield generator was not on the bridge, so there was no problem with air pressure instability. In contrast, Dio was completely unaffected. To be honest, this energy is so strong that even bathing him with it feels cold. The Supreme Evolution glared angrily and began to struggle more fiercely, unleashing its ability to manipulate force fields in an attempt to push Dio away. But Dio remained motionless. All right, stop struggling. After watching for a while and getting bored, Dio started to exert force. You cannot defy me, just as people cannot defy fate. Dio sneered, and under the Supreme Evolution's shocked and furious expression, slowly crushed his neck. Although the shield was activated, there was still zero gravity, and the body of the Supreme Evolution floated to the side as Dio had swayed when he exerted force. After playing with the skull of the Supreme Evolution for a while, Dio decided to turn it into the main body of a certain servo skull and casually put it away. Because of the fall of the main ship, the Supreme Evolutionary Force is now leaderless and will soon annihilate the enemy. Chapter 25 Back Home. After the war ended, Dio went to the place where Hela was recuperating. "How is it going? How are you doing now?" Dio asked Hela, who could now use her arms freely. Hela didn't speak. She wasn't the kind of person who couldn't accept defeat. Getting injured was commonplace for her after following Odin in his many campaigns. But this is the first time I've been injured this badly. Therefore, Hela was deeply depressed. Dio noticed Hela's worries and comforted her, then took out the head of the Supreme Evolution. "I've already killed the man, and I've also taken over the civilized planet under his command. Now that I've suffered a setback, I should go home and rest for a while." Hela stared in astonishment at the human head laid out before her. "You finished it so quickly? How did you do it?" Hela asked curiously. The initial purpose of Supreme Evolution in optimizing and improving its genes was merely to enhance its brain, and its initial intention in strengthening its physical combat capabilities was simply to adapt to some extreme environments, Dio explained. "So you mean I'm worse?" Hela's face fell. No. Dio naturally denied it. The Supreme Evolutionary power is actually very strong, but he is too arrogant. The days he transformed into a giant and fought with you have actually exhausted his energy. This explains why dealing with the small force he sent to the Supreme Evolutionary flagship was so difficult, and why Dio was unable to retaliate despite humiliating him so much. Even if Dio grabbed his neck and transformed him into a giant, he could break free, but he remained a normal human until his death. This means that the battle between the Supreme Evolution and Hela had already exhausted its own energy reserves, but it still confidently believed that even though it was no longer at its peak, it could still defeat Dio. It has to be said that Supreme Evolution is truly audacious. After a moment of silence, a servo skull flew over to remind Hela that it was time to start her recovery training. Although Asgardians possess physical abilities that are almost unparalleled among humanoid beings in the entire universe, even after severed limbs are reattached, they still require a certain amount of rehabilitation training to fully recover. "I have something to tell you. I'm planning to go home for a visit," Hela suddenly said. Dio was completely bewildered. All these years of marriage, Hela had always used leading troops into battle to vent her dissatisfaction with Odin. Thor must be almost 100 years old by now, right? But Hela has only seen him as a baby in the city of the Almighty, and hasn't seen him since. "It's good to go back. I can also stop the war. The expansion over the years has reached its limit. Let's clean up the places we've taken for now, and we can also develop the entertainment industry." Dio helped Hela up and nodded. "And you also need to reflect on yourself. Your strength has been stagnant all these years. Now, some kid who's a few hundred years old can beat you up like this. Don't you need to reflect on that?" Hela rolled her eyes at Dio's strange smile. I know, stop nagging." Hela angrily shook her hand, trying to break free from Dio's support. However, Dio held her tightly, and after a few symbolic struggles, she realized she couldn't break free and could only helplessly undergo rehabilitation training with Dio's help. In the universe, Dio's army did not continue to expand its territory. Although it only stationed itself in place, it still relieved the previously loose Star Alliance. However, in order to prevent Dio from restarting the war, their alliance became more united, at least on the surface. Taking this opportunity, Dio also sent out caravans to restart trade, sold his new inventions, and even secretly recruited and supported some civilizations to cause political struggles within them. After finalizing the outline, Dio relinquished his responsibilities to his subordinates and returned to Asgard with Hela. Asgard Harbor. This is Asgard's only gateway to the outside world besides the Rainbow Bridge. In fact, there was nothing here when Asgard was first established. It was built by Odin after marrying off his daughter, against all odds, to facilitate trade with Dio and other interstellar empires. Now, the once bustling and lively port, which never stopped operating day and night, is under complete martial law by Odin, with Valkyries and heroic warriors standing on both sides. After receiving Dio's message and setting a time, Odin ordered the merchants in the vicinity to be temporarily driven away, so as to give Dio, his son-in-law, a solemn meeting. He even brought his two sons to the port early in the morning to prepare for their arrival. One is Thor, wearing bright silver armor and a red cloak, wielding Mjolnir. One is Loki, the god of fire and mischief, clad in a green robe, wearing a helmet of antlers, and twirling a pair of sharp daggers in his hands. It's been so long since I've seen Big Sister. I wonder if she still recognizes us. Thor squatted on the ground, holding a small mirror in his hand. Unlike the handsome young man he used to be, this Thor had a full beard. If it weren't for his neatly combed hair, he would have been mistaken for a slovenly man. Loki rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Who would recognize you looking like this? Besides, the last video call was before Big Sister started this war, which is almost 20 years ago. Who knew you'd have grown a full beard in those 20 years? Seeing his younger brother's disgusted expression, Thor chuckled, "Isn't this a surprise for my older sister? If she still recognizes us, I'll shave my beard. If she doesn't, I'll just keep it." As he spoke, he stroked his beard with obvious delight. This made Loki's expression of disgust even more pronounced. I don't know what Saul was thinking, but after a video call, he started to neglect his appearance. His hair was one thing, but he seemed to care about it and would often groom himself. But he didn't care about his beard at all. It had grown longer than Volstagg, one of the warriors 3 of Asgard. Thor even wore a small braid on his beard and tied it with a ribbon into a small bow. Just as Thor and Loki were bickering and disliking each other, a notification sounded at the port. A massive interstellar merchant ship, almost covering the entire port, sailed towards a separate dock outside the port, led by an Asgardian ship. Then, the ship's belly opened, and several smaller ships flew out and entered a port that Odin had specially prepared to welcome Dio. The gates opened, and the first to step out were not Dio and Hela, but Dio's royal guards dressed in golden armor. Then came Dio and Hela. Thor and Loki rushed to meet them. "My dear sister, welcome home." Thor, taking advantage of his height and strength, stepped ahead of Loki to stand in front of Hela, but instead of Hela's curious gaze, he was greeted with a loud slap. Snapped. Oh. Boom. Hela's slap was so powerful that it sent Thor crashing into a decorative stone pillar. The pillar toppled over, hitting Thor on the head in the process. Loki didn't even have time to be shocked. The look of disgust on his face, which Thor had rushed forward to see, was still there when he saw his brother buried under the rocks. Chapter 26, Planning a Trip to the Sacred Tarot. Sol is fine, he just has a concussion, he'll recover after a good night's sleep. In the hall, Dio gave Odin an awkward but polite smile and explained. Hela recognized Thor, but he had been too unkempt lately, looking like a wild Tibetan mastiff. This is why Hela didn't recognize him immediately. It wasn't until she knocked Thor away that she realized the thing looked familiar. After thinking for a while, she realized that the big Tibetan mastiff was Thor in disguise. This matter is neither a huge nor a small one. After all, the former heir to the throne beat the current heir the moment he returned home. If this were a royal family on Earth, it would be a major event. But with Odin, it's up to him to decide what to do. Odin remained expressionless, revealing neither joy nor anger. After the servants left, he sighed and said, "My dear daughter, I'm sorry to have you witness such a farce upon your return." Hela rolled her eyes at her elderly father, said nothing, and turned to leave. "I've spoiled Hela a bit with her temper. It's all right, I'll have her come back later." Dio, who had intended to be a bystander, saw Odin looking in his direction. Faced with his father-in-law's gaze, having never encountered such a situation before in his 2 lifetimes, he chuckled awkwardly and lowered his stance to reply. Odin shook his head and only spoke after seeing Frigga take Hela away from the doorway. "I know about Hela. Her control over power is too extreme. If she could calm down and digest it properly, and work hard to explore her own potential, her power would be enough to surpass mine without relying on Asgard's blessing." Dio was taken aback by Odin's direct question, then pondered Odin's words and was speechless. Dio remembers Odin saying something like that about Thor in the movie, right? What is this? Versailles? He boasted about the powerful genes of his Asha race, claiming that each generation of his descendants was stronger than the last. Are his descendants Nonfu? However, Dio was not surprised that Odin knew about Hela. Putting aside the fact that Dio had informed Odin about Hela's situation before arriving, the center of the battlefield itself was not protected at all. Not to mention Heimdall, even Earth in the 21st century could see what was happening in the center of the battlefield through outdated space telescopes. Then Dio spoke up. "Improving her strength has been a major concern for Hela. I wonder if you have any way to help her calm down and focus on her studies?" Dio's idea was simple, to leave his wife with his father-in-law's family. After all, this was the best way to make steady progress. However, Hela's personality had been spoiled by Odin, and she was a restless person. As expected, Odin shook his head. "I have no way to keep her in Asgard, nor can I expect her to stay. Hela has a connection with Asgard, and since coming here, her physical strength, endurance, and recovery have reached a terrifying level. Even in my prime, I wouldn't dare say I could easily suppress Hela, let alone with the people of Asgard. Dio rolled his eyes at Odin's words. Still can't stabilize the voltage? Although Odin in this world has never killed a celestial while wearing the destroyer armor, Odin the Father's fighting prowess is no exaggeration. Among the many cosmic gods of the City of Omnipotence, the Earth-side gods are the strongest. Among the many gods of Earth, only the gods of Chinese, Greek, Egyptian, and Indian mythology were originally the most powerful. Norse mythology, including Odin, and Japanese mythology stand out as particularly prominent among them. The Japanese are able to rank among the top and be compared with the strongest of the four mythologies by relying on the evil god Tianjing, one of the 5 great creator gods who was annihilated. Although such clones could exist in every pantheon, Tianjin was different. He was ambitious and had ideas. Before the rise of Japanese mythology, he had already taken steps to become the king of chaos, but he was discovered by other pantheons immediately, and subsequently suppressed and sealed. Even though he was blocked, he still managed to absorb the power of several gods before that, which made Japanese mythology worthy of being ranked. Norse mythology, on the other hand, relied on Odin's formidable strength to maintain its dominance over Greek and Egyptian mythology. Of course, over the years, these rankings have changed, and some mythical deities have fallen off the list due to various reasons such as neglecting their duties. No, we've gone a bit off topic. However, it is undeniable that Odin's strength ranks among the top of all the gods in the universe. No joke, he could destroy as many planets as he wanted, like Earth. Although this Odin isn't as twisted as the one in the comics, if you actually believe what he said earlier, well, that's just ridiculous. Dio, for one, said he didn't believe a single punctuation mark. I spoke with the Celestial Venerable of China a while ago. He said that if you want to further improve your strength, you need to meditate. Fortunately, he has a place where he can help. After resting for a couple of days and getting to know Thor and the others, you can go there. Odin sat down on a chair and let out a long sigh. Dio was stunned for a moment. To converse with the Celestial Venerable of China? Is it the Jade Emperor, the Great Celestial Venerable? Before Dio transmigrated, he had seen the Marvel version of the Jade Emperor, who seemed to have ascended to godhood from among mortals. He wore a green robe and looked like a large piece of jade from a distance. In the movie Thor, Ragnarok, when Thor and his crew arrived at the city of the Almighty, Thor walked from the audience to Zeus, passing right in front of the Jade Emperor. Because the Jade Emperor was so tall, Thor had to take big strides over his feet to get past him. But could the place Odin mentioned, a place for meditation, be the secret realm of Tarot, the sacred site in the movie Shang-Chi? Oh. I wonder where the place is that can improve one's strength? Dio pretended not to know and looked at Odin. Odin thought for a moment. It seems to be called Tarot. It's a sacred place on Earth that can directly reach the Eastern Heavenly Court. To be honest, if the Jade Emperor hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even know this place existed. Heimdall can't even see it. Since it's a place that leads directly to the Heavenly Court, why would the Heavenly Venerable send us there? Dio asked, somewhat puzzled. You should know that we have never met or interacted with anyone in the City of Omnipotence. At most, we have met with his diplomats. Odin smiled slightly upon hearing Dio's words. Your power and strength are renowned throughout the universe. As a former Earth race, we Earth gods will certainly try to win you over and have you stand with us as a protector of Earth. Dio understood. To put it bluntly, he was afraid the Celestials would cause trouble and wanted to recruit their fighting force. Moreover, he, an eternal race member, was indeed born on Earth and is a natural-born Earthling. Although he didn't intervene when being hunted by the gods in the universe, it was clear that he hadn't yet demonstrated his value. Now, however, his value has become apparent. He controls a major power-spanning nebulae, whose technology and strength are incredibly formidable, making him valuable to win over. Dio sighed. Although this world does not follow the Dark Forest law, the law of the jungle is still cruel. In the end, Dio agreed to Odin's request and said he would go to Tarot and Hela to see if he could meditate for a while. Let's see if there's any way to improve Hela's strength. Chapter 27 Thor and Loki. Although Thor suffered a concussion, he was still a member of the Aesir, so his injury healed incredibly quickly. The first thing he did upon waking was to run to see his older sister, but not to express his longing for her. Instead, he brandished Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, wanting to fight Hela. Hela would never refuse such a good thing. After absorbing the power of Asgard, she used Thor's hammer to beat Thor to a pulp. That's not all. Thor, that dim-witted guy, lay on the ground in a state of grief and indignation, shouting something like, "My hammer." The level of misery was so high, it felt like the male protagonist was NTR'd. Is your brother really brainless or what? Doesn't he know that this hammer used to be Hellas' weapon? Dio watched from afar, one hand on his younger brother's head. Loki dared not move now. He had just planned to tease Dio with illusion magic, but his true location was immediately discovered. Loki considered himself to be very skilled in magic, and Frigga often praised him. Although he knew that his illusion magic was insignificant in front of a great god like Odin, he had at least received personal instruction from Frigga, and ordinary god-level units could not easily find his true form. But now Dio not only easily broke Loki's illusion, but also silenced Loki's magic after he was captured, preventing Loki from using any of his magic. He's probably just used to having everything go his way, Loki said with a fake smile, trying to break free from Dio's control. Dio suddenly pinched Loki's head hard. What are you trying to do? Mental magic has no effect on me. Dio's sudden exertion caused Loki to stop his little action. Just as Dio felt a mental force invading him, he knew without a doubt who it was. In all of Asgard, the only one with the ability and courage was Loki, who stood before him. Although he couldn't even break through his own mental defenses, it has to be said that Loki's mental strength is very strong. Even when his magic was suppressed, he could still forcefully gather his mental strength to launch an attack, which shows that Loki's mental strength has reached the point where he can use it without relying on magic. It's important to know that in the Marvel Comics universe, apart from mutants, very few people rely solely on mental power for attacks. Most of them depend on magical energy, and without the support of magic or energy, they revert to being ordinary people. Upon arriving in Asgard, Dio clearly saw that the growth trajectories of these two little ones were still 90% the same as before. One was all muscle and relied on brute force to do everything, while the other was full of cleverness and his magical skills were indeed quite high, but he was unwilling to use them. The magical atmosphere in Asgard is actually quite strong. From Odin to ordinary people, the use of magic is involved in all aspects of life. However, there are very few full-time magicians. Most of them use various high-tech and magical alchemical creations as aids. In addition, Asgardian soldiers' fighting style is primarily melee-oriented, and magic or runes are mostly used to give soldiers enchantment-like effects, which means that magic is not the mainstream. Loki, as a prince, is actually quite strong in close combat, but compared to Thor, he is not as good. Moreover, Loki's style of doing things is different from the mainstream of Asgard, which makes Thor more popular among the military and civilians, making Loki feel that his existence in Asgard is very awkward. Luoji himself was somewhat stubborn. He would say he didn't like barbaric hand-to-hand combat, but secretly he cultivated both demonic and physical bodies. But for some reason, he didn't master either aspect. He claimed to be the #1 magician in the 9 realms, but apart from illusion magic, he had few other skills that he could use effectively. His other magic was good at bullying mortals, but he had no decisive means against opponents of equal or stronger level. As for his martial arts skills, aside from the soldiers of Asgard, he couldn't beat any warrior with even a little reputation. For example, in hand-to-hand combat, Loki could only rely on his cleverness to avoid being beaten up. This is a classic example of being neither the best nor the worst. In fact, many magical texts circulate throughout the universe. For example, the empire where Dio lived had copied almost every magical text that could be found in the universe and placed it on a planet specifically used as a library. The kind of teleportation portals used by mages on Earth also exist. Dio saw various magical texts transmitted by Earth's gods and the Sorcerer Supreme while searching for different books. Of course, magical artifacts like the Xian ring are extremely rare. It is said that it was sold for an astronomical price on the black market. In addition, the entry requirements for some magic are relatively strict, which means that although there are all kinds of magic books in the universe, very few people actually practice them. After all, it's still the same old saying, why spend time developing something that even talent might not be able to master if a single planet-destroying missile can take down an opponent? In the entire universe, apart from the empire where Dio resides, which has a complete production line for magicians, Earth is probably the only other place that can do this. Thinking this through, Dio looked at Loki, who was in pain, and wondered whether he should take him to the empire to participate in magician training. After Loki eased his pain, he said, "I've heard about how powerful you are, brother-in-law. I've heard that you're incredibly strong in both magic and physical strength. I just want to give it a try. So, did you find anything out?" Dio smiled, watching Loki crack his knuckles. As expected, a person's reputation is well-deserved. To be able to build an empire single-handedly, one must be top-notch in both intellect and combat prowess. Loki forced a smile as he praised. Dio rolled his eyes. "I won't flatter you anymore. Come on, your brother's finished fighting, let's go down and have a match. No sooner had he finished speaking than Dio dragged Loki into the arena, no matter how much Loki struggled. Inside the arena, Hela pressed Thor down on her back, pinning him down so tightly that Thor could not break free no matter how much he struggled. Thor, being stubborn as a mule, recklessly challenged Hela to a contest of strength, determined to get up despite Hela's foot pressing down on him. However, Thor's strength is now far inferior to Hela's. Alright, Hela, the first match is over. Now the second match begins. With that, Dio grabbed Loki by the belt and threw him into the center of the arena. Loki. Thor saw his brother being thrown to the ground in a sorry state, and he was overcome with grief. He roared and a thunderbolt struck down from the sky without any apparent purpose. Hela scoffed at this, and with a flick of her wrist, Mjolnir, the lightning bolt was diverted. However, the bolt did not disappear but remained connected to the hammer, landing like a long whip formed from lightning. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, he picked up Mjolnir and left. Thor truly loved his hammer, and ignoring Loki's disheveled state on the ground, he immediately rushed to Hela, wanting to retrieve his Mjolnir. Dio smiled and waved, bypassing the arena's mechanisms to directly open the protective shield within the arena. This protective shield is actually a smaller version of the Golden Palace protective shield, but its effect is the opposite. The Golden Palace is meant to prevent outsiders from entering, but this protective shield is meant to prevent those inside from running away. This was added to prevent people who like to use illusion magic, like Loki, from deserting in the face of danger. Chapter 28. It's hard to tell the truth from the false. The Vikings regarded the Asgardians as their gods, and they shared some of their customs, such as rarely fleeing during battle. Of course, if the difference in combat strength between the two sides is too great, they will still run away. After all, they just enjoy the battle and are not stupid enough to throw their lives away. However, this also indirectly confirms the Asgardians' fighting habits. During duels, they generally do not desert before a winner is decided. This protective shield was originally only to protect the magic of the duelists inside from accidentally injuring the surrounding spectators. But it was only after Loki, the sixth brother, appeared that the shield was reinforced to its current state. Loki, feeling utterly helpless, struggled to his feet and looked at the protective shield that had already formed, managing a wry smile. Now, let me test your mettle and see if you truly deserve the title of the #1 mage in the 9 realms. Dio stepped forward, gathering a surge of energy in his hand. In the void, several energy spheres the size of basketballs condensed, and to everyone's astonishment, the surface of these energy spheres even showed corona rings similar to those that only appear on the surface of the sun. The surrounding temperature even began to visibly affect the surrounding space, and there was even a phenomenon of spatial distortion. Loki's newly activated divine power was almost dissipated by the shock of what he saw. Goodness gracious! These are corona rings that only appear on the surface of stars. The existence of such things indicates that the energy in these energy spheres is unimaginably vast, completely disproportionate to the energy they should have for their size. Wait, I give up. Loki quickly wiped his sweat and raised his hands in surrender. Are you kidding me? If this thing really hits him, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes on the spot? Besides, it's just a duel, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? That won't do. Come on, Loki, try defending with all your might. Dio waved his hand lightly, and these energy balls bombarded Loki. Boom. 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 The powerful energy blasted towards Loki, creating a massive explosion that blew up almost everything except where Dio was standing. Everyone outside the arena was stunned, and then immediately erupted in an uproar. They hadn't expected Dio to actually explode, especially since this was Asgard and Loki was the third son of Odin, the king of the gods. But just as the panicked crowd outside was about to open the protective shield, a black, obsidian-like blade flew over their heads, instantly attracting their attention. Hela immediately retorted, "Are you all blind? Can't you tell what's real and what's fake?" Hela's imposing manner intimidated everyone. As for Thor, he didn't stay. He knew that Dio had fought Hela before, and he couldn't even beat Hela, so he had no hope of defeating Dio. Besides, he knew his younger brother's level. It's obvious that they'll be completely crushed. To avoid losing face, they went straight back to the Golden Palace after the protective shield was erected. Inside the protective shield, once the smoke and dust had cleared, everyone could see the scene inside. The ground was shattered and covered with black and red lava, and Dio was standing on the lava. Unlike Dio, who looked relaxed, Loki looked completely bewildered. This is an illusion? Loki stared in disbelief at the scorching magma around him and the space distorted by the intense heat. Because this lava is real. When Dio's energy ball came crashing down, Loki knew he couldn't dodge it, so he formed a protective shield, thinking he would block it if he could and take it if he couldn't. But after waiting for a while, the expected impact did not come. Instead, there was a huge sound and thick smoke. Then the ground began to glow, and by the time Loki noticed, the ground had turned into fluid lava. When Loki first realized it was an illusion, he removed the protective shield, but he was stunned when the ground started to soften. He didn't sense any energy being released, yet the ground transformed from an illusion into reality. As for why Loki was so certain it was true, the reason was simple: the ground turned into scorching lava that burned Loki's clothes, causing his exposed skin to feel excruciating pain. Loki has only ever seen this ability to turn the unreal into reality in the books. Even Frigga, the once famous Valkyrie and witch, couldn't do this kind of reality-distorting ability. Loki composed himself. As a wizard, he had to remain calm at all times. Even now, with his clothes on fire and his feet sinking into lava, Loki still used magic to defend himself. He also attacked Dio. Magic has 3 major elements. You should have heard of the 3 standard points required to learn magic and manipulate energy within my empire. Dio did not resist Loki's attack and walked forward step by step. The ground where he walked gradually returned to its original solid state, where it was a mixture of solid and liquid. Loki's magical attacks turned into birds and petals that scattered everywhere. Loki was completely bewildered. Although he knew that reality distortion could be manipulated at will by the caster, the scene before him was far too bizarre. Loki has an exceptional talent for magic and energy manipulation. Even when Odin tries to distort the magic Loki uses, Loki will be able to detect something amiss, and Loki may even experience a feeling of unease, as if he has a pent-up anger that he cannot release. But Loki couldn't see any flaws in what he was seeing. The most important element is mental strength. Although the strength of mental strength is divided into several smaller branches, their main functions are the same. One of them is resistance to illusions. Dio said that he would not go any further, but looked at Loki. Loki stopped his attack after hearing Dio's words. Indeed, mental strength is extremely important for magicians, not only in combating illusions, but also in the brain's memory, thinking speed, reasoning ability, ability to control distractions, and intellectual performance. More advanced techniques, such as telekinesis, astral projection, mind intrusion, and the manifestation of mental power, are all closely related to the strength of one's mental power. Don't say I'm bullying you. The illusion I'm using right now is a very standard one. It's the kind of top-notch illusion a magician who just graduated from school can perform. It was the first magician in my legion to graduate from school and cast this spell. His grades were only average in the entire graduating class. As Dio spoke, the surrounding environment began to change. As the smoke and mist dissipated, the scorching lava and the soft, liquefied ground on the ground also slowly disappeared. He was not trapped in the lava, but was kneeling on the ground unable to get up. His hands were not casting any magic, but were somehow behind his back, and his clothes, which had just been burned, had returned to normal. If it weren't for the lingering pain on his skin, Loki would have truly believed that none of that had happened. This is still the result of an apprentice graduating from school. This illusion is so realistic that it can be mistaken for reality. Loki knelt on the ground, his eyes unfocused. Although Dio dragged him into this duel, as the self-proclaimed greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms, his magical skills were indeed quite high. Apart from Odin and Frigga, Loki felt that no one in Asgard could surpass him in magic. This pride has been with him since he began learning magic. As a result, Dio presented Loki with an apprentice's graduation project, which fooled him, not only his eyes but also Loki's body. In other words, he had been kneeling on the ground, swaying his body, with his arms completely behind his back, and had not cast any magic. But to be honest, haven't you ever trained in the virtual universe? Dio lifted Loki up and looked him straight in the eye. Loki snapped out of his shock, looking completely bewildered. A virtual universe? You actually created one? Dio? In the distant Golden Palace, Odin broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 29 Illusion. The virtual universe was created by Dio by copying the virtual universe technology from the world of Swallowing the Star. The method to enter the virtual universe is also very simple. Dio developed an eye mask-like device that can be easily put on to enter. Inside, you can play various games and trade, and even if you eat your fill in the virtual universe, the taste will linger in the real world. Of course, this is just the brain deceiving the body. In reality, no energy is being ingested, and you will still feel hungry. The virtual universe serves more than just this purpose. It includes arenas and training grounds where users can purchase various magical texts to hone their spirit and even refine their combat skills. Of course, training in combat skills only helps the mind become familiar with the game. If physical fitness can't keep up, one remains weak. After all, this is a pirated version of a virtual universe, and it's vastly different from the virtual universe in Swallowed Star where one can comprehend the power of laws. But the virtual universe is a treasure for magicians. Putting aside the magic books that can be purchased, the training room has the same effect as the hyperbolic time chamber in Dragon Ball, with the ratio of internal time to external time reaching up to 100 to 1. Of course, there is a fee to enter, and Dio cannot allow others to use it unconditionally, otherwise he would be at a disadvantage. After setting up the virtual universe, Dio not only distributed it within the Empire, but also immediately sent several accounts that allowed unconditional access to the training rooms to Odin and others. After all, he's my father-in-law, so I should treat him well if I can. Although Hela often leads troops into battle and spends less time at home than her Transformers, he can still meet up with Hela through the virtual universe. At first, he didn't know why, but while wandering around in the virtual universe, he often saw Odin and Frigga, and occasionally Hela, but he never saw Thor and Loki. Hela knew that Hela was a war maniac. She had no interest in doing anything else until the war was over. She would only occasionally enter the virtual universe to relax at the beginning of the war and at the end of the war. As for Thor and Loki, Odin and Frigga have always said that they are under too much academic pressure and have no time for studying. As a former citizen of the Celestial Empire, Dio was well aware of the pressure faced by the student party and did not have too many doubts. But now it seems there are many doubts. Dio shook the Loki in his hand and asked curiously, "You haven't received anything I sent you?" Seeing Loki's bewildered expression, Dio knew what was going on. Well, Odin may be old, but he's young at heart. Dio was familiar with the system of Asgardian schools. Basically, students entered at the age of 7 and learned different knowledge according to their own aptitude and interests. On average, it would take about 20 years to barely reach the graduation standard. It would take about 60 years to learn all the knowledge. Looking back now, the academic pressure in Asgard wasn't actually that great. We attended classes 4 days a week, and the rest of the time was free to arrange as we pleased. Plus, there weren't many classes each day, at most 3. There aren't even any after-school tutoring classes. Even if Loki is a genius, it would take him 50 years to complete all the subjects and meet the graduation requirements. But how long has it been since Loki became famous? According to information gleaned from conversations with Odin and Frigga in the virtual universe, Loki possesses exceptional magical talent. While it typically takes an Asgardian 10 years to reach the minimum graduation standard for magic, Loki graduated with top honors in less than 5 years. Loki spent some time learning other knowledge, but he graduated 5 years ahead of his classmates. 3 years after graduation, Loki began to make a name for himself. If you do the math, although the virtual universe was only completed and sent to Asgard half a century ago, at that time only Thor was still studying hard in school, making up for his failed courses. Upon closer reflection, it seems that Odin, that old man, hacked his own son's device. No, there's also Frigga. After all, given Frigga's personality, she theoretically wouldn't hide anything, but in fact, she never revealed any information about the virtual universe to her 2 sons. Dio casually tossed Loki aside. "How about this, let's have another match to test your abilities. If you satisfy me, I can give you an account with no limit on the amount." "How?" Loki's eyes darted around when he heard Dio's words. His mind raced, and he was deeply tempted by the allure of the virtual universe, but he felt it wasn't enough. Regardless of what Dio did, some of the functions of the virtual universe could only be used and understood after logging in. Before the virtual universe was released, only some simple functions were revealed. For example, you can shop online, enjoy a fully immersive virtual universe, and meet in real time with family and friends who are separated by more than several galaxy clusters or hundreds of thousands of light years. These are the basic functions. Everything else requires logging in to find out, but Odin and his wife kept the information about the virtual universe very well hidden. Even if Loki was very clever, he couldn't figure out the specific functions of the virtual universe. Loki's eyes darted around, but he couldn't resist the temptation. After all, the features of the virtual universe alone were enough to make many people envious. It's possible, but there has to be a passing standard. Otherwise, whether you pass or not depends on your whim. Wouldn't that be unfair? Loki revealed his signature smile. Judging from Loki's expression, you can tell he definitely has something on his mind. He then said, "I can give you a standard. I will immediately create an illusion with 3 levels, each with different passing standards. If you can pass all 3 levels, then you will pass." "No time limit?" Loki asked, his smile fading. There is no time limit. Dio's affirmative answer made Loki's face turn ugly. Dio just showed off a skill that almost made Loki lose his sense of reality. If this time there's a great illusion with no time limit, wouldn't he be able to stay inside for thousands of years without ever getting out? No, we need to lower the requirements a bit more. Just as Loki was about to speak, he discovered that his surroundings had changed drastically. It's already starting? Before Loki could react, a white light flashed before his eyes, and his surroundings changed drastically. We've captured Loki, and he'll be here soon. A strange voice rang out. Loki's eyes stung from the blinding white light. He reached up to rub them, only to find his hands were tied up. The next moment, Loki regained his sight and found himself inside a building, his hands bound, and the building was damaged, as if a fight had taken place there. Moreover, there were many people around him whom he did not know. Okay? What was I about to do? Huh? Thor. As Loki pondered, he caught a glimpse of his brother out of the corner of his eye. He was covered in gray and had some wounds on his body, as if he had been through a great battle. Moreover, Thor seemed to be holding him, and appeared to be quite familiar with the people around him. Thor. What are you doing here? Loki asked, still not quite understanding what was happening. He also saw the person who had just spoken. He was wearing a blue bodysuit, like a theatrical costume. There was also a man with a small mustache carrying a blue energy object in a suitcase. Cosmic Demon. Loki's eyes widened as he was about to speak, but Thor gagged him, silencing him. What the hell? Chapter 30, I can and hashtag 039, think of a title, so I and hashtag 039, LL just leave it at that. You came up with this script? Hela leaned against the wall with her arms crossed and asked Dio. As a former top student of Asgard, you should know about parallel universes, right? Dio said, putting his arm around Hela's shoulder. Hela nodded. She knew about parallel universes, but her strength was not enough for her to actually come into contact with them, so she only knew about them. Moreover, within Asgard, besides the gatekeepers on the Rainbow Bridge, only the two people on the throne have truly come into contact with parallel universes. This has resulted in the Asgardian commoners' concept of parallel universes remaining in books, just like ordinary people on Earth in the 21st century. Even the royal family and nobles of Asgard cannot get close to them without a certain level of power. I have contacted parallel universes through the power of the Infinity Stones, or rather, I have contacted my counterparts in parallel universes. Dio began to spout nonsense with a straight face. After all, the events in the illusion were based on the TV series Loki. Hela, as Dio's bedmate, knew very well whether he could come up with such a script. Forget about artistic talent, he had no sense of humor or romance. Fortunately, Hela was a female warrior, equivalent to a shield maiden among the Norse Viking warriors. Of course, this doesn't mean that shield maidens don't appreciate romance, but they just appreciate straightforwardness more. Although she wouldn't think about it because she values force above all else, a woman's intuition is something that will always make any head of the household break out in a cold sweat. Hela believed Dio's words. After all, those are Infinity Stones, possessing unexpected and immense power. But it still shocked Hela. Then, Dio recounted what he knew about the original Thanos. Hela was completely bewildered after hearing this. Is Thanos an idiot? With the Infinity Stones, he can create unlimited resources, right? And what about all those superheroes in that world? They all have spies on their side. Can't they figure out Thanos' personality? Thanos may be an extreme idealist, but if there are enough reasons, it's not like he can't negotiate. Why not sit down and have a good talk and solve the resource problem? Hela clutched her chest, looking like she was in pain. You know what, there really was a Thanos in one universe who was persuaded to disband the Dark Quadrant and his army, and became a raider? Dio thought of a hypothetical universe of Star-Lord Black Panther. Raiders? Aren't they just scavengers? Hela looked at Dio with a strange expression. In the universe, raiders are more like a combination of scavengers, bounty hunters, and pirates. Their style of doing things is characterized by being unrestrained, and based on Dio's description, the young man who persuaded Thanos to give up destroying the universe should be a member of the raiders, since only the raiders would engage in such small-scale smuggling trade. Dio coughed and changed the subject. In that world, after Loki failed to invade Midgard, he was imprisoned. However, due to the time traveler causing a deviation in the timeline, Loki escaped and was subsequently pursued by the Time Mutation Oversight Bureau. Dio pointed to Loki inside the barrier. The barrier was good, but it couldn't trap Dio. Dio had already emerged long before Loki was confused by the previous illusion. later on, it was Dio who was using illusions to communicate with Loki. Now, the illusion plot has reached the point where Loki uses the Space Stone to escape, only to be captured by the Time Mutation Management Bureau. Dio reveals Loki's story. After Loki was captured by the Time Mutation Bureau, they discovered that Loki's role was like that of a villain in a movie. After learning that he was a frost giant, he began to embark on the path of villainy. However, at this moment, he deviated from his original script, so they captured him and planned to cut him out. Hela frowned slightly upon hearing this. With Hela's abilities, she could tell at a glance that Loki's true form was not Asgardian, but merely concealed by a very ancient magic. The method was familiar, it must be Odin. But how did Loki come to have this kind of role? Was he born a villain? At this point, Dio's tone shifts. However, Loki escaped by trickery, and he found the creator of TVA, the variant. And then? Haikau's curiosity was piqued, since the plot in the illusion was progressing rather slowly. And then? Dio left the audience in suspense. To find out what happens next, stay tuned for the next installment. Hela pulled out a sword and stabbed Dio fiercely, but it wasn't Hela's night sky sword, and it couldn't harm Dio's skin. Hela was just venting her anger. After stabbing a few times, she turned back to continue watching the story unfolding in the illusion. Dio stroked his chin. He had set this illusion to end at the end of the first Loki movie. American TV series have a lot of plots but very short time, only a few hours in total. He estimated that the plot would be over by tonight. After all, they came here on important business. They originally intended Asgard as a transit point on their way to the Terra Holy Land and the Heavenly Court. If they were delayed for too long, wouldn't that make the Jade Emperor look bad? Dio didn't concern himself with the illusion anymore, said goodbye to Hela, and left. Before leaving, he heard gasps from the audience. Without turning around, Dio knew that it was the female Rocky Sylvie making her entrance. As for why? Dio glanced at Thor, who had somehow hidden himself nearby. Thor was staring wide-eyed at the center of the arena, his expression filled with an indescribable emotion. There was surprise, joy, fear, and bewilderment. Ignoring him, Dio returned to the Golden Palace to find Odin. Odin sat expressionlessly in a chair, wearing an eye patch, clearly immersed in the virtual universe. Beside him stood Frigga, who looked utterly speechless. You hide yourself and expect me to face you? Don't even think about it. Frigga used magic to disappear, giving Odin, who was sitting upright in place, a fierce glare before leaving. After a while, Dio found Odin's location and saw that the old man had hidden in the virtual universe. Dio also took out an eye patch and entered the virtual universe. Removing the blindfold can forcibly physically detach a person from the virtual universe, but it will cause abnormalities in the account information within the virtual universe, making it difficult to re-enter the virtual universe next time, and may even result in the loss of some account information. What specific information might be lost is beyond our control. This situation would be catastrophic for some people who have deposited their assets into accounts in the virtual universe. Therefore, many people choose to enter the virtual universe alone in a room where they are not disturbed by outsiders, and Dio generally does not choose to physically separate himself from others, especially since this person is his father-in-law. Chapter 31 and #039, Loki and #039, arrives. Dio did not make things difficult for Odin. After waiting for a while and seeing that Odin showed no intention of coming out, he left. After exploring Asgard, I returned to the arena just in time. What's wrong? Isn't it over yet? Dio looked at the scene in the illusion and felt somewhat strange. In this illusion, the person who remained is dead, and Loki has been returned to the Time Bureau. This plot was not designed by Dio, and he had just removed the magic from the illusion. Hela was somewhat surprised by Dio's words. Yes, you didn't know? As the one who personally constructed this illusion, Dio should be the one who knows its specifics best. But I have clearly dispelled this illusion, Dio murmured softly after hearing this. Hela? Dio. The two exchanged a glance. Hela knew that Dio had no reason to make such a joke, and she also believed that in Asgard, absolutely no one would dare to deliberately cause trouble under Odin's nose. Nevertheless, Hela sensed something was amiss. Just then, a mysterious dark green energy surge suddenly erupted from Loki in the center of the arena, spreading rapidly throughout the space like ripples on a lake, and sweeping across the entire universe in an instant. Dio's body suddenly stiffened, and for a moment he was unable to move an inch. At the same time, Loki's previously empty and lifeless eyes now glowed with an eerie dark green light. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling directly on Dio. Interesting. The soul and body are merged, but the appearances are different. Thanos in this world is quite peculiar. Loki grinned, looking Dio up and down. Dio was a bit confused. What was that? When did Loki become so strong? That was the power of time points, wasn't it? Although he hadn't touched the time stone to gain time-related abilities, the powerful boosts from the power and mind stones were enough for Dio to gain a basic understanding of the properties of other gems. While not enough to control the soul, space, and time, it was enough for Dio to sense the power of the laws governing these aspects. Of course, it's just a feeling. But this is enough for Dio to keep his mental power unaffected by time when the Loki in front of him uses a time-stopping ability. Loki reached into Hela's mind and searched through her memories, soon understanding everything. So that's how it is. It's all because of you. According to what I've seen in other worlds, you should be considered a time traveler. Loki came up to Dio and smiled as he looked at Dio's eyes, which followed his movements. You are unique. I have seen other transmigrators become Thanos, but you are the most unique and the most powerful. Loki took out a glass of wine from somewhere, took a sip, and then waved his hand. Dio felt a slight disconnect between his body and the world, and then took 2 steps forward, maintaining the momentum he had just taken. So, you succeeded? You've reached a level similar to the 5 great creator gods, at the multiverse level? Dio stopped, looked around the pale green space, and then turned back to ask. I'm curious how you did it. Loki flashed his signature wicked smile, without answering Dio's question. To be honest, I've seen a lot of transmigrators. Some of them inexplicably travel to various numbered universes. Every time they appear, their strength inexplicably increases a lot. And every time they do something with a purpose, they disappear. It feels like they're here to do a mission. There are also some people who have always stayed in one universe, beating up Thor and me. Loki stepped forward, and at the end of his sentence, a strange expression appeared on his face. Judging from your appearance, you must have been beaten up more than once in all those universes. Looks like you're really unlucky. Dio put his hands on his hips, looked down at the Loki in front of him, and seemed completely unguarded. Loki shook his head and smiled, it's all right. You're even more unlucky. You'll either be torn to pieces or become their laborer, practically a slave. Upon hearing these words, Dio understood the specific situation. The people Loki was talking about were probably time travelers like him. Just like the protagonist in the Marvel fanfiction I read in my previous life, after arriving in the Marvel world, he became the leader of the Avengers, recruited followers, collected beauties, fought Thanos, and fought the Celestials. He tramples on the court of life and punches the goddess of death. Then he would become famous throughout the universe and befriend Odin or the chief gods of various pantheons. It looks pretty good, but anyone who has read fan fiction knows that the process is simply indescribable. If it were a protagonist from a mortal system, it would be alright. They would gradually rise through the ranks, and when their combat power was sufficient to face Thanos from other universes, they might even try to persuade this crazy plan of the universe's family planning director to kill half and spare the other half. After all, Marvel and DC are worlds plagued by cosmic disasters, so having more friends means having more options. However, some would directly kill Thanos in one fell swoop, then forcibly take over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources and enjoy various beautiful women, luxury cars, and villas. It's as if the people of the motherland have finally let go of their self-restraints. As for those who traveled from various universes to humans as Loki mentioned, they are probably like the protagonists in multiverse travel novels, doing missions in various parallel worlds to strengthen themselves. Just like the main god Space. This group is not to be trifled with. If they have the support of the main god Space, they might just take down an older one after the younger ones. Even if the main god Space records the coordinates here, it might use this place as a large-scale quest instance to give experience to the people below. However, if it's simply about traveling through multiple worlds, then you can try to make friends with them, since you can get to know characters from worlds outside of American comics and make various transactions. With this thought in mind, Dio was about to ask, but Loki spoke first. These memories are quite different from what I know. Although my sister married out of the country, their relationship has improved a lot. My brother and I are enjoying a different kind of childhood. The overall structure of the universe has also changed dramatically. The Supreme Evolutionary is dead, the Kree have been almost wiped out, and apart from a few big cats and little cats, the Eternals have basically all followed you. Various interstellar alliances have emerged in the universe, and in a sense, the universe has become more united. Loki looked at Dio. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. I thought you would continue your crazy plans like the other Thanos. These are not problems. If I wanted to, I could do the other one too. But now I want to know why you came here, Dio finally asked. If he wasn't mistaken, the Loki in front of him was theoretically the strongest among the Loki. God of stories. Could it be a multiverse crisis caused by the deaths of those who survived? Before his time travel, Dio had not seen the second Loki movie or Ant-Man 3, so he did not know that the death of Kong the Conqueror would lead to a collective invasion of the universe. He only knew that a crisis had occurred in the multiverse timeline at the end of the first Loki movie. It could very well affect the development of the multiverse. Although he has already made a mess of the world. Chapter 32 Loki and #039's winning over. The survivors? Loki looked at Dio with a strange expression and waved his hand, saying, "No, it's not just them." Them? Dio frowned. As for the survivor, Kang, Dio, a fan of Marvel Comics, didn't know much about him. His first impression was of the Marvel cartoons he watched as a child, where Kong the Conqueror fought against the Avengers. The reason is that Kang's universe was swept by a mysterious disaster, which would then create spacetime rifts anywhere in the universe. Kang's wife, due to a dispute with Kong, was caught in the spacetime rift and was enveloped by it. Although Kong managed to save his wife, she remained in a similar state to the ghost in Ant-Man 2, except that she was unconscious like a vegetable. Kong attacked Earth to conquer it and enslave its inhabitants, in order to help him cure his wife. In the end, the righteous Earthlings defeated Kong. Although they agreed to help him get Kang's wife, Kong was still imprisoned. This was Dio's only impression of Kang. Of course, impressions can sometimes become very strange, like when a poorly trained AI alters a photo and turns a blade of grass into a dog. It's just as absurd. Even though Dio possessed great mental strength and had developed his brain to a certain extent, he still remembered some things in a very inaccurate way. Many Kangs? Dio stroked his chin, his first thought being that this Kong wasn't anything special. But upon closer reflection, Kong is still quite terrifying. When Dio saw Kang's analysis in his previous life, he said that although Kang's record against the Avengers was very high, most of his battles were when he traveled back in time to try to change the past and influence the future. In terms of how difficult Kong was to deal with, he was the most difficult to deal with. Kang's only redeeming quality is probably the advanced technology of the time he lived in. After all, Kong is portrayed as a future super scientist. Looking at it this way, he seems like a Dr. Doom without magic. But based on his portrayal in the TV series, Kong, one of the survivors, probably doesn't have very high physical abilities, but it's possible that only weapons like those used by Loki and Sivir could break through his body. Furthermore, there is a Kong no Jakai in the comic, which contains many Kong members. In the final episode of Loki, Kang, the survivor, said that he had met many versions of himself, so the so-called Kang ceremony should also exist. One Kong is not scary, after all, everyone knows that even a tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves, and two fists can't fight four hands. But if a group of Kong appeared, even the comic book version of Thanos might have a headache. Yes, because the timeline is no longer handled the same way as before, many Kong will gradually discover the sacred timeline. At that time, I can only rely on the people of the sacred timeline to resist these Kong. What do you mean? Dio realized that Loki's words had a hidden meaning. You should know that there are many multiverses beneath the omnipotent universe. As soon as Loki finished speaking, Dio nodded. Although the multiverse is not composed of numerous parallel universes generated from a single universe, the relationships between them are still significant. Each multiverse has a main universe, and the parallel universes derived from these main universes are integrated to form a single multiverse. This is the origin of the numerous multiverses within the omnipotent universe. And the universe you live in is actually another multiverse that is separate from the multiverse composed of the main universe 616 in which I live. If we consider a multiverse as a galaxy, then the omnipotent universe is the entire universe, and you are someone from another galaxy? Dio was taken aback. Although he didn't know if Marvel really had this claim, Dio quickly understood the meaning of Loki. That's right. Loki snapped his fingers and nodded. Those who remain also left their own multiverse, just like me, and encountered their counterparts from other multiverses, thus starting a war. But now that the multiverse I inhabit has been revitalized, my universe will be discovered by other Kong. But here's the problem, although I revitalized the multiverse I was in, brought those characters back to their own universes, and even planned to observe and contact those transmigrators, hoping they would stay and help me, I still felt that it was not enough. So, like a survivor, I ventured out of my own multiverse, but unexpectedly, I discovered a strange universe as soon as I came out. Dio understood. Loki had a fear of insufficient firepower, he didn't have enough heroes in his own universe, so he planned to find outside help. Strange? Is it because of me? Dio asked. Not only that, but this multiverse is not healthy. What the hell? Loki had barely finished speaking when Dio shouted in a high-pitched voice, startling Loki. Unable to dodge in time, Loki's skin and muscles began to disintegrate, blood splattering everywhere, and his body crashed backward into the wall behind him. Dio looked embarrassed. The increase in strength made Dio's body extremely powerful in every aspect. Although he could not destroy a boulder with just a whisper like Black Bolt when he used his full strength, Dio could still break a gap in a mountain when he mustered his strength. Of course, this can only be achieved with full effort. Even so, his deliberately controlled low growl still managed to rip off Loki, a god. Dio chuckled as he dug Loki out of the wall, but Loki didn't move at all, he simply blinked and returned to his previous state. However, Dio saw a flow of energy, a verdant green power of time. I know this is shocking, but your reaction is too much. Loki covered his face and rubbed his arms. Although this body was just another version of himself in this universe, at least he had possessed it. Although he recovered quickly, the phantom pain of his body being torn apart still made Loki unable to stop. I'm sorry, but are you telling the truth? Dio placed his hand on the other's shoulder and asked. Loki rubbed his face, which was still throbbing with phantom pain, and nodded, that's right. Every universe has a Kong. Once they travel through time, they will integrate the entire multiverse. The Kong in my world is the one we killed. You should know what he did. Dio nodded. Kang's actions were clearly depicted in the American TV series Loki. When I was searching throughout the entire omnipotent universe, I was often recruiting talents right under Kang's nose. But when I came here, I only glanced at you and found that your universe is the only one without Kong. As he spoke, Loki revealed an unprecedented expression, Kang's power is immense. The existence of so many different variants makes me unsure whether I can handle them by relying on those superheroes. I've read about the first half of your life. You crave knowledge and technology and tirelessly study and develop them. You've collected knowledge from many universes within TVA. If you agree, I can let you go and learn. Dio was moved upon hearing this. But Dio raised his hands and stepped back, I never agreed to participate. Don't think I don't know who Conqueror Kong is. Nobody knows how many variants he has or how many of himself he has gathered. This isn't something that can be fought simply by gathering manpower. I personally will not participate. Loki, unsurprised, replied without changing his expression, all of Kang's technology and knowledge can be given to you. You have a really good eye for people. Chapter 33 Arrival at the Southern Heavenly Gate. So you're going to participate in a war that could start at any time, but you're not planning to take me with you? When the time stop ended, Loki returned to normal, but this wasn't a good thing, since Loki had died in front of all of Asgard. Loki really wanted to beat up Dio, but after weighing the strength of both sides, Loki wisely gave in. So, the illusion ended, and Loki used invisibility to run back to his room. Before time stopped, Hela noticed something amiss, so after Loki slipped away, she took Dio to her room in Asgard to ask him why. Dio had no intention of hiding it from Hela, so he told her the truth. This leads to the sentence at the beginning. Forget it. If your strength improved further, I would definitely take you away, but you are not as strong as you are in other universes right now. Dio said calmly, uttering words that drove Hela crazy. In an attempt to win him over, Loki gave Dio some of the memories of time travelers who died in the Marvel Universe. This allowed Dio to learn about some of the future plot developments in Marvel, much like the Marvel What If series. A white Hela who is in love with Wenwu. In terms of strength, white Hela can suppress Odin, but the Hela in front of him, let alone Odin, even a fully powered Frigga might not be able to defeat. It's important to know that Frigga in this universe was once the Valkyrie Queen, just like Frigga in the God of War game. What did you say? Assessing strength is a taboo subject for Hela. Perhaps due to Odin's upbringing, Hela is both very proud of her own strength and extremely sensitive. Dio shrugged, utterly speechless. This was also something Odin revealed to Dio in the City of All Power, which left Dio speechless. The next day, Loki's news caused jubilation throughout Asgard. Odin and Frigga were also curious about what happened in the illusion, but they had no good feelings towards the TVA organization. After all, in the illusion, Sylvie, Loki's daughter who was a variant of himself, was actually taken away by the TVA in Asgard. This is equivalent to rubbing Odin and Asgard's faces into the ground. Loki was in an awkward position, since he was the male lead, and interestingly, he was also the female lead. Now, with every step Loki takes, he sees someone looking at him with a half-smile. Damn it all. Loki cried out in despair, looking up at the sky with a long sigh. With no other option, Loki had to hide quickly, and also to avoid Thor mocking him. However, while Loki could evade the eyes of many in Asgard, many did not include Thor. Loki. Thor laughed, noticing his brother trying to dodge. He grabbed it with a wave of his hand. Ignoring Loki's flushed face, he loudly proclaimed yesterday's illusion. As Dio watched this scene, he thought that if Thor were to suffer another defeat this time, the situation should be reversed now. After all, Thor has basically been fooled by Loki since he was a child. It's only been one night, and he's already leaving? When Dio and Hela found Odin, he was walking with his brother-in-law Frigga. Your Majesty, we have already disturbed you for a whole night. After all, the other party is also a god king, and I cannot break my promise, Dio said, bowing slightly. Odin remained expressionless. He was getting a bit annoyed by the TVA, whose very existence was uncertain, and didn't care about his son-in-law's family's future. He waved for him to leave. Dio bid farewell to Odin and Frigga, then took Hela and headed to the Rainbow Bridge. I cannot be certain of the current location of the Tarot realm. I can only send you to the entrance of the realm we saw last time. Heimdall inserted his greatsword into the device, activating the Rainbow Bridge. It's all right. The entrance to the Tarot realm should still be there for now. After all, we were invited, and they can't expect us to arrive completely in the dark. Dio and Hela were both unconcerned. Heimdall nodded, gripped the sword guard and twisted it, causing the entire room to begin rotating and charging. Soon, a rotating golden passage appeared in front of him. Dio and Hela said goodbye to Heimdall. Led by Hela, Dio leaned forward slightly. He felt a slight pull, and then transformed into a phantom and rushed into the Rainbow Bridge. Earth. With a loud bang, a rainbow-colored beam of light slammed into the ground, carving several mysterious runes into the earth. As the smoke cleared, Dio and Hela were revealed. Who would have thought that such a small planet holds so many secrets? Hela exclaimed, looking at the bamboo forest before her. After receiving a message from Loki in a parallel universe, Dio learned that all the myths on Earth had left behind secret realms or artifacts that could make one a messenger of the gods. The Night of the Moon in Egypt was one of them. There's even a dimensional portal near Mount Olympus on Earth that leads to the real Mount Olympus from Greek mythology. Moreover, there are also those Eternals, bioengineered robots created by the Celestials, living on Earth. It was only after receiving this news that Dio realized that his Thanos was actually portrayed differently in the comics and movies. In the comics, Thanos is just a member of the Eternals. The term Eternal Titan simply means that Thanos is an Eternal born on Titan. In the movie version, the Eternals are merely bioengineered robots created by the Celestials to ensure the smooth birth of new Celestial members. Thanos, on the other hand, was merely a Titan. Titan is both Thanos' birthplace and the name of his race. However, perhaps because of what Loki said about the absence of any variants of the Eternals, he remains an Eternal Titan in this universe, while the Eternals on Earth may be derivatives created by the Celestials after their attempt to recreate the superior genes of the Eternals failed. Dio nodded in agreement after hearing Hela's words. Soon, as the two were observing the bamboo forest, an acquaintance suddenly emerged from it. Tai-bai? Dio was quite impressed with this beautiful woman dressed as a man. Long time no see, young friend. Venus laughed heartily, then bowed to the two of them. Dio and Hela immediately returned the greeting. After straightening up, Venus stretched out his hand and said, "The great celestial venerable has prepared a banquet, please." Please. Dio instinctively reached out his hand as he walked. The three of them then walked into the bamboo forest together. I originally thought you had arrived yesterday, but the great celestial venerable instructed us to make preparations today. I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I came out. Tai-bai Jinxing stroked his beard and chuckled. With that kind face, no one would guess that he was the Venus, the god of war and killing in the West. I spent some time playing with my two brothers-in-law in Asgard yesterday, which delayed me a bit, so I only arrived today, Dio replied with a smile. Tai-bai nodded with a look of sudden realization. All right, let's hurry up and go. The banquet was already prepared when I came out. Since this is a banquet hosted by the great celestial venerable alone, we shouldn't keep him waiting. Tai-bai Jinxing stood still and nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, a portal opened in the void. Venus stepped forward and entered the portal first, followed by Dio and Hela after exchanging a glance. Inside was a patch of white clouds, and not far away stood a massive gate. No amount of description, whether its carved beams and painted rafters or exquisite beauty, can adequately capture its essence. Amidst the drifting clouds, one can see the three characters Nanshinman, South Heaven Gate, written on the gate. Hela's eyes widened in disbelief. This place was completely different from the small room she had entered Asgard. This place is grand and majestic, while Asgard is small and cramped. However, like Mount Olympus, this place also has a huge gate, Hela said. But even the gates to Mount Olympus weren't this impressive. Dio didn't think much of it. In his previous life, he had seen many movies and TV shows depicting the southern heavenly gate. Although those were imagined by modern people, the structure of the one in front of him was actually quite similar to the one he had seen in his previous life. The only difference is probably the atmosphere? Dio couldn't quite describe the feeling, but looking at the south heavenly gate, he felt a mysterious and peculiar sensation. Chapter 34 Conversation. Tai Bai, I remember that the southern heavenly gate is guarded by the 4 heavenly kings, right? De asked after entering the southern heavenly gate, following behind Tai Bai jinxing. He was very curious about what the 4 heavenly kings of this world looked like. Venus, still smiling, replied, although the heavenly king is not on duty at the south heavenly gate today, and the 4 marshals Ma, Zhao Wen, and Guan are at the gate, I seem to remember that it is the heavenly king of growth who is inspecting the 4 gates today. If you wish to meet the heavenly kings, there is no need to rush. You originally intended to come here to cultivate and receive guidance from the great heavenly venerable and the moral heavenly venerable. Sooner or later, you will also meet the other immortals. All right. Dio didn't care, he was just curious about what these gods looked like. The 3 of them soon arrived at the location of the Great Celestial Venerable. The Great Heavenly Venerable, also known as the Jade Emperor, was the old man of heaven in the mouths of ordinary people in ancient times. It is also the origin of the title god borrowed by Western Christianity when it came to China to spread its doctrines. When Dio first saw the Jade Emperor, perhaps because he was in the world of American comics, even though he was wearing the emperor's crown, he couldn't hide his sharp aura. Apart from his identity as an emperor, the Great Celestial Venerable gave Dio the feeling of a general who had been through countless battles. And that height was so great that even Dio had to look up at him. Although he appeared stern and even somewhat serious, the Great Celestial Venerable spoke very gently. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves for a while. After the meal, a maid escorted Hela to her room, but the Jade Emperor asked De to stay. The Jade Emperor looked at Dio and said, the strongest being of the eternal race, I think you should know why we sent you to Earth. Dio nodded. Of course he knew that as a member of the Eternals in this universe, he was a life form born on Earth and was naturally a guardian of Earth. Even though Dio himself was not born on Earth. When Dio demonstrated his immense potential and power, the gods of Earth saw an ally with whom they could unite against the Celestials. Especially after learning that there was a celestial being's offspring deep within the Earth's core, this urgent feeling stirred the minds of the Earth's gods. Among all the gods on Earth, only the Eastern Chinese gods were most capable and experienced in nurturing their successors. Therefore, after some discussion, it was decided that the Chinese gods would teach and enhance Dio's strength. The celestial gods are exceptionally domineering and incredibly powerful, but even if they elevate the concept of maintaining peace to the scale of the entire universe, it would still be a terrible disaster for all living beings in the universe. The Jade Emperor paced slowly with his hands behind his back. In the past, the gods of each realm fought their own battles. Even when the Celestials descended upon Earth, we did the same. It wasn't until each of us suffered losses at the hands of the Celestials that we sent Odin to test the waters first. Who would have thought that even the combined power of the strongest among the gods would be so vulnerable against the Celestials? Then the Jade Emperor said in a serious tone, only then did we realize that we needed allies. The reason why our combined strength was not enough was simply because we had too few of them. If we could cultivate or discover more talents to join us, then the heavenly gods would not be as invincible as we imagined. So we spent over 100,000 years searching for allies, but without success, until you appeared. I'm telling you this so that we don't train you to go head-to-head with the Celestials. Although there are still conflicts and suspicions among the gods, we all know that no single god can resist the Celestials. The Jade Emperor looked down at De with a serious expression. Dio suddenly realized something and asked in surprise, so, the legend in the universe about a certain gathering place of gods, where those gods allowed dimensional invasions and rebellions among their subordinates without sending a large army to suppress them, is actually Earth? What's the purpose? Is it for training troops? The Jade Emperor did not deny it. It is a very difficult process to cultivate a powerful warrior from scratch, and it is difficult to form a fighting force. But just like Asgard recruits heroic spirits, we also recruit famous and powerful generals from the mortal world to our cause, hoping that they can become our future help. After a short silence, the Jade Emperor explained. The Li family, who assisted King Wu of Zhou in overthrowing the Shang dynasty, were deified for their merits. Erlang of Guangzhou was also deified for his meritorious service in controlling the floods, which brought blessings to generations. Famous ministers and generals of various dynasties who possessed unparalleled wisdom and courage could also be deified. How about that? Doesn't it sound like someone who's desperate for anything? The Jade Emperor chuckled self-deprecatingly at the end. Dio didn't know what to say. He actually heard a hint of sorrow in the Jade Emperor's voice. However, it seems that this is why the gods recommended him to come here for cultivation and training. When Dio first joined the Earth's divine family, the gods wanted to cultivate his strength so that he could join the ranks of the Father God as soon as possible and increase the voice of the Earth's gods in the City of Omnipotence. The people whom the Jade Emperor mentioned earlier who were granted titles of godhood mostly became among the most powerful fighting forces in the divine race within 1,000 years. Even in the entire universe, its strength is top-notch. For example, the heroes nurtured by Athena in Greece were almost all of Zeus's bloodline, with a very high degree of directional influence, and with the exception of one or two, most of them were not qualified to become a member of the gods. Even the heroic warriors of Asgard are mostly cannon fodder. As for the other gods, they either have a very high degree of directional focus, like the Greeks, or they lack the strength to cultivate them. A side-by-side comparison reveals that the only option left is for the Chinese divine race to cultivate them. Alright, the welcome dinner is over. Take a rest and get familiar with the surroundings. Tomorrow we will arrange for you to go to the Tushita Palace to see Laozi. After a moment of silence, the Jade Emperor seemed to be sighing over something, then waved his hand, ordering the heavenly guards to send De away. Upon arriving at his lodgings, Dio felt as if he had returned to his old home from his previous life. The house was the same as my old home in the countryside in my previous life, a single-story house with blue bricks and red tiles, surrounded by a small courtyard. Hela, having changed into a Taoist robe, looked at herself in the mirror with a bored expression. Upon seeing Dio arrive, he exclaimed, "The clothes here are so comfortable. You should try them on." Dio smiled at the sight and put on the long robe that had been prepared, but because his hair was too short, he looked a little strange. However, the clothes are indeed comfortable to wear. The clothes look like they fit perfectly. A voice came from the doorway. Dio and Hela turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a child, who looked no more than 10 years old, standing with his arms crossed, looking at them with an arrogant expression. Seeing Dio and the other turn around, the child pointed to the door behind him with his thumb. "I just came in since the door wasn't closed. You won't mind, will you?" As she spoke, a ferocious and terrifying smile appeared on her cute little face. Chapter 35 Neza. He was a child of about 10 years old, with a chubby face and a red on his forehead. His cute and delicate appearance, which was almost indistinguishable from that of a boy, revealed an unruly and untamed look, and even had a strong sense of killing intent. The smile that appeared on the other person's face even had a heart-stopping quality. The person who came was none other than the so-called number one traitor in heaven, the filial son who escaped from the tower and died. Arrest him. Shah. No, I mean Neza. Looks like it's you. Neza sized up De. Not bad looking, but I wonder if you're all show and no substance. As soon as he finished speaking, Neza swept his hands from his waist, and a pair of fiery wheels appeared beneath his feet. In his hands, a steel ring and a knife also appeared. Before Dio could react, Neza pushed off with his feet and charged straight at him. But as soon as Neza got up, a hand suddenly appeared behind him and pressed him down. "Third Prince, this is His Majesty's distinguished guest. Please do not be so rude." The newcomer was dressed in golden armor, with a golden whip at his waist, a vertical eye on his forehead, and his full head of red hair stood on end in a rage, his eyes wide open in anger. "I am Wang Shan, a spirit official before His Majesty. This is Neza, the third prince of the Li family and the marshal of the central altar." The newcomer was none other than Wang Shan, the head of the 500 spirit officials, who was also known as the Great Heavenly Venerable of Thunder and Lightning and the Grand Spirit Official of the Capital Heavenly Inspectorate. "Please forgive me, esteemed guest. The third prince is a bit eccentric. I apologize for any offense he may have caused." Wang Lingguan stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "No need, no need. I've heard of the third prince before, there's no need for that." Dio dared not accept such a courtesy casually and quickly stepped aside. This world is no longer the proper Marvel universe. When I read the comics in my previous life, the gods in the Marvel Chinese world were all incredibly weak, and the strong ones only existed in the background. Who knows how powerful these gods and ghosts are these days? Anyway, he'd never seen this Wang Lingguan in Marvel Comics. "Brother Wang, I was just testing his abilities, it wasn't really an offense," Neza said nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Hela, hands on her hips, tilted her head and looked at Neza, saying, "So your name is Neza. Now I finally know who was defeated by the Celestials." Huh? This time, Dio was truly dumbfounded. What the heck? When did Neza get involved with the gods? Neza looked at Hela and curled his lip in disdain. "You think you're so great? If you're so capable, go and fight the gods." As he spoke, Neza's expression became even more disdainful, and he walked out with his arms crossed. All right, this is no fun today. Brother Wang, I'm leaving now. Remember to come to my house for a drink after you finish your shift." Hela showed no reaction to Neza's disdain, turned her head away and said nothing more. Wang Lingguan also cupped his hands to Neza, indicating that he would see him later. "Your Excellency, His Majesty has entrusted me with a matter of advice." After Neza had disappeared from sight, Wang Lingguan turned back to De and Hela and said solemnly, "Although cultivation does not prohibit sexual activity, please do not engage in sexual intercourse too frequently, as it is not conducive to cultivation. The message has been conveyed. I still have to be on duty, so I should go." After saying this, Wang Lingguan cupped his hands in greeting and left without looking back. Dio was not surprised by the Jade Emperor's instruction. In China, the Taoist cultivation method requires the cultivation of both body and mind, and the initial stage requires extremely strict requirements for the suppression of desires and inner desires. These methods have already been spread throughout the universe. Dio had practiced for a while and could be said to have achieved some success. However, this method of cultivation did not spread throughout the universe. The reason is simple: it is too difficult to get started, and even if one manages to get started, it is even more difficult to master. Moreover, those who need to cultivate are mostly desperate outlaws in the universe who risk their lives. After all, they have no money or power, and all they want is to do evil without restraint. They can't afford high technology, but those magic and cultivation manuals are everywhere. Of course, it's not good enough to just wipe your butt, but you can buy the whole set for the price of a drink and a meal. Even so, Chinese cultivation methods are universally hated throughout the universe. For no other reason than it's just too difficult to practice. An alien can use magic at will after studying for a few months, but a Chinese cultivation method might not even get to the bottom of it after studying for half a lifetime. Even though those interstellar powers and alliances know that Chinese cultivation methods can prolong life without side effects, they still choose high-tech methods because it is too difficult to get started. Once you get started, you'll need to hone your skills and practice diligently for at least a decade to achieve anything significant. Fart. Therefore, most of the cultivation methods in China are just looked at and then left to gather dust. Dio and Hela didn't care about Wang Lingguan's words. They weren't together because of physical desire. Although they often worked together, they knew how to be restrained. After all, he had already reached a good level in cultivating both body and mind. If he didn't know how to be restrained, he might not even be able to get started. By the way, what did you just say about Neza and the gods forming a group? Dio asked curiously, recalling Hela's words. Hela waved her hand. "It's nothing. The Celestials have visited Earth more than once and have clashed with the gods several times. Once, when the Celestials came, they angered one of the Chinese gods with just a few words. I was far away at the time, and I only saw a flash of fire and that the celestial being was fighting. He even turned into a giant similar to the celestial being. I didn't see what happened after that. Odin said that the Celestials were bleeding, which is rare for them, and their armor was cut open. As for the Chinese gods, I only knew that there was a powerful person named Neza, but who is he now? I just didn't expect it to be a child in its original form," Hela said, her tone becoming surprised. But Dio was even more surprised. What is the Celestials? They are a group of filial sons who betrayed the first Celestial, the prototype of the Marvel multiverse. Their strength ranges from the Celestial Father level to the multiverse level, and some are even comparable to the Living Tribunal. That's a genuine Marvel Cinematic Universe project. Dio had the privilege of watching the movie Eternals, which was a complete rip-off. Although the Celestials in the cinematic universe were celestial beings born from inhabited planets, their ability to create stars and life made them incredibly powerful and difficult to defeat. Dio is unlikely to be able to defeat them now, at least not at present. Neza was able to fight a member of the heavenly gods, even the weakest one, long ago, and survived. Judging from the current situation, not only Neza, but the entire Chinese god clan has not suffered much loss. The Huaxia divine race's foundation and strength were not something Dio could afford to offend. Of course, Dio had no intention of offending anyone. Upon realizing this, Dio couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It seems this really is my destiny. What? Hela, standing to the side, looked at Dio with a puzzled expression. Chapter 36 Cultivation in Progress, Transition, 28 characters. In the days that followed, Dio and Hela began a period of spiritual practice with no end date in sight. But in fact, it was Dio who was the most exhausted. Because Hela is an Asgardian, she has her own unique Asgardian cultivation method and doesn't cultivate like Dio. Although her current strength has reached a bottleneck, she is stuck at this bottleneck due to the characteristics of the Asgardian gods. The Asgardians are the most peculiar race in the entire universe. They possess a characteristic that inspires fear throughout the universe: they grow stronger with age. However, the reality is that Asgardians become stronger with age. At first glance, these two sentences may seem to mean the same thing, but their actual meanings are completely different. If Asgardians get stronger with age, wouldn't they be as weak as a pile of trash before middle age? Therefore, the strength of Asgardians is actually proportional to their age, but due to differences in their potential, this bottleneck also varies. Like Thor in the movie, he has awakened several times and now has no more bottlenecks. All that's left is for time to allow him to mature and become stronger. Although Thor's performance in Thor, Love and Thunder was somewhat lackluster, he did indeed come close to understanding the power of the Heavenly Father. If Hela in the series is defeated by Odin due to plot-driven events, then the bottleneck she overcame would be similar to Thor's first awakening when he first arrived on Earth in the movie. But it is more likely that Hela was older than Thor, and upon awakening, due to the passage of time, she rose to the level of the Heavenly Father, thus overwhelming Odin. In comparison, Hela's potential is actually no less than Thor's, and Hela is currently stuck at this point. As expected, the power of idealism is definitely the most overpowered thing. Dio wanted to cover his face. Snapped. A ruler slapped Dio across the face, snapping him out of his jumbled thoughts. Calm your mind and focus your energy, hold fast to the one. An old man dressed in a simple Taoist robe sat cross-legged on a futon. With a wave of his hand, the ruler that had just hit Dio on the head flew back into the old man's hand. Although Dio had modified himself and was the strongest among the eternal gods, his physiological characteristics were still not much different from those of humans. In addition, with his own strength as a backup, Dio could theoretically cultivate all sorts of systems. It's even easier to get started. Dio took a deep breath and entered a meditative state once more. Cultivating both body and mind sounds simple, but it is actually very difficult. To cultivate both body and spirit means that during cultivation, one must keep both the soul and the body moving in tandem and reach the end of the cultivation together. However, achieving this goal is extremely difficult. The strange sounds from the bones, the soreness when the muscles are stretched, the pain when the ribs are struck and the head is filled with pain, and the determination to grit your teeth and persevere. The monotony of meditation can even lead to a longing for the hardships of physical exercise. Moreover, given Dio's physical condition, Laozi personally crafted a magical artifact for Dio to use in physical training. It is said to have been made directly from several black holes, and it can adjust the gravity around the body at will, allowing Dio to rediscover the fun he felt when he first started training after transmigrating. Now, the gravity he has been enduring has increased from 300 million times the Earth's gravity at the beginning of his training to 90 billion times the gravity he can normally endure while walking and meditating. His growth rate is incredibly fast. Of course, if Dio had control of the artifact, he would be even more grateful. Inside a mansion in the heavenly court. Gentlemen, how powerful do you think this so-called eternal clan is that they could get the Jade Emperor and Laozi involved? I don't see anything special about them. Neza and the others sat together enjoying the delicious food. A man dressed in magnificent official robes, with a square face, wide mouth, and glaring eyes, chuckled and said, "Third Prince, you're not usually the type to be jealous of talent, so what's going on today? You're actually doing something like this? This isn't like you at all." That's right, everyone knows that in the heavenly court, your ability to subdue demons and monsters is unmatched even by us star officials. It's truly unimaginable that you would send us gifts and ask for our advice today. The speaker was a woman, also dressed in magnificent official robes, but her tone was somewhat sarcastic. Neza opened his mouth. He was indeed arrogant and domineering when he first entered the heavenly court, but he was later taught a lesson and became much more obedient. However, he considered himself to be no weaker than those gods and always looked down on them. But now he really had to ask these star officials for something. Haha, it was my fault back then. I'm here today to apologize. Let's also talk about the one who came to heaven to cultivate this time. Neza awkwardly raised his wine cup. After all, it was the first time he had lowered himself like this, and he wasn't used to his behavior. The constellations exchanged glances. One of them, who looked old with white hair and beard but a cheerful expression, said, "Oh dear, since the marshal has condescended to do so, how could we not accept? After all, we are colleagues, and there is no grudge that lasts overnight." As he spoke, he raised his wine glass and gestured to those around him with his eyes. The others also raised their wine glasses and bowed to Neza from afar. Neza, unsuspecting, raised his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. "Thank you for the honor. You are all star gods who have existed since the founding of the heavenly court. You must know more about the inside story than I do. Could you please enlighten me?" Neza asked with a smile. "That's easy to explain." The first star official, with a square face and wide mouth, put down his wine glass and said, "The Eternals were originally created by the Celestials." In no time, the star official recounted the relationship between the Celestials, the Eternals, and their Earth gods. Neza pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "In that case, we can indeed form an alliance." "Wrong, wrong." The star official shook his head. "If anyone is to be married, it should be with the Jade Emperor. We are just star officials, and we only need to follow orders from above." Neza nodded, his doubts resolved, and drank and ate with the star officials, enjoying themselves immensely. "Thank you very much, brother Jiaomu Jiao. Let's get together again next time." After the banquet, Neza said to the first star official who spoke. Of course, of course." Jiaomu Jiao nodded, bowed, and then called the star officials away. Although Neza had resolved his doubts, he couldn't suppress his youthful curiosity and would come to watch DE's lively cultivation whenever he had time. It should be understood that even though the entirely family was granted divine status, they still needed to cultivate themselves and hone their life force and magical power to achieve their current success. Don't talk about what they say about merit. The heavenly court has no shortage of merit. Whether it's monsters on Earth or alien invasions from outside Earth, they are all walking merits. If they had just rested on their laurels, they would have been sidelined long ago. Neza's titles of Marshal of the Central Altar and Abbess of Tongtian didn't fall into his lap, they were earned through his own hard work and battles. Watching Dio cultivate can be seen as a form of revenge, since even as a lotus root incarnation, he had suffered a lot in the early stages of his cultivation. Cultivation without cultivating life force is the first disease of cultivation. Cultivating life force without cultivating nature will make it difficult for a spirit to attain sainthood even after countless eons. Laozi said, shaking his head at De. Some say that cultivation is about cultivating one's nature, tempering one's will, training one's soul, and refining one's magical power, so that one can ascend to heaven. But they have all forgotten the important second half of the sentence: if there is no physical body, where will the soul find its place? Laozi smiled and looked at Dio, whose legs were trembling, and spoke softly. The magical artifact is now operating at full power, meaning it has already surpassed its previous ability to exert gravity as a black hole. No, after being refined into a magical artifact, this black hole can actually exert a gravity stronger than before. The gravity at its center point is evenly suppressed on every inch of Dio's body, and at this moment he has successfully gained a power stronger than before. In fact, he is about to exhaust his own genetic potential. In fact, you can train your soul, will, and magical power anywhere. The mundane world is a good place to cultivate yourself, and it is also a way to hone your spiritual power. Cultivating one's life force involves strengthening one's muscles and bones, enduring the tedium and pain, but it is also a way to train one's sexual energy. Kid, hang in there. Now is the perfect time to cultivate. As soon as Laozi finished speaking, the magical treasures on his body began to exert their power, and Dio felt that the gravity had reached the limit he could bear at this moment. He bit his mouth until it was full of blood, chewed the bits of tooth he had just bitten a few times with his newly grown teeth, and then spat them out violently. But this attack, capable of piercing a star, had no effect on any part of this area. Looks like you held on. Lao Jun held the whisk and looked at De, whose face was contorted with rage, and chuckled. Then Laozi waved his whisk, and the powerful gravity that had been pressing on Dio instantly disappeared. In its place, Dio's body began to absorb energy with great hunger. We have all witnessed your growth over the years, but it is not advisable to hone your life without any protective methods. You have been silent for so long, you should have thought about what to learn, right? Lao Jun stroked his beard and smiled. Dio remained silent, his physical exhaustion preventing him from speaking for the time being. However, Laozi was right, he did indeed have a technique he wanted to learn. Chapter 37 Hela and #039 S Enlightenment. I want to learn magic, as well as the art of transformation, the art of creating clones, and... After all, he was ordered to cultivate, so he could basically learn whatever he wanted. In theory, they would teach him whatever he asked. So, once he was in good condition, Dio couldn't wait to speak. Cultivating magic is the most basic application of the rules of heaven and earth. You've read books on talismans in your spare time, so you should know what talismans are for. If you can comprehend the profound aspects, then so-called magic is just a useless thing. Lousy, interrupted DE. However, the art of transformation is also acceptable. Most of those in the heavenly court who ascended to godhood due to their merits are most skilled in the art of transformation. How about this? Go find the family of Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, and Erlang Shen to learn the art of transformation. Their art of transformation is among the best in the heavenly court. As for the technique of creating clones, there are really not many people in the heavenly court who are good at this technique, but I have one here that I can give you. You can study it yourself. In addition, I will give you a spell, which is also a method of cultivation. After saying that, he waved his whisk, and a ray of light entered Dio's mind. Dharma form. Also known as the mind image. It is a profound method of cultivation. Later, Buddhism incorporated it into its own cultivation methods. One can put one's own understanding of the Tao and the Dharma into it, and it can transform into different forms and appearances. They are generally depicted as having 3 heads and 6 arms or 3 heads and 8 arms. Generally speaking, the manifestations of the Dharma are mostly evil-looking, with glaring eyes, a body like a strong man, indigo skin, crimson hair, a gaping maw, protruding fangs, clothes tied with what look like human bones, and skull-like decorations on the forehead. Once the Dharma form is activated, it increases one's means of combat. After all, the Dharma form is unique in that it combines spirit and body, can shield against most of the opponent's magical attacks, and can also push one's physical strength to its limit. Those who ascend to immortality through merit are most fond of learning this kind of magic, because it can not only frighten away enemies with its ferocious appearance, but also defeat opponents with its extremely strong power. The reason Neza was able to return alive from the clutches of the gods was not only because of his unique lotus root body, but also because his Dharma form was extremely powerful. After reading the prologue about Dharma-related knowledge in his mind, Dio was speechless. How did the wonderful world of American comics change? If this concept were actually written as a novel, it would probably be the last struggle of a struggling author. If this concept actually appeared in American comics, most Western audiences would probably curse it out. Luckily, I'm not the protagonist in a flop novel. Thinking he understood everything, Dio nodded and said to Lousy, "Thank you for bestowing this method upon me, Heavenly Venerable. I will now go and cultivate." Lousy did not reply. He sat on the futon, looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him, and waved his whisk. Dio bowed and then silently withdrew from the Tushita Palace. After leaving the main hall, Dio immediately headed towards the courtyard prepared for him by the heavenly court. He hadn't returned since the first day of his cultivation. He did come here to further his studies. Even the cultivation novels he read in his previous life emphasized the importance of a balance between work and rest during cultivation, but he didn't get any rest at all. Dio strolled slowly, finally having a moment to rest and admire the beautiful scenery of the heavens one last time. Before he knew it, Dio had returned to the courtyard. Cultivation transcends time, and he wondered how Hela was doing now. But before he even stepped into the courtyard, he saw a child riding a cloud towards him. The newcomer was none other than Neza. Third Prince, Dio greeted him, while also wondering what he was doing there. "Thanos, right? Congratulations on your successful return from your studies. To celebrate, I've prepared some food. How about we have a meal together?" As Neza spoke, he patted the storage bag at his waist. Dio thought about it and agreed. After all, he'll have to learn the transformation techniques from Neza and the others by tomorrow at the latest, so it's good to get a feel for it beforehand. As soon as Dio agreed, Neza excitedly pushed open the door that Dio had already opened. Once inside, Neza slowed his pace and became very cautious. Dio was also taken aback when he saw the scene inside. Hela, now dressed in a more fitted outfit, faced the door, allowing Dio to clearly see her expression. Wearing a tight-fitting outfit, Hela's demeanor has changed. If she was originally just a Viking female warrior, now Hela exudes the aura of an Eastern heroine who is no less capable than any man. At that moment, Hela stared blankly at the only large tree in the yard. "Thanos, you're being unfair." Suddenly, a child's voice reached Dio's ears. Before Dio could figure out what was going on, the child's voice continued, "It's my fault, it's my fault. I forgot that, Thanos, you haven't had time to learn magic yet. But it doesn't matter. Just walk quietly and close the door behind you." After speaking, Neza slowly backed away, pushed De out, and closed the door. After doing all this, Neza breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and looked at De with his hands on his hips. That's not very nice of us, brother. We almost ruined their plans. Dio realized that Neza must have used a technique similar to telepathy to speak to him. However, Dio didn't understand what Neza was saying for a moment. What happened? What just happened to Hela? Dio's mind was still reeling, and he couldn't figure it out. Neza glanced at De, and after confirming that De didn't know, he crossed his arms and asked, "You don't know?" Dio shook his head. Apart from our Chinese divine race, other divine races all create new gods and maintain their rule based on bloodlines. Then there is only one path for them to become stronger, to hone their own bloodline power, to comprehend the power within their bloodline, and thus become stronger, or even surpass their predecessors. And your wife is the Asgardian goddess of death. Although the name Death was given to her by the soldiers on the battlefield, her divine power has become more violent and destructive because of the war. In addition, the Asgardians prefer to use unreliable methods like prophecy to interpret fate, so they prefer to use their hearts to dig into the depths of their blood and the true power that they believe fate has given them. Your wife is strong, but too much strength is easy to break. If she doesn't understand her own nature, she will never become stronger in this lifetime. Just now she entered a state of enlightenment. If she succeeds in this enlightenment, she will be able to go a step further. This situation absolutely cannot be disturbed. After all, disrupting someone's cultivation is like killing their parents. If we really disturb her, it's unknown when she will have an epiphany next time, or whether it will have the same effect as this time. After saying that, Neza gave De a look that told him to figure it out himself. How long does it usually take to achieve enlightenment? Dio asked. He can't possibly live outside forever, can he? It depends, but most epiphanies take more than a day to develop. It seems you won't be going back today, Neza said, gloating. How about it? Come to my residence. We'll have a meal together today, and start training tomorrow. Seeing Neza's gloating expression, De had no choice but to agree. He couldn't possibly go back to the Tushita Palace and continue to mooch off Lousy, could he? Chapter 38 Zhao Erlang, Li Erlang. Neza's mansion is magnificent and grand, even the main gate looks very imposing. However, perhaps because most of these mansions were the same except for some that were different in style, Dio was not too impressed. My residence is not bad, is it? I asked the Jade Emperor for it when I was promoted to Marshal of the Central Altar. I used to live with my father. Neza said, pointing to the opposite side with his thumb. Yes, Li Jing's Heavenly King's Palace and Neza's Marshal's Palace are right across from each other. Let's go in and have a drink. I haven't had a chance to eat the game that Jinjuan gave me from his last hunt. Let's cook it together. After entering the mansion, Neza instructed his men to prepare a meal. The food culture of the entire universe is not actually perfect in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Otherwise, Dio's initial food plan would not have worked. The nutrition and energy are absolutely sufficient, but the appearance and smell of the food, don't be ridiculous, it's good enough to have something to eat. And he single-handedly brought together the culinary culture of the entire universe. Even so, Dio still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although he was not a racist in his previous life, he still had a very passionate love for his country and culture. After coming here, the thought that it was an American comic book world and that there was no pure Chinese culture made him feel uneasy. But after arriving here, a sense of relief returned to him, and now, seeing Chinese cuisine once again, Dio suddenly felt a surge of emotion, almost to the point of tears. What's wrong? I remember you also started out running a restaurant. I even asked someone to buy your food before, and it's pretty much the same as ours. Are you homesick? Neza raised his eyebrows teasingly. No. Dio rubbed his eyes and wiped away non-existent tears. Try it, it's a dish from heaven. Although the ingredients are precious, some of the techniques were inspired by you. Neza didn't continue and urged De to try it. Dio tasted it and his eyes lit up. The taste was fantastic, and the cooking time was just right. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the marinade had completely penetrated into the meat, releasing its flavor after it was grilled and stir-fried. Dio was speechless, just as he had tasted his best dish for the first time. At the time, in order to test whether my skills had deteriorated, I repeatedly conducted experimental group experiments as a control group. Dio knew from the first bite that even though he had transmigrated, his culinary skills from his previous life remained unchanged. No. Or rather, it's even better. Later, because I ate it so often, my taste became quite picky. The food prepared by the heavenly court was so delicious that it felt like he was eating something amazing for the first time. Is it delicious? If it is, eat more. Erlang guards Shu and often hunts demons in the forest. He sometimes hoards some prey. When I go to the human world to fight demons, I often go to his place to steal some. Over time, whenever he has a catch, he sends his little devils to bring me some. Neza pointed to the meat on the plate and continued, don't underestimate the meat of these mountain spirits and monsters. The meat is of very good quality and can be eaten with a little processing. If it is the meat of man-eating demons, it will be very smelly and difficult to swallow no matter how it is processed. Dio was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. You mean this flesh is from earthly demons? No. Neza waved his hand. The demons we talk about are generally those that eat and harm people, while spirits usually cultivate in the mountains. If a spirit chooses to harm people instead of eating them, then we will choose to turn them back to their original form and let them taste us. This meat is from those harmful demons. If it were a demon, it would smell incredibly foul. You couldn't stand even smelling it, let alone eating it. Dio nodded in realization. That's why I said these ingredients are precious, Neza laughed. The food was delicious, and the two of them wolfed it down for a while with their drinks before stopping. After rubbing his stomach, Neza slumped unceremoniously in the chair. Dio felt bloated, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Since his genes were enhanced, he has been absorbing external energy to replenish himself and has never felt hungry. Dio glanced at Neza and found that he was curled up asleep in the chair. Good grief, isn't it said that when people are well fed and warm, they think of lustful desires? Why is he sleeping after eating? Dio had no choice but to instruct his servants to tidy up Neza. After thinking for a while, he felt no fatigue and found a place to meditate and practice his meditation skills. The next day, before Neza even got out of bed, he heard a knock at the door. The servants went out to greet them and brought the visitor in. Erlang. De was surprised when he saw the other person and was told by his servants who it was. The Erlang before them was a tall, robust young man with a serious face. What surprised Dio the most was that Zhao Yu was exactly the same height as him. Are all the gods in heaven incredibly tall? That's not right, Laozi and Tai Bai Jinxing are the same height as ordinary old men. Just call me Zhao Yu said expressionlessly. Neza is unreliable. He was supposed to be guiding you in your training, but he ended up indulging in pleasure himself. Zhao Yu shook his head and said calmly to De, come with me. I'll teach you magic. You can ask me anything you don't understand. De knew the name Zhao Yu. It was the name of Erlang, who rose to prominence at the end of the Northern Song dynasty. It was because of this name that Erlang was given the title of Qing Yuan Niaodao Xinjuan. Dio nodded, feeling that there was something strange about the Erlang in front of him. No need to be surprised. After becoming a god, one can control the size of their body at will. Right now, they are the same size as the sculpture in the Erlang temple. Zhao Yu said without turning his head, which startled De. Can he read his own mind? That shouldn't be the case. I've been enhanced by the mind gem and have the blessing of meditation. Who else could read this except by directly opening my mind? How did I know that? It's simple. I have a treasure that can enhance my sexual cultivation. Combined with the telepathy we cultivate to understand the inner desires of believers, even god kings from other pantheons can read some simple thoughts. Zhao Yu turned to look at Dio and explained. However, you have a strong heart. I only sensed a questioning thought. In addition, gods from other pantheons are curious about our appearance, so I answered. Zhao Yu's reply made De realize something. Soon the two arrived at a mansion. Upon seeing the plaque at the entrance, Dio knew that this was Erlangshan's mansion in the heavenly court. However, Dio also saw someone else inside the mansion. Erlangshan Li Erlang. This is Li Erlang, Li Bing's second son, and also me, Zhao Yu introduced to De. Dio stared in astonishment, his eyes wide, so the legend that Erlangshan might be two people is true? Li Erlang wielded a long spear with great skill, but stopped when he heard Dio's words. After I became a god, I felt bored, and this feeling only intensified over time. So I often split my soul and reincarnate to experience life anew. Many who become gods live like this. It not only increases their spiritual enlightenment, but also helps them pass the time. If they are used to high society, they can experience the lower classes. It also allows their divided souls to cultivate and strengthen themselves again. But one time something unexpected happened. Zhao Yu was deified for his meritorious service in slaying demons. He was also a part of my soul, and also Erlangshan. But it is very difficult to come back after being deified, so it has become like this, two souls in one. But Zhao Yu interrupted, "All right, that's all for the introductions. Let's begin. Don't act like a child and blurt out everything." Li Erlang paused, pouted, and snorted like a child before running away in a huff. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yu sighed. Chapter 39: The Art of Change? The Method of Change? I'm sorry you had to see this. Zhao Yu's tone remained calm, but Dio could detect a hint of helplessness in his voice. Although Dio wanted to say it was nothing, he couldn't hide his gossipy look. Seeing that the other party's expression was gradually becoming dangerous, Dio stopped thinking about it in time. By order of the Supreme Lord, we will teach you the arts of transformation and the methods of Dharma. Which would you like to learn first? Zhao Yu asked De, his expression returning to normal. Dio also adjusted his mindset. He actually wanted to learn about Dharma forms first. After all, whether it was reading online novels or various settings in his previous life, he had always been fascinated by Dharma forms, even more so than the art of transformation. But after thinking about it, I decided to learn the art of transformation first, since this art of transformation has another name, whether in online novels from my previous life or in ancient fantasy novels. The method to avoid the three calamities. It's also that art of immortality. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong learned 72 transformations to avoid the three calamities and achieve immortality. Moreover, in online novels, the art of transformation is also an extremely powerful spell, and the divine and demonic transformations derived from it are all extremely powerful. Of course, whether these things can actually happen in this world is another matter. But learning the art of change first is beneficial and harmless. Let's learn the art of transformation first. I'm very curious about it. Zhao Yu nodded and began to explain the mysteries of the art of transformation. The difficulty of the art of transformation actually depends on the person performing it. For some naturally gifted players, this ability to transform might be their innate special power. Of course, then it can no longer be called the art of change, it should be the method of change. Don't underestimate the difference of just one word, they are worlds apart. The difference between technique and method is greater than that between a human and a pig. Techniques are methods of protection learned during cultivation. No matter how profound or incredible one's cultivation becomes, it is difficult to glimpse the great Tao and achieve immortality. Spending time on this will also affect your cultivation. But the Dharma is different. It is the Dharma that enables one to cultivate oneself, achieve both physical and mental well-being, come into contact with the great Tao, and attain immortality. The path of transformation depends on how one cultivates it. If one learns it as a technique, it is easy. If one learns it as a spiritual practice, it is very difficult, especially for those who have already developed their own path of cultivation. Of course, I won't stop you if you want to give up what you've learned so far. Zhao Yu looked at him calmly, but there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Dio said, embarrassed. Good heavens, they want me to abandon my cultivation and start over. These gods are quite hostile towards me. Does that mean his telepathic connection to heaven is ineffective? Neza invited him to dinner, but deliberately delayed teaching him. Erlang Shin, who was in front of him, wanted to persuade him to give up and start over. If Zhao Yu in front of me weren't such a serious person, unlike Li Erlang, I might have been persuaded to be swayed. After all, it makes sense. He was doing quite well within the system, and was even a very important figure in it. Then one day, someone suddenly appeared who said they could replace you. If this were Dio's past life, he would have been considered quite well-mannered if he hadn't turned on them on the spot. However, his position wasn't that important, after all, he was just an ally. These gods were merely causing trouble behind the scenes. If it worked, great, if not, it was good to cause some trouble. Dio silently recited the incantation for the transformation technique and made hand gestures to try it out. This is the unique aspect of Chinese cultivation methods. Unlike the Vishanti's arcane mages who are all about special effects, beginners only need a simple incantation and a spell to train. There are no cool particle effects, only the spell that is activated after success. Soon, Dio's body began to change. He suddenly became ethereal, twisting and turning like a wisp of green smoke. Then, a cloud effect appeared out of nowhere and gradually dissipated. Only one Asian man of average build and with an ordinary face remained. This is exactly what Dio looked like in his previous life. Or perhaps it's what I looked like after successfully losing weight in my past life. Zhao Yu looked at Des transformed human form with surprise. There were quite a few people who succeeded on their first attempt at transformation, but most of them would become tall and mighty or extremely ferocious. This was the first time he had ever seen someone transform into an ordinary person. Interesting. even after the transformation, it doesn't affect the body's original power. As expected of the transformation technique, it's terrifying. Dio nodded in satisfaction. After his initial surprise, Zhao Yu looked at Dio, who had successfully transformed, and continued, "The art of transformation is unfathomable. After the transformation, you will become a completely different person, inside or out. If you become a stone, then you will become a stone. If you become a wild beast, then you will become a wild beast. In theory, it can transform into any other object you can imagine, and can even assist other people or things in the same transformation, but if you don't understand its structure, it's best to avoid transforming into things you don't understand." "Oh. Why?" Dio asked curiously. Could it be the same as the transfiguration principle in the Harry Potter universe? Will a change that one doesn't understand turn one into a monster? After a moment's thought, Zhao Yu added, "If it's something you don't understand, it's easy to fail to achieve consistency between the inside and outside. I have a little devil under my command who is skilled in transformation techniques. Once, it sneaked into a mountain stronghold where demons and human bandits cooperated. The demon, who had the ability to see through things, discovered that its internal organs and flesh were slightly different. The demon tore it to pieces and used it as a sacrifice to the flag. Moreover, in theory, these transformed items can be changed at any time and in any size according to the caster's will, but if the spell's power and will are not strong enough, it is easy to be exposed and thus revert to the original state." Dio nodded knowingly. "Even if you think this knowledge point is common knowledge, it is still learned through bloody lessons. Then I should be considered to have mastered the art of transformation, right?" Dio asked Zhao Yu, looking at his former body. Zhao Yu nodded. "If you want to study it in depth, it depends on your own comprehension. At most, I will teach you some techniques for rapid transformation to speed up the transformation so that you can do it without incantations and spells." Dio readily accepted and began to ask for his advice. Finally, Zhao Yu added, "The art of transformation is profound and unpredictable. Before one has cultivated it to a high level, there is a weakness. If this area is attacked, the art of transformation will be broken. Of course, this weakness is rare for humans, but rare does not mean non-existent." Zhao Yu's words startled De. He thought of Sun Wukong's weakness in Journey to the West, which seemed to be his collarbone. Once it was pierced, he would be unable to transform, and his body would become weak and numb, unable to exert any strength. He thought this weakness was unique to Sun Wukong, who was missing a pair of cheeks, but it turns out that everyone has it. Dio nodded, he understood. "Then can you explain the Dharma?" Dio asked impatiently. "Now, let's not even talk about the transformation techniques I've already learned. The complete set of clone techniques is already in my mind. As long as I practice diligently, there's no reason why I can't learn them. The most important thing now is the Dharma form. What kind of method is it to put one's own understanding of Tao and law into it?" Zhao Yu was somewhat surprised. Was he planning to learn it all in one go? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Learn these first. Didn't you want to learn magic? Master these first, Zhao Yu said, shaking his head, and turned to leave. Dio was speechless. Zhao Yu's excuse was the same as the empty promises his leader made to him in his previous life, except that Zhao Yu's empty promises were much worse. But it doesn't matter, I'm still here anyway, and I won't miss out on this little bit of time. Chapter 40 Guardian Deities, Spirit Officials. With that thought in mind, Dio happily returned to the courtyard. Seeing that Hela had not yet awakened from her enlightenment, Dio sighed and ran to Nez's residence. Sorry, I took a nap after eating, as is my habit. I heard from the servants that Brother Zhao came looking for you. It seems your cultivation went very smoothly today. Neza stared at Des' face for a while, recognized him, and smiled apologetically. If Dio hadn't known beforehand that this guy was faking it, he would definitely have forgiven the sincerity he was showing. You can't hit a smiling face, Dio said with a smile. Yes, today's harvest is quite fruitful. My wife at home is still having an epiphany, and the first person I thought of was you, Brother Neza. Dio had not yet transformed back into his human form, which is why Neza did not immediately recognize him as Dio. Upon entering the mansion, Dio casually transformed back into his original form. Neza once again ordered his servants to prepare food, and just like yesterday, there was a lot of delicious food. This made De somewhat helpless. Just how much do these gods like to hold banquets? Greece is like this, Northern Europe is like this, so why is China like this too? However, after smelling the aroma, Dio still started eating it. Of course, it's not that he can't control himself, having cultivated both body and mind, he has an extremely strong ability to restrain his desires in all aspects. It's just a simple appetite, it's not that I can't control it. But since we need Neza's help now, we still have to give him face. After meal, Neza stretched and patted his stomach, saying, "How was it? Was Brother Zhao's teaching style particularly boring?" Dio shook his head. Brother Zhao's teaching style is quite normal, perhaps too serious, and he explains the spells in great detail. That's true, Zhao Yu is just like that, he wants to be meticulous in everything he does. Did he say anything to you in the end? Neza asked with a curious look. He did give me some advice at the end, telling me to focus on improving my life cultivation. But I've been practicing in the Tushita Palace for so long, and Laozi still hasn't given me that black hole magic weapon. I guess I don't need to practice it for now, right? Dio said with a questioning look on his face at the end. Dio's question made Neza fall silent for a moment. He took a sip of wine, smacked his lips, and said, "Brother, do you know what category we gods belong to?" Dio was a little curious. What else could a god be? Of course, a god. Immediately afterward, before Dio could speak, Neza continued, "Gods have different functions, and different functions give us different responsibilities. Don't be fooled by my titles of Marshal of the Central Altar and Abbess Tongtian, and the fact that some great god of the three altars and seas has come from the mortal world. It seems like I'm so powerful, like I have all the power and can decide life and death with a single word. But you must know that no matter how powerful I am still a deity worshipper, a protector, and a spirit official. I, Erlangshin, Wang Shan, the four marshals, those gods of wealth, and so on, we all walk the Lingguan path, we are guardian deities. Don't be fooled by how powerful we seem to other pantheons. Every now and then, a mortal is made a god, and we have the strongest number and quality of war gods. But we all have a fatal flaw. We need the sacrifices of mortals, or rather, the incense offerings." Dio frowned. At first, he didn't understand why Neza was saying all this, but a flash of inspiration seemed to pass through his mind, and he wanted to grasp it, but he was somewhat dazed. Do you know the advantages and disadvantages of following the spirit official path? The advantage is simple, the guardian deities of the spirit official path cultivate very quickly. How fast? In just a few years, a mortal can achieve mastery of cultivation from adolescence to adulthood. They can then go out and explore, collect magical treasures and spiritual objects bestowed by elders to replenish themselves, and gain considerable combat power, even to the point of crushing many long-established gods. Neza's words reminded Dio of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. I read a comic book in my past life that provided an explanation of the story. It is said that Sun Wukong had already replenished his pure young body after obtaining the golden cudgel. Later, when he was guarding the peach garden, peaches, which belonged to the pure yang category, he stole and ate peaches, which was like replenishing his pure yang body. However, he encountered 7 fairies representing the extreme yin, and his cultivation was immediately ruined. In addition, the name Qitian is associated with the dragon that reaches the heavens, which is called Konglong. Konglong will regret it, and its power will decline. With Erlangshin's abilities as a minor saint and his superior strength as a minor sage, he was already in a position to win against Sun Wukong, whose skills had already been broken. This passage was originally intended to warn future generations about their spiritual practice, but when interpreted in this context, it evokes a peculiar feeling. Sun Wukong is like a guardian deity who was made quickly, but the title of victorious fighting Buddha was not created entirely for the purpose of being a guardian deity. The drawback is even simpler. We need incense and prayers to become gods. This is the first element that determines our divine body and power. Once determined, we will not lose power due to a lack of incense and prayers. However, incense allows us to grow and recover faster, and it can even make our brains feel like they can't stop. Without incense, we will become very empty, itchy all over, scratching our ears and cheeks, and frantically pursuing incense and prayers. Dio immediately thought of this. It's terrible. Dio took 2 sips of wine. Yes, it's terrifying. Neza toyed with his wine cup. Is this how they control you? Dio asked. Control? Don't you want to hear what nonsense you're spouting? Neza looked terrified and slowly backed away, as if to say, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. This is the weakness of worshipping gods. The weakness of the Lingguan Dao is that it becomes weak in the later stages. Although it can reach its peak quickly, it is difficult to make any achievements in a short period of time if it wants to continue to grow. What are you thinking about? Dio was somewhat embarrassed, blaming himself for bringing the conspiracy theories from Journey to the West he had read in his previous life with him. But why did you choose to worship the gods? Couldn't you have taken the Lingwan road? Dio asked, trying to shake off his embarrassment. Do you think I don't want to? I was born a god of war. Not long after I was born, I killed dragons and caused havoc in the sea. In the end, I had to cut off my flesh to repay my mother and cut off my bones to repay my father. In the end, Buddha saved me and used lotus roots to shape my body. The incense and the power of vows strengthened my spirit. If it weren't for the incense and the power of vows, I would have been scattered long ago. Neza said, gesturing wildly. Dio nodded. It seemed that the Neza in this world was different from the one in Investiture of the Gods, but more similar to the one in Journey to the West. Lao Jun taught you the basics of Lingguan Dao. Although he taught you magic, he also instructed you not to become obsessed with magic. You should continue to cultivate yourself, cultivate both your mind and body, and understand the Dao. Lingguan Dao sounds nice, but it's really just a Daoist soldier, a high-level henchman. As he spoke, Neza ordered the banquet to be cleared away. Although I worship gods and follow the path of the spirit official, I have also studied Taoist scriptures extensively. You can come to me anytime if you have any questions, or you can meditate and cultivate on your own. Neza wanted to pat Des' arm, but because of his height, he could only pat his thigh. But remember not to work in isolation. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. If I don't understand, ask someone else. My old man is right across the street. He's even better at studying Taoist magic than my older brother. Don't let his status as a marshal fool you, he doesn't fight personally, but he's quite strong. After saying that, Neza left, instructing his servants to take De to his room before he left. Chapter 41 Black and White Hela. The next day, Dio was exchanging Taoist teachings with the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King when suddenly a powerful aura shot into the sky, only to quickly subside. But this commotion means that Hela has emerged from seclusion. Dio hurriedly left the Heavenly King's palace and went to his own courtyard. The gods who were familiar with Dio also came, and even Wang Lingguan, whom they had met once before, was present. Inside the courtyard, a figure emerged, his entire body shrouded in a dark aura. White dots, gleaming within the blackness, intertwined, resembling a black and white fish. The tangible aura transformed into flames that enveloped Hela, forming a brand new set of divine armor. The aura became extremely powerful, and Dio even smelled the scent of life and death intertwined within it. Wearing a ferocious crown, Hela looked at Dio, who burst through the door, and laughed. What's wrong? It hasn't been that long since we last met, and you've forgotten how to even step inside? Dio rushed up and hugged Hela, pulling her into his arms. Hela responded enthusiastically to Dio, as if her personality had changed somewhat after she became stronger. How are you feeling? Dio asked. That's great. I can clearly see, you seem to have gained weight. Hela's answer was not what Dio expected. She reached out and stroked his face. Sure enough, his personality changed. Dio looked bewildered, yet felt it was only natural. It's fantastic. After thinking things through, I feel like I've broken free of a shackle, as if I was once locked up by a thick layer of armor. Seeing Dio's surprised expression, Hela chuckled and gave the answer she should have given immediately. Dio was still reeling from the shock of Hela's recent transformation and remained there. All right, I need to settle things down a bit more. Your friend is here to see you. With that, Hela turned to the side, revealing her curvaceous figure, gently stroked Dio's chest with her right hand, and then turned and went back into the house. Dio was even more shocked. To be honest, after being married for many years, this was the first time Hela had put on such a seductive act. If Dio hadn't been so large that he had blocked Hela's allure from being seen by the people peering outside, it would have been a different story. Dio snapped out of his daze, quickly left the courtyard, and used magic to repair the damaged gate. Congratulations on your successful advancement, sister-in-law. Neza immediately jumped out to congratulate her. Congratulations. This was Zhao Yu. Hey, old man, your wife is progressing faster than you. Aren't you afraid of getting a scolding when you get back? This was Li Erlang. Slap. Zhao Yu slapped Li Erlang on the head, sending him flying. Congratulations, sister-in-law. In addition, His Majesty has sent congratulatory gifts, 10 bottles of fine wine, 100 taels of gold, and 3 peaches of immortality. As soon as Wang Lingguan finished speaking, the breathing of the few immortals watching the show and those standing nearby became heavy. After Wang Lingguan finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a strongman and 2 maids carried 3 things inside. Although Dio was eager to see what the peaches looked like, he was now more curious about why the people around him looked so envious and greedy. Dio looked down at Neza, who didn't seem particularly interested in him. What's wrong with them? Dio asked in a low voice. Neza said with some envy, apart from the few star gods born in the heavenly court, there are almost no gods who are not worshipped. The wine bestowed by the Jade Emperor can alleviate the god's dependence on incense and vows, and can also help us to comprehend the Tao more quickly, allowing us to advance further. What about gold? Is it the universal currency of heaven? But what can you buy with just 100 taels? Dio's expression became even more puzzled. Neza shook his head. That's not gold, it's refined gold, which can be used to refine and forge magical treasures, armor, and even some treasures that immortals who are skilled in the laws of metal can use to comprehend the Tao. Of course, it can also be used as currency. Dio was dumbfounded. It had this effect? The peaches of immortality can accelerate our understanding of the Tao and increase our cultivation power. One peach can be equivalent to thousands of years of arduous cultivation. Neza said, and envy reappeared in his eyes. Dio was even more puzzled. Isn't there a Queen Mother's birthday banquet? Why are you so hungry? Can't you eat? Neza's explanation for this question was simply, not everyone is qualified to eat it. Even the Queen Mother's birthday banquet. Having resolved his doubts, Dio muttered something to himself and returned to the courtyard with Hela. The next day, Dio resumed his usual routine and continued to study Taoist magic. It is called the way, but it is actually the law. What is Tao? Every sip and every bite, every breath, the vast universe, the waxing and waning of the sun and moon, everything that enters the eye is the Tao. Studying the Tao means comprehending its principles, specifically a particular principle or set of principles within the Tao. Laozi gave the Dharma image the method of cultivation, and after De comprehended the power of the laws, his cultivation became twice as effective with half the effort. As for the laws, Dio had obtained and touched the mind and power gems, and thus possessed a certain amount of gem power. He used the gem power to comprehend the laws, and then used the laws to activate his Dharma form. This whole process is very simple. Dio succeeded without even consulting any deity. Dio even felt that in the Dharma form state, he could see the power of the laws even more clearly, and he could even use the corresponding spells and abilities without restriction. Having achieved his goal through cultivation, Dio asked for a spell to freeze the Jade Emperor before bidding him farewell. Watching Dio and Hela leave, Neza and the two Erlang gods whispered among themselves. You know what? At first, he thought that the incense and prayers offered to the gods were a way for the heavenly court to control us. Neza said, feeling amused, and covered his mouth to try and keep it up. Li Erlang was very surprised, and Zhao Yu, who was usually expressionless, now had his eyes wide open in astonishment. Ha ha ha, I never expected him to have such an idea, it's absolutely hilarious. Li Erlang burst into laughter, tears welling up in his eyes. Zhao Yu quickly regained his composure. Although the path of the spirit official can be mastered quickly, the early stages of cultivation are extremely difficult. If one is not careful, death and the dissipation of one's cultivation are the least of one's worries. Choosing to worship gods is a last resort. Otherwise, Marshal Ma would not have been reincarnated so many times, and the heavenly spirit official would not be led by Brother Bingcheng alone. Ha ha ha, I don't know where he got this conspiracy theory from, that he actually believes the Jade Emperor would use such despicable means to control us. Li Erlang ignored Zhao Yu's explanation and continued to laugh. Soon, Zhao Yu's forehead veins bulged, and he slapped him on the back of the head, knocking him to the ground. Talk about the other side. Dio returned to Earth and used the Rainbow Bridge to travel back to Asgard first. By the way, what exactly is your current situation? Dio looked at Hela, who was in a state similar to the half-dead figure in mythology, but still wanted to get the details from Hela. Hela's hands churned with black and white flames, emanating a powerful aura. I can now control the two powers of death and life. It seems I have grasped the power of laws you mentioned. Hela clenched her fist, the flames in her hand extinguished, and looked at Dio. Death and life? Dio was surprised. Putting everything else aside, she seemed even stronger than Hela from the Marvel What If series. Go back and have a good fight with the old man. Let him see how strong I am now, and make him regret not choosing me. Hela's style changed instantly, and in that instant she suddenly became more in line with the Viking female warrior in Dio's mind. Yes, stereotypes are unacceptable. After summoning Heimdall, the two were carried away by a rainbow streak of light. Chapter 42: The expansion of the Kiel-Oren and the Astartes. The great battle between Hela and Odin illuminated the entire Asgard. Having grasped the meaning of life and death, Hela became extremely powerful. She no longer had the obsession with war she once did, and she fought with even greater strength. Odin is no longer in his prime, but he is still very strong. Hela completely overwhelms Odin in their current battle. Hela's transformation greatly surprised Frigga, Thor, and the others. As for Odin, who was at a disadvantage in the game, nobody cares about him. After the war, Odin said he wanted to send Thor and Loki to the Chinese gods, as they were causing him too much trouble. Not only are they not very strong, but they also love to court death. Thor also wanted to go to the Chinese gods, since Hela could crush him even without going, but could crush his father if she went. No matter how you look at it, Hela was stronger. The dutiful son, Saul, nodded frantically in his heart. As for Loki, after being baptized by the illusion last time and occasionally possessed by the god of stories at the end of time, his physical abilities and magical talents have also been enhanced. He wouldn't even need further education. By studying diligently in Asgard during this period, he could achieve a level comparable to Thor's current skill. Don't you want to stay a little longer? Frigg was reluctant to part with Hela. I still have a country to manage. I've been away for so long, I have to go back and see it, don't I? Dio and Hela entered the spaceship under the guards of the Golden Guard. Don't worry, Mother, I'm not the same person I used to be. And when you compare, I've still achieved my goals. Hela smiled and left with Frigga, who was reluctant to see her go. Thor was more than happy to see this. After all, the Imperial Guards were really strong in combat, and they fought him to a standstill in hand-to-hand combat, especially with the monomolecular blade explosive power halberd in his hand. He felt that Mjolnir was almost sliced off a layer. Thor, of course, had no idea that Odin was secretly repairing his hammer, which was covered in wounds. After all, it was a divine artifact, and as long as the wounds weren't too severe, it could be restored with magic. Back in the Empire, Dio and Hela rested for a while before settling the affairs that had accumulated since their departure. Dio even made a series of modifications to the Astartes modification surgery, and even expanded it, adding troops called the Steel Hands and the Salamanders. The Iron Hand was designed to enable the Astartes and Spartan forces to conduct their own technological research and development. After all, it's impossible for him to always come up with ideas on his own, and he can't always create weapons suitable for the troops. Only the troops themselves understand their own needs. The Fire Salamander, on the other hand, is a warrior who saves civilians. After all, the quickest way to get a conquered territory to accept its rule is to appease the civilians. The pressure from Ultra Warriors and Imperial Fists is too strong, and because of their personalities, Ultra Warriors might try to reason with you, but they mostly use reasoning instead. The Imperial Fist won't say a word. It's considered good if he doesn't just kill you with a single shot. Prior to this, these duties were secondary to the Spartan forces. After all, once they put on their power armor, they were only about 2 meters tall, and their imposing presence was not as strong as that of the Astartes, making them easier for people to accept. Moreover, the Spartan forces are one of the few Space Marine units that have female soldiers. The Salamanders and the Criers are known throughout the Warhammer universe for their love of mortals. They are even willing to risk their own lives to save them. Therefore, Dio's goal is to quickly appease the civilians after conquering a planet. The relatively amiable Fire Lizard could gain the people's trust more quickly. Then his subordinates gave him the first good news since he returned to the Empire. A race in the universe had joined the Empire with its entire planet. The reason is that when the Ultramarines fought against the enemy, the battle lines reached the planet where this race lived, and they charged fearlessly in front of them, violently and bravely defeating the enemy. In the eyes of this group, these Astartes were a bunch of real men. It's the kind with extremely high purity. Then, I don't know what these Ultramarines said to them, but they directly decided to lead the entire planet to join the Empire. Dio glanced at their information and was completely stunned. The Kieloran. They are the Kylos. If you don't know this race, you can imagine Drax the Destroyer from Guardians of the Galaxy. Although in the comics he is an Earthling who was modified by Thanos' grandfather, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe he is an alien with his own race. His race was affected by the war due to the Kree and thus entered space. They were almost wiped out because of the Kree. Throughout the entire Guardians of the Galaxy movie and TV series, Drax is the only one who wanders outside. Does he not have any of his people? That's definitely impossible. Judging from this limited observation, the Kylo people generally have low intelligence. Relying on their exceptional physical abilities, they roamed recklessly throughout the universe, making their eventual extermination understandable. These are not the main points. The main points are the characteristics of this race. They possess incredible physical resilience, strength, and endurance. Their physical attributes are comparable to those of the Astartes, and the strongest warriors in the tribe can even defeat an Astarte with overwhelming force. It's important to know that Dio's Astartes modification surgery incorporated the original Astartes modification surgery, and it was a modification surgery that Dio had modified. In terms of performance, he felt that his Astartes was even stronger physically than the Astartes in the Warhammer world. His Astartes are practically mini-Hulks, wearing 2 or 3 tons of terracotta armor. If it weren't for the fact that the power armor's built-in systems needed to be activated, they could move freely without installing power backpacks. Moreover, the Astartes genetic seeds were found among members of the Eternals. Ultra Warrior and Imperial Fist are genetically engineered seeds created from the genetic code of 7, who possessed extremely high physical strength. This comparison makes it easy to imagine how high the physical potential of the Kylo race is. Perhaps it's in their nature, but they have an extremely high pursuit of strength, yet they are very patient and attentive to the vulnerable. Dio thought for a moment and realized that if they were brought into the Empire, they could try recruiting them into the Salamander army. Because of their physical attributes, they wouldn't even need much modification, they would just need to be taller so that they could wear power armor. Dio was very happy and drank another glass of wine. Thinking about it now, it seems like he was the only one without power armor. Perhaps because he was too strong, Dio did not design power armor for himself, because it was unnecessary. Power armor was not as sturdy as his own body. Regardless, Dio still designed a set of dark gold armor for himself, along with a set of powered weapons. After thinking for a moment, Dio began to redistribute the gene seeds. The Spartan Project's gene seed was created from the genetic code obtained from Ike, who possessed super speed and a telekinetic barrier. Of course, because of the Spartan Project, these warriors only had one gene seed to modify their bodies, and none of the other surgeries were performed. Even so, the Spartan warriors possessed extremely high physical abilities, and Dio even specially created a heavy machine gun for them called the Heavy Cannon, which is the gun from Doom. The 2 additional warbands that Dio now plans to create will be made using the genes of Olay, the genetic code of the younger sister of the 3 siblings. As a telepath, Olay himself possesses extremely high mental abilities, which can enhance the brain development and utilization of the Iron Hand. As for the Fire Lizard, Dio thought for a moment and decided to use his own genes to create a gene seed. As for the reason, it might be because, as a Cloud Hammer user, I quite like these warriors who have feelings for mortals in the nightmarish world of Warhammer. Of course, it was also because Dio wanted to recreate the Fire Lizard's immortality, and as the strongest among the eternal gods, his ability to live was the greatest. Chapter 43 Iron Man and #039's Rebellion? As is widely known, the Eternals are perfect humans created by the Celestials, possessing extremely perfect appearances and powerful superpowers. Just like their name suggests, the Eternals have lifespans that cannot be expressed in numbers unless they encounter a major catastrophe. Of course, even the Eternals cannot be eternal, since even the universe has its moment of destruction. At least Dio felt that he was unlikely to live to see the moment the universe was destroyed. Of course, this doesn't stop Dio from wanting to recreate the Fire Lizard. Who told him to think that these fire salamanders would be more receptive to socialist values? As for socialism, it is only practiced on a few planets. The speed was actually not fast, but Dio was still confident that it could be promoted throughout the entire empire within 1,000 years. Anyway, Dio has begun a new 5-year plan. The first was the Kylo people. They adapted quickly, and once they received aid from the Empire, they began to terraform the planet. To restore the original ecological environment and revive agriculture, industry, and manufacturing. Then development will proceed based on the planet's unique characteristics. The goal was to enrich the Kylo race and actively respond to the Empire's policies. Furthermore, because Hela had regained her strength, the Empire did not continue to wage war abroad, but instead focused on defending its territory. Faced with a large number of Space Marines, Dio began to revise his service policy. Because Dio did not initially specify the discharge time for those who were conscripted. Especially the Astartes and Spartan warriors. After all, with the modification of genetic seeds, their lifespan is calculated in tens of thousands of years, and in terms of service time, they can serve for 10 to 20,000 years. But now that there is no war, training the older generation of Space Marines is not enough. They need to be released back into society so that they can continue to serve the country. As for the units that are short of personnel after retirement, fresh blood will be brought in. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, not a hellish world like Warhammer where every moment presents a nightmare difficulty level. Space Marines don't need to fight until they're crippled, lying in coffins, and continuing their charge. So Dio waved his hand and ordered the Space Marines of the right age to have their mature gene seeds extracted and retire in batches. This would not only better train the new recruits, but also allow the veterans to mentor the new recruits so that they could get used to the military atmosphere more quickly. Then Dio looked at other aspects, such as the gradual release of various measures to benefit the people's livelihood, and first determined the employment situation. Then, oh, what is Thanos doing? He's actually pursuing a sustainable development path, and the beginnings of a truly good society are even emerging. It's absolutely astonishing. A familiar voice rang in Dio's ears, which made him sigh. Dio put down the documents in his hand, closed his eyes, and silently used his abilities. He's thinking about promoting a few capable people to assist him in making decisions, and he even wants to beat up this nagging person in his ear. Just as the voice became confused, a hand suddenly grabbed his neck. The man then became terrified and dodged backward, causing Dio to miss his target. Soon, a tall figure appeared beside Dio. This character has a bald head and a large head, wears a white robe with a light blue high collar, and has eyes that gleam slightly. The surrounding Imperial guards reacted immediately. In an instant, the disintegration fields of the power halberd and power sword were activated, and the weapons were pointed at the suddenly appearing person. The others, wielding shields, also activated their fields and Gaussian weapons to protect Dio. Observer, has anyone ever told you that you're really noisy? Dio said in a flat tone, waving his hand to dismiss the guards. The Imperial guards, who were absolutely obedient to Dio's orders, put away their weapons, but the disengagement stance was not lifted, and they continued to stare intently at the observer. Of course, Dio was just showing off. Don't be fooled by the observer's seemingly easygoing appearance, they possess godlike combat power. Even Uatu, the observer who claims not to interfere in cosmic affairs but always finds a way in, is theoretically on par with the 5 primordial gods in terms of strength. But that's only in theory. In the Marvel What If TV series, Uatu was thoroughly defeated by Ultron with all the gems. Even though Ultron in the comics has a full set of gems, his strength is at most that of the Heavenly Father. Don't even think about comparing his performance to Thanos. But he still has the kind of fighting power that netizens used to call the level of a single universe. I'm sorry, I cannot interfere with any universe. Uatu stood up, ignoring the wary gazes of the Imperial guards around him. Sorry to bother you, but I have to go. Uatu looked nervous and somewhat disheveled, with obvious signs of a fight on his body. Have been beaten up and are planning to call for reinforcements? Dio asked calmly, causing Uatu to pause in surprise. He turned around in surprise. How did you know? However, he quickly came to his senses and understood some of the reasons. That's true. You've been in contact with that person, so there's no reason you wouldn't know. Uatu said knowingly. As for who Uatu was referring to, Dio thought for a moment and roughly knew. Uatu thought for a moment, perhaps we could add another candidate? Dio, son of Allers, member of the Eternal Gods, you possess the power to change the world. Please lend me your assistance. As Uatu spoke, his figure floated up. Cosmic energy filled his body, causing ripples to spread across the space around him. Dio was taken aback. His original intention was to tell Uatu not to talk to him all the time, especially when he was thinking. He hated it both in his past life and now. But now, is it really because the Ultron crisis is pulling in people? Dio pondered for a moment, but when he saw Uatu reach out and grow larger in an attempt to take him away, Dio frowned, and with a wave of his hand, a massive burst of energy erupted, temporarily holding Uatu's hand in place. Wait a minute. I can help you, but I have other things to do. I'll go after I'm done. Dio said in a deep voice, trying to resist Uatu's approach. After listening, Uatu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, but time waits for no one, so please hurry. I'll be back soon. After Uatu finished speaking, a crack appeared behind him, and he then disappeared into it. Looking at the closed section, Dio did not hesitate and roughly wrote down the 5-year plan for the development of the Empire. He then sent it to Hela so that she and the others could discuss it. What's wrong? Is war about to break out so soon? Hela's tone was calm, unlike her usual excited tone when she heard about war. No, it's not that. A giant robot has rebelled, and I have to go quell the rebellion. Huh? Hela was confused. However, Dio remembered that there was also a major robot rebellion in the Warhammer world, in which intelligent robots rebelled and attacked humans. Could this be considered a rebellion of the Iron Men here? Dio murmured. What? Hela didn't hear clearly. However, Dio did not offer much explanation, only saying that they would talk when they got back, and then he rushed to his own armory. A suit of dark gold armor, a floating blade greatsword equipped with a power system, and... Dio looked around at the powered weapons, power swords, power hammers, power axes, power gauntlets, power claws, and a hyperphase sword that had just been created from theory. Looking at the hot melt gun beside him, Dio thought for a moment and picked it up anyway. Even if it was useless, it would still be a distraction. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the hyperphase sword again and looked at the power claw. If my hair were longer, could I cosplay as an emperor? However, he still shook his head. He had already traveled to the Marvel universe, and who knows when he might encounter the Emperor from the Warhammer universe. Would he be surprised if he saw someone in another universe dressed similarly to himself but with short hair? Sheath the swords. He looked at Uatu, who had come to pick him up, and strode over. Chapter 44. I also need to cast some minor spells. As soon as they entered, before Dio could even react, they heard a desperate scream. Dio turned his head, and sure enough, it was Thor. Before anyone could react, Dio found a chair and sat down. Who? Gamora, Thanos' adopted daughter, wore the same armor as Thanos and held the same tyrant's blade. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the tall and composed Dio sitting calmly in a chair. The remaining people also became wary because of Gamora's words. Dio, whose face was hidden in the shadows, thought for a moment, then smirked with a wicked grin, transformed himself back to his original form, and slowly emerged from the shadows. Long time no see, my daughter. It seems you've taken up the mantle of another version of me. Dio's magnetic voice rang out, a voice that sent chills down Gamora's spine. Even though she had killed this demon-like man, even though she had taken over everything he owned. But the nightmarish voice and appearance still sent shivers down Gamora's spine. Hey buddy, you look nervous, Captain Carter teased, glancing at the extremely tense Gamora as he held his shield in front of him. Thanos? Oh, right, you're not Thanos from my universe. Black Panther Star-Lord wanted to greet Dio at first, but quickly realized what he meant. Black Panther, who killed his own world, and Iron Man's Golden Panther, put on their armor and silently retreated. Doctor Strange, who was behind the bar, said, "There's no need to be so nervous. If he really had malicious intent, he wouldn't have let you in." Him? Captain Carter turned around and looked at Doctor Strange with a puzzled expression. Thor, seeing Doctor Strange and the rows of drinks behind him, nonchalantly placed his mechanical head on the bar and directed Doctor Strange, "It's probably Loki's trick again. Hey Loki, a drink, woohoo. I'm a little thirsty." Doctor Strange didn't care about the title Thor and conjured up a glass of wine for him. Soon the lights in the bar flashed, and the tall observer appeared. Captain Carter recognized the observer and immediately asked, "Where is this?" Gamora, brandishing her large sword, demanded warily, "Who are you? How did you resurrect Thanos?" The observer watched the reactions of these people, then began to briefly recount the story of Ultron. Wow, to be honest, Loki, your level of illusion really needs improvement. I need to go back now and meet with Jianyu, so I won't keep you company any longer. After the observer, Uatu, finished his drink without a care, and walked to the front door to leave. However, the moment the door opened, Thor was almost swept away by the spatial turbulence. If Thor hadn't held on to the doorknob with all his might, he would have been pulled away. Before Thor could react, a large hand pulled him back. It was Dio who rescued Saul. You should at least feel a sense of participation. Thanks, big purple guy. It seems this isn't an illusion. Loki doesn't have that kind of ability. Thor patted his chest, still shaken. Gamora looked at the smiling Dio with disgust. So, where is the enemy? Captain Carter smiled slightly at Thor's cheerful display and asked the observer. I'll send you to a universe that Ultron has already visited. You'll have to figure out your own strategy after that. The observer finished speaking and prepared to send them away. But Gamora wasn't happy about it. Wait a minute. Gamora pointed her greatsword at Dio. Anyone can, but not him. His desire for the Infinity Stones is beyond words. If he decides to take them in the end, no one will be able to stop him. Gamora spoke at the top of her lungs, roaring as she looked at Fadio, who seemed completely indifferent. The observer sighed helplessly. He now understood why Dio had come, to disgust people. Gamora, calm down. He's not Thanos from your universe. He won't be as obsessed with the Infinity Stones as he is in your universe, the Watcher urged. Thor quietly went to the bar and ordered another drink. Star-Lord the Black Panther was also watching the show. The Golden Leopard picked up the robot head and fiddled with it, not intending to do anything about it. Captain Carter watched the scene unfold with a worried expression. The observers had to plead with Gamora to temporarily allow Dio to accompany her, but this meant the plan had to be changed again. Originally, Thor and Dio were the main attackers, while Captain Carter, Jack Sparrow, and Star-Lord Black Panther interfered and took the opportunity to remove a gem. Doctor Strange then controlled the gem and finally gave it to Gamora to destroy it. If Dio isn't involved now, then the main attacker will have to be changed. How about I go buy some soy sauce? Dio shrugged. If he wasn't allowed to go, wouldn't he just be watching the show? But it seems pretty good, how come? After discussing it for a while, Doctor Strange and the others didn't have any objections, but in the end they still couldn't come up with a good solution, and finally decided that Dio would be the one to finish off the enemy. If Ultron still has the strength to fight after the gem shatters, he'll chop off his head with one strike. Frustrated, the observers didn't wait for anything to continue and instead sent them to a remote planet. A flash of white light appeared, and the group of them found themselves on a mountainside. Look up and you'll see a sky full of stars. Alright, since we're all together, how about we have a get-together to celebrate? Thor suggested. Doctor Strange thought it was good and conjured up a few glasses of wine. Then I'll prepare the drinks. A party is incomplete without a bonfire. As soon as he finished speaking, Star-Lord Black Panther started a bonfire. I don't know where he got it from. Dio smiled and accepted the glass. Just as he was about to drink, Gamora spoke up. I poisoned it. Gamora's cold voice came, but this did not frighten Dio, who still drank it all in one gulp. After finishing their drinks, the group chatted in small groups. Dio gazed at the starry sky and pondered which star system this place belonged to. The planet's environment was quite good. It should be suitable for transformation into an agricultural planet. Vedas. Thor, after taking a sip of wine, was in high spirits and raised Mjolnir, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the sky. Dio's eyes lit up. This Thor was even stronger than the Thor in his universe. Soon, a huge projection appeared in the starry sky. It's Ultron who got Vision's body. Wow, so there really is life in this universe. The sudden change shocked everyone. Dio was even more surprised. Luckily, Ultron was not human and had no soul, otherwise what he just saw would have been a direct attack from a celestial body, rather than a simple projection. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Doctor Strange tugged at his robe, drawing his attention to the shattered space in mid-air. This scene attracted everyone's attention, and they all grabbed their weapons and became alert. With 6 Infinity Stones, 1 on his head and 5 symmetrically embedded in his chest, holding a huge double-headed spear, his cloak billowing, and combined with the powerful energy emanating from Ultron, he was like a god for a moment. Seeing Ultron appear like a god descending from the heavens, no one thought much of it and proceeded according to plan, only a little ahead of schedule. Alright, I'll have to cast some minor spells. Doctor Strange raised his hand, and a large-scale magic circle appeared. Soon, everyone was covered in rune-encased armor. Seeing this, Dio also raised his hand. I need to cast some minor spells too. Chapter 45 Passionate Siege. Despite being called magic, Dio raised his hand and threw out small objects one by one. This is a small shield generator that can produce a force field shield that fits tightly against the body's surface, Dio explained, seeing the astonished look in Doctor Strange's eyes. Okay, I admit I'm not very skilled with magic. Maybe I know too much and don't know which one to use. Everyone was speechless at Dio's explanation. Gamora frowned. Thanos in her world hadn't created any small shield generators. These kinds of things are usually on large and small fighter jets. It's almost impossible to make them small enough for a person to wear. Alright, proceed as planned. Doctor Strange raised his hand and a portal opened. The leopard and Gamora nodded and left. Gamora glared at Dio before she left. Seeing this, Thor strode forward. For Las Vegas. Thor raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning nearly 2 meters thick, which struck Ultron fiercely in mid-air. Ultron seemed to be enjoying their dying counterattack, taking the hits without making any move. Thor's attack was very effective, successfully making Ultron underestimate them. He simply shattered the lightning with a wave of his hand, then pointed his twin spear, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that directly collapsed the mountain, burying them completely. Boring. Just as Ultron was leaving in disappointment, the collapsed rubble was blown away, and everyone was covered and protected by a layer of golden armor-like light, and all of them were unharmed. The one who caused the mountain to collapse was Dio. With a wave of his hand, he controlled countless rubble. Just as Ultron's interest was diverted back, the rubble crashed towards him. Soul! Dio called out. Thor immediately threw Mjolnir, smashing it fiercely towards Ultron, while Doctor Strange raised his hand and cast another magic circle, creating countless copies of Mjolnir, resulting in a grand finale. The rubble was no problem, you could even withstand it with your body without any defense. But that was no good with Thor's hammer. You could only use brute force to hit it. However, Thor's hammer was incredibly powerful, fast, and numerous. Soon, several of Thor's hammers hit you. Captain Carter seized the opportunity to climb onto Star-Lord Black Panther's back and fly into the sky together. Then, using the momentum of the descent and Doctor Strange's magic, they crashed heavily into Ultron. Ultron stumbled again, his body tilting to the side. Enraged, Ultron planned to attack with his spear, but Dio, who had arrived just in time, blocked him and cleaved the spear in two. While Ultron was still in a daze, Star-Lord the Black Panther arrived again. Ultron's anger surged again, and he threw Star-Lord the Black Panther away. Star-Lord the Black Panther then took an Infinity Stone from Ultron's chest. But this gave Dio an opportunity, and he activated the Hyperphase Sword, aiming directly at Ultron's neck. Ultron raised the remaining broken spear to defend, but theoretically, no armor could withstand the slash of the Hyperphase Sword unless the armor thickness exceeded the length of the sword. Ultron's body, however, clearly did not have one. With a single slash, he severed his body in two. Perhaps realizing something was wrong, Ultron sensed the power of Dio's sword and quickly moved away, but even so, he was still cut in half at the waist by Dio's sword. Nothing that exists can't be cut down. Both hyperphase swords and power weapons destroy at the atomic level. Therefore, in theory, even if these gods and ghosts still exist in the world and abide by the laws of physics, even Superman's silver ability in the DC universe could make an exception for them. Even though Ultron was cut in half, he did not lose control of the gems and quickly recovered his body, resuming his attack. However, he was then enveloped by Thor's hammer, which was being focused on by Thor, and a lightning bolt from Thor struck him, causing Ultron, who had just recovered, to become physically immobilized. Captain Carter watched as Star-Lord Black Panther perfectly completed his mission, then gestured to Doctor Strange, who immediately opened a portal for them to leave. At this moment, Ultron also realized something was wrong, one of his gems was missing. Struggling to break free from Thor's hammer, Ultron attacked again with his spear, but it was once again blocked and broken by Dio. "Why are you so annoying?" Ultron was enraged by Dio's attack and raised his hand to unleash an energy blast at Dio. Dio was sent flying by this energy, crashing into the mountain and disappearing from sight. Upon seeing this, Doctor Strange raised his hand, and 3 dragon heads appeared, spewing magical flames at Ultron. "Wow, you have that trick up your sleeve?" Thor was startled by the dragon head and exclaimed in surprise. However, when Ultron exerted force, the dragon head and flames were immediately dissipated. "We need to call for reinforcements," Doctor Strange said calmly, raising his hand and drawing a circle. In a certain zombie universe, zombies swarmed towards Ultron like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Doctor Strange acted quickly. Ultron had just destroyed the dragon's head and hadn't even had time to react before being pounced on by the zombies. "Wow, zombies. Clever. I love zombies." Thor stared in disbelief at the large group of zombies, unconsciously echoing the sentiment. "If you really like it, you can have that bald guy send you to the zombie universe." Dio descended from the sky. He had just been deliberately knocked away by Ultron, just to test just how strong Ultron was. However, the protective spell on his body perfectly blocked the damage. "Let's hurry up and get out of here. These zombies should be able to hold him off for a while." Doctor Strange saw Dio return and called Thor to hurry into the portal with him. Upon arriving, they saw Captain Carter and Black Widow facing off. "Calm down, Natasha." Captain Carter and Black Widow Natasha were good friends in his own universe, and with his experience, he already knew exactly what was going on. "We come from different universes, and our goal is to take down that giant robot, Natasha, believe me." After Captain Carter's passionate speech, Black Widow began to believe them. After all, this planet had been destroyed by Ultron using nuclear bombs, and she was basically the only person left in the world. She had no choice but to give it a shot. Just then, Ultron, having wiped out the zombies, broke through space and descended. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to him, Ultron reached out and tried to suck Black Widow and the gem together. Thor swung Mjolnir to break the deadlock, but Ultron's spellcasting was interrupted by Dio's sneak attack. Doctor Strange took the opportunity to help Black Widow land safely and then cast a protective spell on her. When Ultron realized he couldn't get the gems back, he became agitated and, in a burst of energy, knocked Dio away, pinning him down with a nearby dilapidated building. "I can destroy a galaxy in one go, how come I can't handle you?" Ultron roared in shock and anger, instantly gathering the power of the gems and releasing a massive amount of energy. Dio and Doctor Strange reacted instantly. Dio rushed out of the ruins and joined forces with Doctor Strange to suppress the energy. Of course, most of them were taken into Doctor Strange's possession and swallowed up. Wait, what? Ultron's brain went blank for a moment, not understanding what was going on. But others won't wait for him. Captain Carter slammed his shield down, but Star-Lord caught it and slammed it to the ground, then unleashed a furious attack with his elemental gun. But Ultron, having realized what was happening, flicked his hand and sent him flying. Then the goal became clear: Ultron wanted to get back the Infinity Stone. Dio took a deep breath, unleashing his psychic power as he controlled Ultron while simultaneously moving towards the Infinity Stones. Ultron suddenly felt like he was stuck in a quagmire, and with the combined attack from Black Widow and Captain Carter, he found it difficult to move. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Dio handed the Infinity Stone to Gamora. I was a little confused when I got the Primal Stone, Gamora. Did I get it so easily? But just as he regained his composure, he saw Ultron charging towards him. Without giving it much thought, they joined the others in attacking Ultron. Dio cursed under his breath, used his telekinesis to pull Gamora out of the battlefield, ordered him to quickly prepare the Infinity Stone's crusher, and then charged towards Ultron with the Hyperphase sword in hand. Chapter 46: Psychic Power? Soon, Ultron was caught in a siege by the righteous forces led by Dio. Thor, Captain Carter, Black Widow, Gamora, and Dio form the main offensive force, while Doctor Strange and Star-Lord provide support from the outside. However, perhaps fearing the Hyperphase sword in Dio's hands, Ultron, even when repeatedly struck in the face by Thor's hammer and vibranium shield, still managed to dodge Dio's attacks to the extreme. Dio frowned, used his telekinesis to send the people around him away, and fought Ultron alone. Dio's speed and strength were so great that even Thor, who was a god, could only see a blurry afterimage. The others couldn't see anything, only hear the constant sounds of collisions and shockwaves from the arena, and could only protect themselves and retreat hastily. Ultron was able to fight Dio because Ultron was constantly shifting to avoid being killed in one blow, and then using the power of the gems to continuously generate a body. Those impact sounds were actually the sounds made when the phase blade was activated. Ultron was increasingly surprised as the fight progressed. Dio's attack speed was getting faster and faster, and it was about to exceed the processing speed of his own system. If it continued, he was afraid that he would be torn to pieces without even knowing it. Then Ultron unleashed a burst of energy, attempting to force Dio back, but Dio was like a high-speed runner, and ordinary methods of obstruction could not stop him. As Ultron stopped channeling his energy, Dio seized the opportunity. A semicircular blade flashed past, and Ultron watched helplessly as he was beheaded with a single sword strike. However, Dio did not stop. He grabbed Ultron's head and pried out the Mind Stone from his forehead. Then he scraped off a layer of skin from Ultron's chest, taking the other 5 stones with him. Dio finally breathed a sigh of relief after doing all this. The others were stunned by Dio's move. After a moment of stunned silence, Thor exclaimed in surprise, "That's it?" Gamora reacted to Thor's words and brandished her greatsword, ready to strike. Captain Carter reacted quickly and tried to stop him. "What are you going to do?" Captain Carter shouted incredulously. Gamora dodged the interception with a quick movement and continued charging towards Dio at full speed. Dio knew what Gamora was after, but he didn't intend to pay attention to it and instead focused on the system's notification sounds. Congratulations, host, on accessing the Infinity Stones of a parallel universe. You have received the following rewards. Mind Gem enhances mental and intellectual abilities, granting access to psychic powers. Power Gem can absorb all the power of all enemy units killed by the host. Space Stone, spatial abilities, phase technology, and related technological knowledge in the field of space. The Time Stone, time-related abilities and technological knowledge. Holding 5 Infinity Stones in one hand and easily deflecting Gamora's attacks with the other, Dio pondered. Honestly, the abilities the system provided this time weren't weak, on the contrary, they were incredibly powerful. However, his current abilities are also too complex. He has dabbled in and studied virtually all forms of magic, witchcraft, Taoist practices, and technology that exist in the universe. Psychic abilities are one thing, they're a cool tool in the world of American comics, but what the heck is psychic power? Is this the one I'm thinking of? Doesn't that mean he's going further and further down the path of cosplaying the Emperor? However, Dio accepted it all. Thanos. Release the Infinity Stones. Gamora attacked frantically, but no one around her stepped forward. Because Dio is now facing away from them, and the one passionately slashing Gamora has switched to a floating blade greatsword controlled by Dio's telekinesis. No matter how Gamora attacked, she couldn't get within 2 meters of Dio. Upon hearing Gamora's words, Dio didn't even turn his head. Gamora's body was frozen in place, and an orange gem flew into Dio's hand. Doctor Strange and the others all looked surprised. Congratulations, host, for coming into contact with the soul gem of a parallel universe and obtaining unity of spirit and body, which will be strengthened as your life force increases. Dio raised an eyebrow. This reward was quite good. Without saying anything more, Dio turned around and placed the 6 gems in Gamora's arms, who was still unable to move, and gently stroked her face. Release Gamora. Everyone was on high alert. Doctor Strange and Thor's energy surged forth, while Star-Lord Black Panther fired his elemental gun with all his might. Dio used his newly acquired psychic energy to create a barrier to defend himself, and seeing the panic in Gamora's eyes, he said, I can't believe that another version of myself would develop fatherly feelings for you, just because you are the better one of the two of you? I don't believe that he's lived all these years and only met one person like you. He shook his head. Dio, who was not yet a father, did not understand this feeling. Perhaps he would understand it after he had children. Dio sighed as he watched the attack, which resembled a dazzling special effect, being blocked by his own psionic energy. It's gotten stronger again. His eyes lit up with spiritual light, and a surge of energy erupted, instantly enveloping and surrounding everyone. All right, big head, Ultron's taken care of. Time to send us home. Dio released Gamora from her immobilization and shouted into the void. A flash of white light appeared before their eyes, and they were back in the bar. Dio also retracted his psionic barrier at the right time. Boom. There was a sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Dio looked over and saw that it was Thor. It seems Thor had intended to leap up and deliver a blow, but he was restrained, and now that he's free, he's fallen to the ground in a sorry state. So it was all a misunderstanding? Star-Lord Black Panther stepped forward and asked. I think so. After all, if he were a threat, the Watchers wouldn't have brought him here. Doctor Strange was wary of the energy fluctuations just now, which caused him to hesitate for a moment. The lights flashed, and the Observer appeared inside the bar. Thank you all, thank you for your hard work. The Observer said sincerely, but his face fell when he looked at the Infinity Stones in Dio's and Gamora's hands. You shouldn't keep these things with you. Hey, it's not like I'm holding it in my hands, Dio retorted. The Observers, having no other choice, returned the Infinity Stones to their original world. As I said before, thank you all for your contributions to the multiverse. Now, you can all go home. I believe it has been a good experience for everyone. The Observer waved his hand, and the bar door opened, no longer revealing a space-time turbulence, but a soft light. Star-Lord the Black Panther and Thor were very happy. After saying goodbye to everyone, they left one after the other. Star-Lord the Black Panther even greeted the leopard. The leopard looked grim. After all, he had figured out the technological content contained in the heads of the Ultron robot minions. He had just planned to take the opportunity to steal the Infinity Stones, but he was frozen in place by a psionic attack from Dio. Now, not only have we failed to obtain the gems, but we may also face an attack from Wakanda's royal guard upon returning. He didn't give Star-Lord Black Panther a friendly look, and kept his head down, lost in thought. It didn't matter when Doctor Strange left, he lived in a pocket dimension anyway. He went behind the bar, poured himself a drink, and started drinking alone. Captain Carter was about to leave, looking at the white portal, when he remembered something and turned back, saying, I wanted to ask. However, her words were interrupted by the Observer. We'll meet eventually. The Observer knew what Captain Carter wanted to ask and replied with a riddle. Captain Carter looked puzzled, but was then sent away by the Observer. Black Widow saw that the people had left a little, and looked at the Observer. Can the people from my universe ever come back? No. The Observer's words sent a chill down Black Widow's spine. However, in the blink of an eye, the Observer transported Black Widow to a huge deck. On the deck, however, a chaotic battle ensued. However, we're missing a Natasha here. Chapter 47 It and hashtag 039, S all Loki and hashtag 039, S fault. The Observer saw Black Widow off, and Dio said goodbye to Doctor Strange before entering the portal to leave. But Gamora stopped her. What's wrong? Dio looked at Gamora, feeling a little strange. Want to have a drink before you go? Gamora extended an invitation. Dio looked at Gamora in surprise, thought for a moment, and nodded. Upon reaching the bar, Doctor Strange waved and handed over a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. The leopard sitting on the ground looked even uglier. Resigned, he walked into the portal. As for what awaited him, only heaven knew. Thanos, my adoptive father, when I first met him he killed half of my people, including my mother, in front of me, and later lied that my homeland was a paradise. Gamora took a sip of her drink and spoke carefully. Actually, that place was already a dead star, and I became the last member of the Zahubari tribe. Dio did not deny that, although his second daughter Nebula said Thanos never lied, he did lie about this point. Then he took me in himself, trained and modified me, also that he could collect the Infinity Stones faster. Gamora's tone began to become low and dejected. Well, he's actually pretty good, Dio remarked. Doctor Strange gave him a strange look. Gamora gave a wry smile. Yes, he raised me and taught me all my skills, so he was very good to me in that respect. But he stripped my sister and me of all family ties, and he dismembered and modified Nebula right in front of me, all to intimidate us. Gamora's voice choked with emotion. But he felt that this was love for us. Gamora's body began to tremble as she spoke. Doctor Strange joined in the fun, handing over another bottle of wine and saying, although I've never been a father, I've seen some families when I was a doctor, and their parents used the excuse of doing what's best for their children to give them very strict discipline. Especially those who are rich. Doctor Strange's words created an awkward atmosphere for a moment. Dio looked at him with a strange expression, while Gamora lowered her head and remained silent. Seeing this, Doctor Strange had no choice but to change the subject, so what else did he do? Thanos is someone who is good at using our fear of him to control us. He likes to cruelly torture and kill his enemies in front of us, and then turn around and talk to us with a kind face. Wow, he really knows how to use psychological tactics, Doctor Strange exclaimed. Dio gestured to him with his eyes to shut up. Doctor Strange raised his hand in a sealing motion, and with a flash of light, his mouth disappeared. Gamora sighed. Although I don't know why you spoke to me in that tone as soon as we met, after getting to know you, I can tell that, just like the Observer said, you are not him. At least he wouldn't develop this technology. As she spoke, Gamora took out a small object, a small force field shield given to her by Dio. Dio blinked. I remember there's a kind of portable spacesuit that works on a similar principle to mine. Since you've inherited his mantle, you can also use his resources for technological creation, right? Gamora paused, unsure of what to say. Don't tell me he didn't teach you how to conduct scientific experiments and manufacture technology? Dio crossed his arms and looked down at Gamora. Gamora, who had been somber just moments before, now awkwardly lowered her head. Like a child whose homework is suddenly checked by their parents. Don't tell me he didn't teach you the basics. Dio's voice rose. I did teach him. Gamora touched the back of her neck, her head lowered, not daring to look at Dio. Dio continued watching Gamora's performance. You didn't just learn how to make bombs and assassinate, did you? Doctor Strange seemed to have thought of something, and his mouth returned to normal as he spoke weakly. Gamora's eyes lit up, and then she nodded. Upon seeing this, Dio and Doctor Strange were speechless. Is this teaching terrorists? All right, I now understand why you guys are so tightly controlled by him. It's all because you're uneducated. Dio shrugged. Gamora didn't know what expression to use to express her feelings. This was probably only the second time in Gamora's long life that she had experienced the awkward situation of being a child who knew nothing about her parents' questions. His fingers unconsciously gripped the cup, his eyes darting around. Well, good riddance. As an adoptive father, although he wasn't exactly a model father, he constantly intimidated his children, didn't provide them with any education, and even made them work illegally. I can only say he deserved to die. Dio slammed his fist on the table, completely understanding Gamora's resentment towards Dio. Seeing Dio's excited expression, Gamora opened her mouth but did not reveal the true cause of her adoptive father's death. Alright, now that he's dead, you should properly inherit his estate and brush up on your knowledge while you're at it. Don't let your mind be filled with nothing but making bombs. Dio patted Gamora on the shoulder, got up, and walked towards the door. By the way, Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. See you again sometime. Dio also said goodbye to Doctor Strange. Gamora touched her shoulder, feeling a care she had never experienced from Thanos before, and murmured in the direction Dio had left, thank you. Gamora soon said goodbye to Doctor Strange, and the Watcher reappeared after everyone had left. What's wrong? Doctor Strange asked, putting down his glass when he noticed the Observer's strange expression. The Observer can actually make accurate predictions about some of the future. Although he doesn't know why Ultron with the full set of gems discovered him, he has already seen visions of the future since he took the initiative to seek out Dr. Dark Strange. All he has to do is act according to this prophetic ability. When he passed by Dio's place, he only took a quick look on a whim and subconsciously began to describe the plot. Now even the future has changed. With a sigh, the observer did not give a specific reason, but only said that he had seen another universe heading towards destruction, and felt sorry that there was one less story for him to see. Doctor Strange silently took a sip of his drink. Alright, since that's the case, I should head back now. Remember to call me next time something this good happens. With that, Doctor Strange made a hand seal and went inside. The observer watched Doctor Strange leave without saying a word. He himself didn't know what to say. How could a plot designed by the god of stories go wrong? Could it be that the god of story rewrote it, and I didn't read the latest updated chapter? Thinking this, the observer, Uatu, also left the bar, and he subsequently shut it down. On Dio's side. After returning to the palace, he sent the footage captured by the hidden camera inside the armor to Hela. She also told him about other parallel universes, which made her understand why her younger brother kept shouting for Asgard instead of for Asgard. As expected, Thor's slow progress in strength is due to that ice giant. After reading it, Hela's first words almost made Dio lose his composure. Chapter 48 Imperial Development. Dio was speechless at Hela's words. What are you thinking? Thor's actions were his own fault. The Thor in that universe also loved to throw parties. He disobeyed Odin and Frigga's orders to come to Earth and party, and even brought people from other universes to Earth to cause trouble. Dio briefly recounted the things Thor did in that world. That must be his true nature, Hela commented. He enjoys excitement, throwing parties, and having affairs everywhere. Hela paused, then said, just like Odin before. Dio made no comment. Hera knew Odin better than anyone else, so whatever she said was law. So what's next? Hela asked. Now that those so-called major events are no longer happening, do you have any suggestions? Advice? My advice is to strengthen your own abilities, so that you don't end up as cannon fodder when things happen. Dio leaned back in his chair, propping his cheek up with his hand. Do you have a way to deal with those people on Earth? Hela suddenly asked. Dio shook his head. Those biorobots are sold in bulk. If you kill these few, they'll be delivered again in a couple of days. Don't worry about them. Besides, a rhythm is an old guy who existed before the birth of this universe. His strength is unimaginable. Unless I have the same strength as the eternal god, it wouldn't be difficult for a rhythm to capture or kill me if he wanted to. Dio understood Hela's meaning. Earth is the birthplace and foundation of their divine race, and no matter what, they will not abandon this place, even if Earth is just a piece of the puzzle in their divine territory. Hela had no choice but to give up after hearing this. Time slips away unnoticed. The 2.5 kth era of the Empire's founding. A lot has happened during this period. Because Dio proposed and created various high-tech and pro-people policies, he greatly improved the living standards of the people and generated revenue for the Empire. More than 1,000 years ago, over 95% of the regions and people had already achieved a moderately prosperous life, and the crackdown on prostitution and organized crime had created a relatively stable living environment in society. This is something that even the former Kree Empire could not achieve for Dio's Nebula-level territory. Externally, Dio cracked down on all kinds of illegal and criminal activities. Whether it was space pirates or raiders led by the Starhawks, they were all besieged and wiped out by Dio's troops. Dio did not exterminate the raiders because of their unique nature, but instead incorporated them into the Empire, using them as spies to monitor other interstellar alliances and cosmic empires. These achievements made Dio's empire famous throughout almost the entire universe. Even many newly arrived alliances and nations were eager to join Dio's empire, but Dio stated that he would only accept cooperation with regions that genuinely needed assistance or had abundant resources. This mutually beneficial arrangement not only achieves a win-win situation but also enhances the empire's reputation abroad. However, it's not a good reputation. Space pirates and raiders belong to the same type of organization. However, the raiders are more united and disciplined, and they do not act as lackeys of the interstellar alliances and cosmic empires. Because of their loose organizational structure, space pirates became the preferred scapegoat for many cosmic empires and interstellar alliances. Because of their unique organization and the powerful strength of their leader, Starhawk, many cosmic empires have been unable to effectively incorporate the raiders, who often just take the money without doing any work. Now, thanks to Dio's appearance, these cosmic empires and alliances are more cohesive, and raiders have more opportunities to do odd jobs, but these jobs are mostly tedious, low-paying, and dangerous. Now, Dio has essentially incorporated the raiders into his ranks. He provides them with supplies, and they search for all sorts of clandestine information for the Empire. By eliminating the space pirates, Dio essentially offended the interstellar alliances and cosmic empires, but due to the strength of the Dio Empire, they could only swallow their anger. The Empire's strength can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Brother, I don't know what you're thinking. Why do you always want to stay at home? Star Fox Eros, Dio's younger brother. He is currently questioning Dio at his house. Since the Empire's strength increased, Dio changed his previous 5-year plan to a 50-year plan. After determining the next planning direction, Dio became semi-retired. After taking a squad of Imperial guards with him, he planned to train successors and handed over power to several highly capable newly promoted members of the Eternal God clan. He had considered passing the position to his descendants, and there was no such thing as a life limit for his and Hela's races. However, as Hela grew stronger, the life and death power within her body continued to circulate, and it might take hundreds of years for them to conceive a life together. Not to mention Dio, Hela herself was unwilling. In addition, Dio had grown weary of wielding power after living for so many years. Having great power is certainly good, but that's all it is of good. Dio had little personal ambition for the sake of this empire. His greatest ambition was probably to give his position to a member of the Eternal Gods. Even his own brother and Hela were gradually removed from their posts after the incident. Eros raised him for a while before letting him go out and make his own way in the world. It was only after Dio recruited the raiders that he found him again. Now back in the Empire, Eros lives a comfortable, unemployed life on the money he amassed from the raiders. As for what to do next, Eros said he had a plan, and Dio didn't concern himself with it anymore. Hela, after being severely injured by the Supreme Evolution, returned to the Empire to train herself. Later, she went to the Chinese God clan with Dio, but did not take over control of the army after returning. Now, Dio only retains control over the Space Marines, taking 100 Imperial Guards and 1,000 Transformers as his guards before leaving the matter to others. He spends all his time either training or trying to improve the strength of his guard. You're right, it's really not feasible to just stay at home and work in isolation. Dio thought for a moment and nodded. Eros perked up. Dio hadn't been going out at all lately, and he hadn't had a chance to go out and have some fun with his older brother. Come on, brother, let's go out and relax. Don't exhaust yourselves. Eros knew his brother's influence within the Empire, so he took Dio abroad. Eros arrived on a planet for travel with Dio. This is a gathering of raiders. Starhawk entrusted me to bring you here. He brought good news, Eros explained. Now he won't care what Eros does, as long as it's not illegal or criminal, he'll choose to turn a blind eye. However, he was unaware that Eros was actually connected with Starhawk. The name Star Eagle is not for one person, but a combination of two people. He is an adopted son of a family called OGD in the universe, a being formed by the union of a person named Skada OGD and his wife Aletta. Skada and his wife entered a forbidden area where they touched a statue called the Eagle God. As a result, his wife was able to transform into an energy-like state and merge with her husband Skada to form a new entity. The couple called it the Star Eagle. In his Starhawk form, he possesses many powerful superpowers. One of them is immortality. This gives the Star Eagle an unimaginable lifespan. At least when Dio left Titan to explore the universe, he had heard of the name of Starhawk, the leader of the raiders. It's easy to imagine how many years Star Eagle has lived. Starhawk's superpowers are similar to Superman's. He can fly at the speed of light in space and possesses super strength, endurance, senses, and physical resistance. In addition, Star Eagle can manipulate light and dark energy to form various solid and energy attacks. Of course, this strength is also limited, otherwise Dio would not have been able to incorporate the Starhawks, which were being tried to incorporate by those alliances and major powers. Chapter 49 Star Trek? Starhawk, or Skada and his wife in their separate states. Dio looked at this once classic tough guy on the screen, whose slightly aged face held a kind smile that Dio had never seen on screen in his previous life. In the Marvel Universe, Starhawk is played by Sylvester Stallone and Michelle Yeoh. Perhaps because Starhawk has a minor role and doesn't have many opportunities to perform, and given that Dio doesn't know much about the character, it's unclear whether Stallone's portrayal of the character was a good or bad thing. However, what Dio remembered most clearly was the way Star Eagle was trying to fight back after being beaten down by him. This time it was Skada who came. It seems his wife had a falling out with him recently, and they are now working separately. Upon seeing Dio approach, Skada immediately stood up and stood respectfully. So, why did you go to such lengths to find me, even at the cost of exposing yourself? Dio asked after they had settled down. Dio had just scanned the entire planet and found nothing amiss. The Imperial Guards also activated their stealth and stood guard outside. However, the only place that couldn't be scanned was the box next to Skada. This is it, a unique piece of equipment from the Covenant. Skada respectfully picked up the box. The box is made of anti-radiation material, and theoretically it can become invisible on any scanning machine, Skada explained as she handed the box to Dio. It is said that the Covenant has created a device that can create a black hole-like singularity in the universe using this substance, which can destroy a planet in about 3 minutes. Dio took the box and opened it. What comes into view is a cylindrical, transparent container with a red, teardrop-shaped, round substance floating inside. This, Dio was somewhat surprised. The object's appearance and function reminded Dio of a movie from his past life. However, Dio's hand was trembling slightly. This seemed to be antimatter. Dio quickly recovered and asked, "How did you get your hands on such a confidential item?" Skada shrugged, "Getting this was an accident. A Covenant smuggling ship was attacked, and we were nearby. To earn some extra money, we helped the smuggling ship. Finally, the smuggling ship's engine was destroyed, a hole was torn in the hull, and the life support system was also destroyed. The captain and his crew died of asphyxiation. We found this in their warehouse. Then, combined with the information we gathered from the Star Alliance, we learned that this should be the Star Alliance's latest secret research on a powerful weapon. As for its effectiveness, we only found out after all our spies in the Star Alliance were wiped out." As she spoke, Skada's eyes reddened. Dio nodded, "They are all heroes, they obtained the most crucial intelligence." Eros whispered in Dio's ear, "Because the secret agent was exposed, Skada's brother-in-law's family was wiped out, which is also the main reason for his conflict with his wife." Skada burst into tears, and Eros and the crew around her rushed forward to comfort her. Wiping away her tears, Skada continued, "We don't know what the purpose of that smuggling ship was, because all the Covenant's informants have been eliminated, and we don't know if they have any more of this stuff. So this time, we can only risk exposing myself and contact you as soon as possible." Dio picked up the box and stood up, saying, "This intelligence is crucial. I must take it with me immediately. You must also continue to lie low and not be exposed. Abandon the spaceships outside immediately." Skada nodded, "This time, there's a mage in the team who can open a portal." Dio nodded and walked out with the box. "Eros, you stay outside. I'll take the men back first," Dio instructed before leaving. However, Eros was terrified. "No, leave me a ship." Eros cried out with a mournful face. Dio ignored him, knowing that Eros had already met a dwarf with teleportation abilities, allowing him to travel freely throughout the universe. Therefore, Dio did not care about his brother's personal safety. Decisively leading the Imperial Guard back into the Empire, Dio retrieved the intelligence and took out the contents of the box. "This thing gives me a very strange feeling," Hyperion said first. His position was the deputy director of the Empire's Population Statistics Bureau, so he shouldn't have been qualified to come, but there was nothing he could do since they were all gathered together for a meeting today. This thing should be some kind of antimatter. The only alien present who wasn't an Eternal scanned it with a machine. "What functions does it have?" Dio asked. "Theoretically, it can come into contact with any kind of matter and create a singularity, forming a small mass black hole. And in terms of data, such a tiny droplet could destroy a planet," he explained, projecting the data from the machine in his hand. Dio glanced at the data. He himself was an extremely capable scientist and could understand the data just as well as the person in front of him had said. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Dio suddenly asked. The man quickly became flustered, even somewhat flattered. "My name is Zart, I am from Zahubari, and I am the current president of the Academy of Sciences." "Zahubari people?" "Yes, I should have known." Dio nodded, looking at the other's distinctive skin color. He knew this race very well because Gamora, one of his adopted daughters in the original story, was a Zahubarian. "Your Majesty, his abilities are remarkable. The Academy of Sciences successfully developed the restriction field you proposed because of his abilities," a member of the Eternal God clan raised his hand and said. Dio glanced at it in surprise, then understood. "Is he your student?" Dio pointed to Zartjan and looked at him. The Eternal God's expression changed. Dio waved his hand and said, "It's all right. As long as he has the ability, I won't care how he got to the top. Continue." Dio gestured toward Zart. "This substance is encased in a high-density shell, and theoretically, it can maintain the balance of internal antimatter as long as it doesn't come into contact with the outside," Zart continued to explain. Dio thought for a moment and said, this thing was created by the Covenant. They probably wanted to use it to threaten us or to exploit the singularity to destroy us. No sooner had Dio finished speaking than some people reacted immediately and sealed off many ports and major transportation routes in various places, demanding a thorough investigation. There will be no next time. After the meeting, hand over your work and immediately step down. Get the hell out of here and go home. Dio had taken out all his things and been in the meeting for at least half an hour before he realized that he really couldn't keep this police chief. Yes, the bureau chief replied with a bitter face. The Science Bureau is trying to figure out how to control or destroy this antimatter to prevent it from smuggling into the country. Yes. Dio then stood up. All right, I'll contact the Star Alliance people to buy some time. You all hurry up and go on your patrols. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 50 Cosmic Powers, Roll Up. 4.4K. Many major cosmic powers and interstellar alliances across the universe are watching the Empire's movements closely. Now, the Empire is clearly showing signs of going to war, which has everyone on edge. The video call came through very quickly. Could you please tell me why your country is frequently and on such a large scale mobilizing its military forces? A diplomat asked nervously. The Imperial diplomat was a retired space marine named Titus, a victorious member of the Ultramarines, and a former member of Hellas Honor Guard. He was also one of the members who saved Hela from the Supreme Evolution. Titus said expressionlessly, "Don't be nervous. We're just conducting a simple troop rotation, at most a military exercise." Is this a rotation of troops? You've already pointed your cannons at us, some members of the Interstellar Alliance roared. They were getting a little cocky, relying on their recent surge in strength. Are you planning to start a war? We have said more than once that we will not be the first to start a war, nor will we fire the first shot. But that doesn't mean we are without temper. If you continue to slander us, we will consider it a provocation. Titus's eyes flashed with a cold light, his killing intent palpable. Is that so? Then we'll slander you, so what? Consider it a provocation? Come and hit me then. A very irritating voice came from behind. Titus looked around and found the person in the corner. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the other party was the Covenant that had recently acquired some kind of antimatter weapon. The Star Alliance is the most powerful organization among all cosmic alliances. However, the Covenant kept a low profile. When the Supreme Evolution united to attack the Empire, the Covenant deployed troops in the middle and rear, with few soldiers and weapons. In fact, they didn't even fire many bullets during the entire battle. After the war, they surrendered to the Empire's accusations without hesitation, earning them the nickname Cosmic France from Dio. That's not all, their diplomats speak in a very irritating tone, even when they are being extremely obsequious. Titus's face lit up with delight, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Fine, since you want war, then let's start. Remember, we're waging war against the Star Alliance. If anyone tries to join the fray and gets their ship destroyed, don't blame us for being bad marksmen. Because of his military achievements, Titus was transferred to the position of diplomat after retiring from military service. He represented the Empire's attitude towards foreign affairs and held a very high position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was also able to obtain first-hand information on the latest news from both inside and outside the Empire. They were even instructed before this diplomatic mission that if necessary, they could propose war, and the Empire would cooperate. What? Those cosmic nations and interstellar alliances all showed expressions of astonishment. What the hell? We're just here to ask, when is war going to start again? The Star Alliance was also dumbfounded. How did they start a war without warning? Why the rush? The Star Alliance's top brass panicked immediately. It's good that they have powerful weapons, but they suddenly announced that they wanted to start a war, which caught us completely off guard. Originally, they were just there to scare the Empire, but who knew the Empire would play by its own rules? The meeting did not end there. The information that Titus obtained from the Servant Skull was sent to the diplomats of the Interstellar Alliance and the Cosmic Nation. This is a smuggling ship we intercepted, and we found an item that the Covenant was trying to smuggle into the Empire. We also received reliable information that the Covenant already possesses large-scale antimatter weapons of this kind, and they have even been deployed to the military. Titus's tone became calm, but to the Covenant it was like a thunderclap. This gives us a reason to start a war. Star Alliance, prepare to face judgment. As he spoke, Titus observed the expressions of the diplomats from the Interstellar Alliance and the Cosmic Nations. Their expressions changed drastically, and they sent the information they had received back to their superiors. After receiving orders, these diplomats all pointed the finger at the Star Alliance. Star Alliance people, what are you trying to do by researching this kind of thing? A Star Alliance diplomat shouted sternly. Does this mean they want to eliminate us all without anyone noticing? Frankly speaking, this kind of antimatter weapon that can create a singularity is really powerful, no less than the nuclear bombs that Earth developed in the past. The difference is that this antimatter weapon is actually bacteria that grow in the stomach. If you take it out and throw it into the enemy's capital, then there will truly be nothing left. If you do it discreetly, in the end, no one will even know how the other party died or who killed them. So, just like nuclear deterrence, the Covenant has created a singularity deterrence this time. Seeing that their scheme had been exposed, the Star Alliance members stopped pretending and directly broke off all pretense. Listen, don't look at me like that. One of them has already reached your country. I'm telling you, if you want to live, come and pledge allegiance to the Covenant. Otherwise, you can just wait to die. The diplomat began to shout at the top of his lungs. Basically, everyone's expression changed drastically on the conference panel. Then, they behaved themselves. Because the Star Alliance directly smuggled the items to the capital planet, watched the news broadcast, and openly revealed the location of the antimatter weapon, allowing entry but not exit. When these countries found out, they immediately tried to block the news, but it was no use. They couldn't stop the news reporters who wanted to become famous, and soon, these countries were in complete chaos. Titus, what does it matter if your empire finds out? We are now a true unified entity. There is no future in staying in the empire. Why not come with me? The Star Alliance members' eyes lit up when they saw others expressing their desire to join forces, and they stared intently at him. Dio's biochemical modification technology was quite advanced. The Astartes and the Imperial Guard were the best examples, making it highly coveted by people throughout the universe. The only supreme evolution that they managed to obtain was cut into pieces by Dio before they could even share the technology. Heh, you're insulting me. Titus's face darkened. Because Dio didn't like the Warhammer world's method of directly brainwashing the Astartes, he could only use ideological and political education to make them loyal to the Empire and its people. As for whether or not to remain loyal to him, Dio replied, I'm retired, it's up to you. Now, the Covenant is blatantly allowing a retired Astartes veteran to betray the Empire and its people he has protected his entire life, forcing them to switch sides. Isn't that an insult? Titus was furious, but his anger quickly subsided. Because in the video where the Covenant diplomats were, he saw several Imperial Fist Astartes walking out of portals, carrying the red antimatter weapons that the Covenant used for threats. Soon, amidst the other party's screams of surprise, these items were placed in front of the diplomat. The other diplomats also quickly received the news. The Astartes entered the heart of their country through a portal, blasted the man's upper body off with a single shot of thermal melting, and took the antimatter weapon into the portal. The Covenant diplomats didn't believe it and hurriedly inquired about the people who had gone to other alliances and nations to place antimatter weapons, but received no response. However, when they saw an arm still attached to some of the bottles, they instantly understood. Soon, the Astartes put down the antimatter. A cruel smile appeared on Titus's face. What's wrong? Weren't you so awesome just now? Titus's expression was in stark contrast to that of the Covenant diplomat. You bunch of chickens and bricklayers, the Empire hasn't attacked you only because it doesn't need such a vast territory for the time being. You are already in the Empire's grasp, and it's only a matter of time before we conquer you. Don't take our temporary mercy as a reason for you to insult the Empire at will. Titus's expression changed rapidly, and after he finished speaking, his arrogant expression was completely undisguised, giving him a condescending air. The meeting ended quickly, and a potentially imminent interstellar war was averted by the appearance of a space gate. After all, this thing is a deadly weapon for decapitation. In a short time, various space technologies began to be researched quietly within countries and alliances. Various interdimensional teleportation technologies and portals were subsequently developed. Another arms race has begun. After the meeting ended, Titus rubbed his face. To be honest, Titus is the kind of person who is very good at managing emotions, and he really doesn't have any emotional changes unless necessary. But there was no way around it. The order he received the moment he took office was to be as arrogant as possible, and ideally, to display the arrogant attitude of I am the best in the world. For this reason, Titus even spent money to study at a performing arts school for a period of time. Even though Titus graduated with almost a perfect score, he still wasn't used to it. You've worked hard, brother. How about we grab a bite to eat after get off work? It's on me. Another retired Astartes veteran came up and patted Titus on the shoulder. Sure, order whatever you like, I'm all happy to oblige. Titus's eyes gleamed with excitement. Inside the Empire. I didn't expect the Covenant to be so crazy this time, actually using smuggling to send weapons in. After this, those smugglers are going to have a hard time. Seven turned off the TV and said to Hyperion. The Empire has long prohibited it and ordered severe punishment for those smugglers. Smuggling is a transaction that brings together many criminal activities. Regardless of whether the Star Alliance wins or loses this time, those smugglers will have a hard time making a living and will be struggling to survive, Hyperion said eloquently. Wow, you've become more and more bookish since becoming an official. Seven looked surprised. Come on, who isn't? Imperial Librarian, Hyperion said sarcastically. At least, I don't have to worry about anything. Seven spread his hands, looking quite content. Hyperion remained silent, but a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. He had also longed for a leisurely retirement life, but now if he made any mistakes, he would really get a severe beating, the kind that leaves a deep impression. It's unclear what Dio was thinking, but he made Seven, a talented individual with both literary and martial skills, work as a librarian after leaving the police station, while Seven went to the personnel department after leaving the police station and rose to the position of deputy director. This incident, which almost escalated into war, has become a topic of conversation within the Empire. Thanos, also known as Thanos, was an extremely brutal cosmic tyrant, but in this universe he changed his name to Dio. He did not become a tyrant, but rather a benevolent ruler of an empire. The observer, Uatu, found Dio's universe in the prism, glanced at it, and subconsciously began to speak. After an accident that didn't actually happen, he once again retired. Without Thanos frantically searching for the Infinity Stones, the Avengers Battle of New York would have been a thing of the past. But as a scientist, Tony Stark was still invited to study the Tesseract. The observer's gaze turned to Earth, where Tony Stark was conducting research inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark, are you really capable of handling this? Nick Fury, standing far away, held his hands in front of him to block the dazzling Tesseract. The instrument also emitted unsettling noises for unknown reasons. Of course. Who am I? I'm Tony Stark. Iron Man Tony Stark was adjusting the equipment in front of him. But I caught my breath when I saw the data change on the screen. Fuck. Tony Stark cursed under his breath, and quickly pulled Nick Fury back. However, the data changes were too drastic for Tony himself to react. His thoughtful butler, Jarvis, quickly manipulated the Iron Man suit to wrap Tony Stark up as soon as the data changes showed any signs of change. But just as it was about to take off, the Tesseract suddenly unleashed a massive amount of energy, shattering the protective glass instantly. The Iron Man suit, which had just left the ground, was also temporarily shut down as a result. Before Tony Stark could be blown away by the energy blast, he was sucked into the Tesseract. In that fleeting, coincidental moment, Tony Stark was swallowed up by the Tesseract. No. Nick Fury cried out, watching helplessly as Tony Stark was swallowed up, with the surrounding guards not even having time to react. 10 minutes later. Rescue workers have searched several times. The area they've examined isn't particularly large, but they haven't found Tony Stark. They can only conclude that he was killed by the energy of the Tesseract. Just like the soldiers killed by the energy weapons of Red Skull's men during World War II. No bones left. Nick Fury, who had just been bandaged up, received a message because his promise had resulted in the death of the son of a S.H.I.E.L.D. veteran, a loss of a highly intelligent scientist who could have led humanity forward. The cost was immense, and thanks to Alexander Pierce's strong advocacy, he was dismissed from his post. All his property was confiscated, all his records since joining S.H.I.E.L.D. were erased, he has no credit cards, no house, no money, and now he can only beg. He received the message half an hour later. It was from Melinda. Nick Fury covered his face. He knew this was a good outcome. If things had really gone wrong, he should have been shot. From then on, Nick Fury never recovered, even though he had many anonymous safe houses containing enough money to secure his future. S.H.I.E.L.D. also promoted a Hydra agent to a higher position. But none of this matters to Tony Stark, who is currently adrift in space. He's been lucky enough to land on a ship. Rewind half an hour, and Tony Stark was swept away by the energy of the Tesseract. A spaceship was traveling through space when suddenly a flash of light appeared inside. Boom. A tremendous roar resounded. A retired veteran who is 2.7 meters tall suddenly got up from his bed. Boarding. Someone has boarded. The veteran, without clothes on, grabbed his gun and rushed out of the room. His movement startled everyone on the ship, who instantly assumed a fighting stance. Boarding? Where did this boarding come from? A gasp came from inside the spaceship, which turned out to be a transformer. How old are you? Are you senile? What else could this commotion be but a boarding raid? The veteran roared. Wait a minute, wait a minute. The spaceship stopped the veteran after performing a self-check. No one boarded, and my outer shell is completely undamaged, but a figure suddenly appeared inside and I've locked him in place, the spaceship quickly responded. Someone's there? The people on the spaceship snapped out of their daze, exchanged a suspicious glance, and then rushed over. A person wearing red and gold power armor was seen being held captive by tentacles inside the spaceship, struggling slightly.